Of the puff and puskipoo, guys. Veggie Gamer back to doing the Harry Potter book reviews, guys. Goblet of Fire, what an absolute treat this book is, and these chapters are no exception. The very interesting thing about these chapters that we're covering today, guys, is that they really are kind of like a side quest contained story in these two chapters, okay? So this is the Yule Ball episode of the book reviews, guys. If you're new here, I'm Veggie. I don't know why you'd be watching this video first, but if you are, we're doing a deep dive review into the Harry Potter books. I checked out the movies for the first time in reaction videos a couple of years ago, fell in love with the world, and now we're going into a deep dive review of these books. We will be covering two chapters in this video, guys, and you can see the runtime of the video. We go deeply into it, guys, and so we will be going through my notes in that. As well as your notes in the Harry Potter book club, guys, which is something that's over on the Patreon. You can back the Patreon for as little as you want and get access to everything that's on there, including the post, which is for the Harry Potter book club. It's basically like a little post where you can like leave your thoughts and opinions and questions and theories and all that sort of thing. Or even your history with the books and what you felt about these chapters as well. That's something that a lot of you guys do, which I absolutely adore. And put those into a comment, and then in the second half of this video, I go through that post and read through every one of the comments. Best part of doing these book reviews, guys. It's so much fun to be a part of, and so if you want to check that out, you can back the Patreon for as little as you want and get access to the posts. If you post a video, if you post a comment that is on the YouTube channel, I will still read it, guys, but it won't actually feature in the video. Also, over on the Patreon, guys, we're always 2 episodes of the book review ahead, and so if you got up to the end of the ones which are on YouTube, you can back the Patreon for as little as you want, as I said for the third time. Sorry. And get access to 2 full episodes of the book review, which tend to be like around 5 hours each, and so it's 10 hours more is waiting for you over on the Patreon if you wish to back it. Only a couple of little side notes, guys. First of all, happy birthday, Raider Max. When I'm actually recording this, it was actually Raider Max's birthday yesterday. Hope you had a wonderful day. Raider Max is the person that does the summaries at the start of these chapters, guys, which really, really helps me, guys. It really saves me so much time and lets me focus on my part of the book review, if you know what I mean. So, Max, I hope you had a wonderful day with your friends and family. And yes, yeah. I had many happy returns. Is that what people say for birthdays? I don't know. Anyway, I hope you had a wonderful day. Also, a tiny little side note, which no one's going to be interested in, guys. There's a TV show from the 90s called The Day to Day. Now, some of you may know the character Alan Partridge. If you're from the UK, you probably will know the character Alan Partridge. The Day to Day was one of the comedy shows where he originated from. It was actually before he started doing things like Know Me, Knowing You and I'm Alan Partridge and stuff. And I was re-watching it for the billionth time a couple of weeks ago, and Bloomin' Mundungus Thingy-Bobby, you know Mundungus, we all know who I mean when I say Mundungus. The actor who played him showed up on it, and so I looked up his IMDb. He really hasn't done that much acting, guys, and so it was really, really cool to see him there. And that would have been, like, say, no more than 5... It would have been around 5 years before the Harry Potter movies started being made. And so, non-verbal role, by the way, he's just like in the background, basically. But yeah, I thought, oh, that's interesting that he showed up. That's my notes, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'm just about to do my outro then. We got a few hours to go before I can do my outro. So let's get over to chapter 22, The Unexpected Task, not The Unexpected Journey. That is the wrong franchise. Again, Raider Max, thank you so much for these summaries, and Jonas, thank you so much for these wonderful side panels. Professor McGonagall lets the class know that the Yule Ball is coming up as part of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, and afterwards tells Harry that the champions opened the ball with a dance. With their dance partner, which terrifies Harry. Fred and George want to borrow Pigwidgeon, but won't say to whom they want to send it. Him? It. Pigwidgeon. It's a he, right? I think Pigwidgeon's a he. I actually don't know. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Anyway, let's continue. Ron and Hermione argue about Ron's way of going about getting a date. Meanwhile, Harry works up the nerve to ask Cho, but she is already going with Cedric Diggory. Feeling beaten by Hufflepuff again, Harry returns to the common room to find Ron in a more embarrassed state. Ron had asked but didn't stay for the answer, Fleur Delacour, to the ball. We'll get to that. We'll get to all of it, guys. This is such a good chapter. Ginny tells the two that Hermione has a date, but Ron thinks she said that she's already got a date to get out of going with Neville. Hermione comes in, and Ron has the greatest revelations since the sun is warm. Hermione is a girl, which causes more arguing between the two. After learning Ginny is going with Neville, Harry and Ron finally end up going with Parvati and Padma. So there we go, guys. Over to my notes. And so, like I say, guys, both the chapters are brilliant. I think that there are parts of the movie which I slightly prefer, but the vast majority I think is done better in the book. I think there are. I think that it's such a weird bit in the movie, guys, because it's just like a huge long line, a huge long list of "aren't boys stupid" kind of stuff, which is fine, guys. Yeah, it's still very, very fun and everything. But watching that part of the movie isolated from the rest of the movie, that seems to be the joke in that part of the movie. Again, I still really like it, guys. I got completely and utterly confused by the weird sisters, but we'll get to that. So we start off in Transfiguration class, turning guinea fowls into guinea pigs. I've noticed, is this something, because is transfiguring a being or object or whatever easier if it's a pun? Because they tend to be puns, don't they? It's like, turning a pincushion into a hedgehog. Wasn't that once or something like that? I'm not sure. But they're always, like, quite punny. Or, like there's always some sort of joke in what's getting transformed. Not always. I think, oh my goodness, what the heck is his name? Scabbers got turned into a mug, didn't it? Or something like that. So, obviously, there's nothing there. But, yeah, they do tend to be quite punny. And McGonagall doesn't seem like the sort of person who would do that, but, maybe, like I say, maybe it is easier. Harry and Ron are sword fighting with Fred and George's fake wands, which have turned into a tin parrot and a rubber haddock, which is very nice. Rubber haddock may be a reference to Monty Python? Probably not. Probably not. McGonagall doesn't confiscate the wands, which actually really surprises me. I think it's because, basically the lesson is essentially over. I'm surprised that McGonagall would even allow fake wands to be brought to lesson, though, and I think that Harry thinks that he's going to get in trouble for having the headless haddock, as it remarks, when she calls him over. We find out the Yule Ball. So this is Harry being told about the Yule Ball. I think on his own at this point, because obviously in the movie you have the whole learning to dance lesson with McGonagall and everything, which is very interesting, guys, because it seems like in the book McGonagall is like really kind of against doing it, or at least doesn't want to let her hair down, as I think she refers to it. So yeah, that whole scene isn't in it. I like the scene in the movie, I've got to admit. Yeah. I like it. Actually, you know what I was saying about aren't boys stupid? That's actually a load of rubbish, because there are absolutely aren't girls stupid moments in it as well. The fact that the girls are actually moving in packs. In fact, there's one great shot, which I don't even remember seeing when I reacted to it, where Harry and Ron are doing their whole shtick about why do they always move in packs and everything, which is a line from the book. And then the camera looks from Harry's point of view to Cho, but she gets it's really hard to describe, guys. Surrounded isn't the right term. She basically disappears into a wall of Ravenclaws. It's a really clever shot, and all the Ravenclaws that are remaining are looking disgusted at him. It's a wonderful shot, and so that's obviously and then obviously you have the wonderful bit where it says that, where McGonagall says that the Yule Ball is at first and foremost a dance, and all the boys are like, oh god, all the girls are like. So yeah, I take it back about it's very It's mocking teenagers. That's what these chapters are doing. And no, sorry. In the movie, it's making fun of that age group. I think like that's probably the best way of putting it. So I take that back about the whole art boy stupid thing, because the girls in the movie are definitely getting their moments as well. So the Yule Ball is tied to the Tri-Wizard tournament. I didn't know that at all. I had no blooming clue. It may have been mentioned in the movie. I don't think it was. It may have been. It may have been. But another thing that I didn't know, guys, and this is going to sound stupid. I had no idea it was on Christmas Day. Or Christmas night. I had no idea. That was a revelation to me in this. Now I know it's called the Yule Ball, but I still didn't realise that it was actually... And that means that all... I think I assumed that it was before Christmas, and then everyone goes home for the Christmas. But no, guys, this is on Christmas. And so, because the Tri-Wizard tournament's here, like, so many more of Year 9 upwards, which is for the ages for... Year 9, did I say? Year 4. Did I say Year 9? I mean Year 4. Upwards. Are staying at Hogwarts over Christmas, which is to Harry very unusual, because obviously normally he's one of the only few, especially last year, in fact, with the old Christmas dinner. Although, no, it couldn't be just the champions. No, anyone from year 4 upwards can invite someone that's younger. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. It just seems a bit odd. If you're going to have an age limit, why not honour the age limit? Anyway, doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter. So yeah, I had no idea it was tied to the Tri-Wizard tournament. I really had no idea. Which makes it an incredibly rare thing. So I wonder if normally there is... Because what do they call it in American shows when it's like there's home? I've learned through watching Buffy, guys. There are so many of these sort of things when it comes to going through the school year. When I was at school in the UK, obviously, there was one night, and it was called Dinner and Dance. It's called the American term now. Over here, I just can't think what it is. Oh, come on, Veggie. But you know, like the prom. There we go. But yeah, prom, homecoming, all these. They're different things, aren't they? It's Buffy the Vampire Slayer made me realise that there are actually several in American schools. But yeah, in the UK there is one, and I assumed that this was the equivalent of the Dinner and Dance. You know. Either way. The ball is only for 4th years up. They can invite younger students. Why and why is my 2 questions there. I guess because it's more... So the ball is going to be more of a mature thing. Yeah. But allowing inviting of younger students is... I don't see why they would make that ruling. And also, it feels... I don't even know if the word convenience is useful here, because it's really only Ginny that gets invited that's younger, right? That we know of. Slytherins and other people were standing. Yeah. I don't know what the rules are, but either way, who cares? Right, so Lavender and Parvati are looking at... Actually, no, it is the class being told, isn't it? Because Lavender and Parvati, when they hear about the ball, actually look over to Harry and start giggling. Now, it's very interesting that in the movie, it's obviously Padma and Parvati the whole time. I got no real problem with that, because at this point, Lavender really isn't really a character. But then again, neither is Padma, but Padma will be via the ball soon, and so it does make sense how that changes. I got down here my notes. Is it not going to be Padma in the book? But no, it absolutely is Padma. I got down here, considering it's Lavender and Pravati, I'm surprised that they're not scared to go to the ball with Harry, quite frankly, considering, you know, considering how they eat up everything that Trelawney says. They're probably going to think, well, hang on, if he's going to die horrifically, I don't want to be, you know, in the collateral damage, you know. God. Yeah, so that made me laugh. The ball is on Christmas Day. I had no idea until read the book. Dress robes will be worn. This is McGonagall telling the class. It's not just Harry. I'm sorry. And so Ron having his dress robes, because in the movie he gets them halfway through the year, doesn't he? Or at least just before the ball is announced. Whereas in the book he's taking them to Hogwarts with him. It's very interesting that he doesn't question why and when he's taking them. Or maybe he did. I can't think. Maybe he did. But yeah, I feel like I've forgotten something here, guys. Because the fact that Molly thought, okay, we better get him to take the dress robes then, is thinking because the Triwizard Tournament's coming up. That's why. That's the only reason why she would be making sure that he's taking it, right? And so, in a way, it's a bit of a hint to Ron. Then again, people are already talking about it at that point, aren't they? So, yeah, I mean, Draco's talking about it, isn't he? So, you know, it's not exactly hush-hush at this point. McGonagall says, the Yule Ball is, of course, a chance for us all to let our hair down, she said with a disapproving voice. It's amazing. Now, I don't know if that is like she doesn't want to let her hair down, or she doesn't approve of students having an opportunity to let their hair down, you know. But then again, they're all nicely dressed and everything, and it all goes relatively well. It goes better in the book than it does in the movie, quite frankly. It really does. There is one really funny bit. I mean, I may as well mention it now, guys, because like I said, I've just watched the movie scene back. And I remember at the time thinking it hilarious. But it really doesn't make sense at all for the character. Hermione, in the book, is a badgerer. Not in a Hufflepuff way. But she badgers Harry and Ron about saying, come on, the egg and everything like this, and you need to do your homework and everything like that and everything. Whereas in the movie, it's specific, especially in this scene. But in other scenes, she's definitely more of a strict teacher with them. Like the bit where, in the book, like, you know, Hermione, like, so subtly, like, says, oh, have you got anything more important that you could be doing, Harry? Hey, the egg, yeah? That sort of thing. Whereas in the movie, just after the Yule Ball, we had that scene on that beautiful bridge. And Hermione is basically saying, Harry, you've still done it. She's like, she sounds really angry at him. And she does mellow as that scene progresses, but it starts off with her sounding furious at him. But you know, and movie Harry is so different there as well, because he's sort of like saying, yes, I know, I need to work it out. Whereas in the book, he's like, it's February when I need to work it out. I want to relax a little bit. He's just so much more real, guys. It really is. I mean, I know we talk about Hermione being so different. We talk about Ron being so different. We can't leave out the fact that Harry is so different in the book. And I feel like at this point in the movie, we are starting to see the more realistic side of it. I do feel like on the first couple of movies, he is kind of like this blank canvas of virtue and success, you know? I feel like, I mean, we talked about it in the previous, no, it was in this book, wasn't it? Where when Draco's mocking him about being in the tournament, and in the movie, he's like saying, your father is a nasty person, a big meanie. Whereas in the book, he goes for his frickin' mum. Harry's talking about Draco's mum in the book, and so that would never have been in the movie. That's not the character that Harry is in the movie, and he's also not the sort of person to Hermione like say, hey, I just had to fight a dragon. I want some time to chill out now, you know, and so yeah. Instead, yeah. I mean, that's irrelevant, guys, because there's a scene that isn't in the movie. Well, it is in the book, but it's done very, very differently, which we will get to when Cedric turns up later on. That was a long tangent right there, guys. I apologise. McGonagall calls Harry after the class. Here we go. And tells him that the ball always starts with the champions dancing with their partner. Harry imagines himself in a top hat. I really hope that is in the... is it called HBO Max or is it just called Max now? I think I've heard that it's just called Max now. But that channel, anyway, I really hope that when McGonagall tells him that, we do see inside his mind of like maybe like a da-da-da-da with a top hat. And that'd be amazing. Top hat and tails. It is what's expected of you as a Hogwarts champion. Now that's very interesting that McGonagall's saying it like that. I mean, it's cool. I guess because Harry is now past the first task, everyone is a little bit more like, okay, so he might be able to do all right, and he might actually survive. Okay, because up to this point, up to before the first task, McGonagall was really worried for Harry. You know, she was as worried as Hermione. It was the way that the book put it a little while ago, and also she was one of the absolute. I think she was actually the first person to say, "No, Harry obviously didn't put his name in. This is a setup." I think that she was actually the first person to say it calmly. And so her like saying it's what's expected of you as a Hogwarts champion is taking a lot of pride in Hogwarts, but also like saying, Harry, she's a lot less sympathetic to Harry now, and also I guess she just doesn't see it as being as a big thing as it is for Harry. But yeah, I just thought the way that she worded that was very, very interesting. So yeah, nearly everyone in year 4 upwards seems to be staying for Christmas this year, which I'm sure really annoyed a lot of families, particularly not Muggle families. Well, actually, that's interesting. 2 Muggles have a child who's a wizard. That's not a Muggle family. Hermione. What is Hermione's family? Wizard family. Muggle family. You can't say half magic. She's not. So what would you say? I guess it's just a magic family now. I have no idea. But yeah, whenever it's so like some big events happening and people can't go home for Christmas or choose not to go home for Christmas, my mind always does go straight to the Muggle parents, thinking, "Oh, it's going to be sad for them." Apart from Vernon and Petunia, of course, and the lovely Dudley, of course. But yeah, their Christmas present to Harry this year is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. We will get to it though. Girls keep looking at Harry and giggling again, guys. Very different than in the movie. It's just really Padma and Pravati, kind of. No, I think it is. I think that most of the girls look quite disgusted at Ron and Harry in the movie, as I remember. I could be wrong. And we do have that wonderful shot of, like I say, like Cho Chang sort of like just like being absorbed into other Ravenclaws. It's a very well done shot. So being invited by a champion, presumably, is very desirable. It's not so much. I guess that for a lot of them, obviously Virginia would be, but for a lot of girls, it would be. Oh, Harry Potter asked me, especially Wizarding families, full bloods, what you call them. It probably would be quite a big thing for Harry Potter to ask you, and no less than the fact that he's a champion as well. In the movie, I kind of get the feeling that isn't the case. Maybe I need to rewatch the scenes again, guys. But I just feel like Harry is getting like dirty looks, not like that, like negative looks from girls, but maybe it's just because Ron's there with. I don't know. Whatever it is, I definitely got a different impression from it than I'm getting from the book. That's for sure. If that's me being stupid, I don't know. Let's face it, it probably is. Who do you why do they always move in packs? How do you get? How are you meant to get one on their own to ask him? Line completely said in the movie, but the reply that Ron says to Harry isn't in the movie. And he suggests lassoing one, which is amazing. Would wizards know about lassos? Jeez, I asked the best questions, don't I? I guess there would be magical lassos. Why not? Although there is a magical term that is coming up shortly, guys, which I do question, and it's probably going to be a real long tangent. But there is a term which I just don't think the wizarding folk would use. But you're going to correct me, and I hope you do, guys. I always appreciate you correcting me. Either way, in the movie, it definitely felt like Ron and Harry were searching together. Yeah, they were. Don't know why I worded like that, but yeah, I guess, yeah. In the movie, I get the impression that we're meant to think that Harry is kind of seen as being a bit of a loser still. I don't like that term, guys. I don't know why I said that term, but you know, seen as being an unpopular person. I should say. Sorry, no, I shouldn't say loser. But in the book, it is like, you know, he's the boy who lived, but also, I mean, also he wins nearly every single Quidditch match he's ever played in. Which does go far, guys. If you don't believe me, look at the four pairs that we have as champions: Cedric, Cho, Harry, Fleur. I don't know. Fleur is a Quidditch player. I take that back. Davis, Roger Davis. So each of the pairings has at least one Quidditch superstar. Davis is the leader of Ravenclaw. If you didn't know, guys, which I presume you probably did. So, a curly-haired Hufflepuff. Oh yes, a curly-haired Hufflepuff asked Harry to the dance, and he was so taken aback by someone doing that he just like immediately blurted out no, which is sad because apparently she felt very embarrassed afterwards. But then again, Harry's being embarrassed pretty badly here as well, isn't he? I do feel sorry for the curly-haired Hufflepuff. I think it said that it certainly didn't name her, and so Harry doesn't know who it is. Hermione's words about Crumb keep coming up. Oh yes, coming to Harry. Sorry, so Harry keeps on. That's right. So Harry is being approached by these girls, asked to come along, but Hermione's words about Crumb keep seeping into his mind, saying they only like you because they only like him because he's famous. It's very interesting that came back, guys. We'll talk about Crumb, guys. In fact, there's something that Hermione says in the movie which I don't think is going to happen. It might do. It might do. But she describes what Crumb is like to be with. I don't think it'll happen. But I really like Crumb in this chapter, guys. I really do. It's the first time we blooming hear him talk, for goodness sake. But he seems like a good egg, in my opinion. Harry believes that Cedric told Hufflepuff to leave Harry alone after Harry helped them. In the movie, Cedric says that, hey, by the way, I've asked them to not wear the badges. After Harry has told him that what the first task is. So that could be Cedric, like, say, oh, by the way, I've done that and lying. I don't think he is lying. I think that he has been saying that. And for what I know with Cedric as a person, as a character, which, to be fair, guys, isn't actually that much. I am definitely assuming a lot. That he probably would have told them to stop it before the badges thing. I did think that maybe that might be Harry misjudging Cedric, but obviously we get a bit in a moment where that completely flips back to willful misjudgment. Either way. Yes, but I do prefer how in the movie Cedric, because things, it is important for the movie to quickly establish that Cedric is a good egg, ironically. In the book, it could... hearing Seamus say all these things, and I know... I think the vast majority of you disagree with what I said about Seamus. I feel like that is being used to make us... It's being said about Cedric in a way where no one would read it and think, well, that's probably what Cedric is like. We're meant to... I think that is actually being used as a very useful tool to make us like Cedric. At the same time, having our protagonist not like him for completely irrational reasons. And that is beautifully portrayed later on after the Cho scene in the book. It straight up says Harry is being... not a hypocrite, but Harry's being... immature about Cedric, I guess is probably the best way of putting it. And it's very well written, that part of it. We'll get to it, though. Skeeter still hasn't posted anything on Hagrid. Last time I did get asked what I think that Rita is up to, and I think I did answer. I'd imagine that she's using Hagrid to get more information on Harry. Turns out that's exactly what it was. Although the next chapter that we're covering is called Skeeter's Scoop or something like that. So that's going to be interesting to hear. Also, Rita Skeeter must have known. I mean, it's somewhere in my notes, guys, but it's no. Okay, spoiler alert to Harry Potter. If for some reason you haven't read the books or watched the movies and are watching this as your first ever portrayal as Harry Potter, my goodness, you are insane if you're doing that. But spoiler alert: Hermione is the one that goes with Crumb to the dance. Now, there is a scene in the movie, guys, where is when Ron gets his robes, and Hermione's reading the paper, like saying, "Oh, Rita's done it again." She's saying that I'm after Crumb, everything, and she looks like half embarrassed and angry, and I think we know why that. Oh, maybe not at that point, because we still have those weird bits where she's like looking at him on the beach and stuff. I say weird, guys. There's nothing weird about it. I just feel like it lingers a little bit too long. And like Crumb is like walking. He's like walking down the beach, like ridiculously relaxed, and then every now and then going. I don't know what that is. I'm guessing he's just about to go running, or just has been running, but he's making strange movements in that scene, I feel. It's not. I don't think it lingers too much, guys. I'm just being stupid, but yeah, there's something odd about the scene. But either way, so presumably that and that happens after this scene in the movie, guys. And so, if I'm reading this correctly, the movie is saying that Rita Skeeter has made something up about Crumb being interested in Hermione. We then have the scene on... It's not a beach, it's a pebble beach. It's not on the beach, it's next to the lake. Bank, there we go. We then have the scene where Crumb is making his crazy movements on the beach, on the bank, with all the other girls chasing him, and he looks over at Hermione. Now, that to me suggests that he still hasn't asked her and is going to ask her. Or is it saying that he already has asked her at that point? Because she's giving him the same look that she gave him when he put his name into the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore said calmly. So I'm guessing at that point he hasn't. But Rita ends up being right! This is all movie exclusive, guys. Rita Skeeter writes in the Prophet that Hermione has set her eyes on Victor Crumb. We then have this scene on the bank. Then she goes to the dance to him. So did Rita know? Or had Hermione already been asked at that point? No, she could have been asked at that point. The ball hadn't even been announced at that point, Veggie. So what's going on? Rita's a clairvoyant. She's been talking with Trelawney. Right. The order in the movie. There is no ball. Hermione's reading the paper saying, Rita Skeeter's saying that I've set my eyes on Victor Crumb. Ron receives the robes. We then get explained about the ball coming up. Hermione's surprised that it's a ball. In fact, her facial reaction is one of the best. It's like to the fact that it's a ball. We then get the bit on the bank where Crumb is walking along like this. And Hermione looks at him for too long. She doesn't look at him for too long. So does that... So how did Rita know? Because she was... Okay, setting eyes. Being invited to the dance doesn't mean that you want to, you know, marry and like stay with the person forever, guys. Look at Ron and Padma. But Rita must have picked up on something. And I don't think that Hermione and Crumb... I mean, I think that Crumb definitely fancies Hermione. I feel like Hermione was absolutely taken aback and is delighted to go with Crumb. But Rita somehow predicted... No, it's not even a prediction. She said that there was something there, and then something happened which really suggested that it was. Am I making any sense right here, guys? It's the order. There is no ball announced. Hermione's reading a paper saying about how apparently her eyes have been set on Victor Crumb. The ball gets announced. We get the bit on the bank, which I am clearly the only person in the world thinks is a bit of an odd scene. It's not. It's a funny scene. And then she's invited by Crumb. So, I mean, that's pretty good work by Rita, right? I don't actually have no idea if she's at the ball. I don't think she was actually mentioned or anything, but if she was at the ball, she should be blooming punching the air. She got that so right. Anyway, enough waffle, guys. And if you think that's a long waffle, guys, wait until my next note. But we've got one more note here saying, oh, you should have asked Snape. Oh no, I don't know what that means. Oh no, you should have asked Snape. It's a really funny bit. Okay, I need to look up what that means because I remember that bit being really funny. Oh, she should have asked Snape. So it's about Rita. So they're basically the trio is talking with Hagrid about how Rita wasn't interested in the Fantastic Beasts or Where to Find Them. And I think Ron says it, or Harry may have said it. No, I think it was Harry. He said, well, she should have asked Snape if she wanted dirt on me. Imagine if Snape had been asked that, he would have thought it's blooming Christmas. Yeah, that would have been absolutely amazing. We hear that the Weird Sisters have been booked for the ball. This is like big news to like Wizarding folk, Wizarding families and everything. Obviously to Harry and Hermione. You'd imagine at least Harry, but probably Hermione as well. It's sort of like not exactly sure what the big deal is. As soon as I heard the Weird Sisters, I instantly thought of the Dangerous Brothers. Does anyone know what that is? So you know Rick Mail, who I go on about all the time, guys. It is 10th death anniversary a couple of weeks ago, guys. That's so weird to me. But him and his comedy partner Adrian Emerson, who shows up in The Last Jedi, weirdly. That was so strange to me because me and my brother like big Bottom fans and Young One fans on all the shows that Rick Mail and Adrian Emerson saw. In fact, we've seen them live a few times. Watching The Last Jedi, and then the first scene is like the camera like pulls back and it's like a Imperial or whatever they're called, I can't remember what they're called, officer looking out into the stars, and they turn around and it's Adrian Emerson. It's like, what the hell's going on? That's a compute. But yes, the Dangerous Brothers was something that Rick Mail and Adrian Emerson did kind of before they were famous, like one of their very, very, very early things. It was before the Young Ones, in fact. And they're great guys. You can find them on YouTube. There will be there will be comedy violence in it. I'll put it like that. There are a lot of comedy violence, but they're just like completely ridiculous characters, like doing some sort of like presentation or performance, which always ends up with them getting very, very hurt. So yeah, when I heard Weird Sisters, for some reason I instantly thought of Dangerous Brothers. And of course, Rick Mail was the person who apparently filmed scenes for Peeves. No, guys. I feel like I would pay a pretty good amount to watch that, to watch the test footage of that. Seriously, I actually would. Rick Mail, absolute idol of mine when I was young. Either way, now here we go, guys. Are you ready for me to get very, very sidetracked? Wizarding wireless network. Now, one of those words does not compute for me, guys, ironically. Wireless. The thing is that the Wizarding World does have technology. But would it use wires? It feels like, I'm trying to think in Harry Potter when we would see wires, guys. We see like big light bulb machines and stuff like that all the time. But I always assumed that the network would, via the radio and everything, would be via magic. But is that why they're using the radio in Deathly Hallows then? Because it's not magical. Okay, so to me, when that word came up, guys, I was taken aback. Now, yes, I'm an idiot, okay? But the word wireless seems like such an un-wizard word term. I don't think they'd use it. Let's move on, because I could seriously talk for another 20 minutes on that subject. But yeah, the fact that the word wireless is being used in the wizard world, it's so odd. You think about how excited Arthur is about really basic technology from the Muggle world. Surely they don't use wires and stuff. Sure, they would use like cables and tunnels and pipes, but the word wireless really suggests Muggle technology. To me, it does. Anyway, and only me. Let's move on, because it just felt wrong to me, and I don't know why, because I'm an idiot. So we're getting towards Christmas, guys. Towards the end of term. Flipwork is allowing his class to play games, which is very, very excellent. That's not really a thing at primary school. I don't think we ever did it at secondary school. I'm not sure. At the end of terms and everything. Sorry, my scarf was a bit too tight there. I could barely breathe. Right. He talks to Harry about the summoning charm that he used in the first task. That's a lovely little detail, guys. The fact that he's probably like quite impressed with Harry choosing that or whatever like that. Obviously, I don't know if Harry said yeah. Well, he probably no, because that would get Hermione into trouble, wouldn't it? But I was going to say maybe he gave credit to Hermione. Professor Binns is still teaching about the Goblin Rebellions, plural. I thought it was a singular, but no, it's plural. This line here, guys. Binns hadn't let his own death get in the way of continuing to teach. Now that's a brutal line. Now I don't know how much Harry knows about Binns, because obviously that line is from Harry's mind. But that would suggest that Binns was a teacher before he died, which is very interesting. I don't know how common that would be. Presumably not very common, because all the other professors at Hogwarts are alive. But yeah, for a teacher to continue teaching after death, I mean, good on him, quite frankly. It's also quite a rude thing for Harry to think as well. I guess, in a sense, he sees death. This is the weird thing. Harry doesn't look at Binns and think, oh, he's a ghost, just like my parents would be. He sees ghosts as being... No, sorry, I was going to say he does. That's not true at all. The book always portrays ghosts in a kind of comical way. Even with the Bloody Baron, because he's obviously scaring Peeves and everything like that. But all the other ghosts tend to be tends to be something wacky or a bit comical about them now, and Binns no exception. The fact that he's so boring, apparently. But for Harry to think that line about Binns hadn't let his own death get in the way of continuing teaching, I don't know. It feels a little bit disrespectful, but it's a great line though, either way. And again, we don't know if Harry knows Binns' history, so he may just assume that he's a teacher before. it's obviously that there's another potions class. It says Harry would no sooner let them play games in class than he would adopt Harry, which is an amazing line. He is still teaching poison antidotes, guys. I mean, I get that is a big part of his lesson, but it's been years, hasn't it? I mean, Trevor's Toad scenario was in the previous book. So I'd say years, yeah. But yeah, like poison antidotes tends to be like the main focus of this class for quite a while now, in my opinion. Back in the common room, Ron's building a card castle out of exploding snap cards or exploding snape cards. It could explode at any second, which is exciting. And when it comes to how they explode, it does. Well, we'll get to it, guys. But I didn't think that the explosion would actually do harm. Now, granted, it doesn't hurt Ron, but it does singe his eyebrows, and so I didn't think the cards would actually be that bad. But then again, having your eyebrows singed, presumably in the Wizarding World, isn't that bad a thing. Yeah. As in, they would grow right back, maybe. I'm not sure. Harry hasn't taken the egg out. Yeah, so Harry hasn't taken the egg out of the chest that he put it into since the day that he got it, which does surprise me, guys. That is... That I don't know how long it has been, but even if it's like a week or something, that does surprise me, you know. Hermione is on at him about solving and keep like bringing up saying, Harry, you know, you're gonna feel really foolish with the only one you can't work out and everything. And and I think that it's I think it's Ron who like says hang on a second, guys. I just realised my phone was unlocked and I'm on Twitter, so I want to make sure I haven't accidentally liked a bunch of stuff. Not that you can see likes anymore. The column's still there for whatever reason. Nope, the last thing I liked was someone saying that Triple H's My Time theme is by far his best. Is one of their favourites wrestling themes. It's my opinion that Triple H's entrance theme, My Time, is by far Triple H's best entrance theme by a mile. And I like his other ones, guys, but before it was all Motorhead, he had a much better theme. Wrestling talk, guys. Always got to be a little bit. Always got to be a little bit of wrestling talk in these videos. Right. I better check I accidentally retweet stuff. Leaving your phone unlocked in your pocket on Twitter is a dangerous thing, guys. No. The last thing I tweeted was saying that it's a big record day today. And I wasn't lying. Sorry. Okay, now this is pathetic, guys. Okay. Put the phone down, Veggie. Right. So I think Ron like says to Hermione about how, you know, he needs to like relax and everything. I think it might be Harry who says it though, because then the castle does explode and his eyebrows get singed. Oh, okay. Yeah, and it's Fred and George. I thought it was Harry that said this, but it's not. Fred and or George says, "Nice look, Ron. That'll go well with your dress robes." Poor Ron. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was Harry who said that. It's very interesting in the movie, guys, regarding the dress robes, because he's trying to like console Ron to an extent. Console's probably the wrong word, but sort of like downplay how bad it looks. Whereas in the book, he doesn't really do that. Not really. I don't think he does. I could be wrong. I should just end each of my sentences with "I could be wrong" in these book reviews. George asks if he can borrow Pigwidgeon. Ron asks why. And Fred says because he wants to invite him to the ball. It's amazing. Him, there we go. That answers that. And then George says because we want to send a letter, you stupid great prat. Real good way of getting to borrow a pigeon. Although Ron at this point has already said that Pigwidgeon is actually already engaged. Not in that way. Has a prior engagement. Fred asks Angelina to the ball. In the movie, like he like throws a bit of paper at her, but in the book, and he's also silent because it's in. I'm guessing it's meant to be studying. I don't know. It's odd that they're all together. I'm guessing it's just like a mass study session. In the movie where like he mimes going to the dance and Angelina agrees, whereas in the book it's so much more casual on both sides of it. It's basically course across the common room. Angelina, want to go to the ball with me? And she says, yeah, all right. It's great. But the movie version's good as well. I like that scene in the movie, guys. And for the first time, and this is probably a good thing, for the first time, I mean, I love Snape in that scene. I think it's hilarious, quite frankly. Our Snape, the book Snape, would that just end him at all? He would be waiting to take points away from Gryffindor if Ron or Harry started talking. So yeah, it's a hilarious scene, but that really made me realise that for a while now, I see Snape as not being Alan Rickman. And I'm glad that we got there, guys. But at the same time, I love Alan Rickman's Snape. It's a great character. Different character, but great character. That is great. Where he probably grabs Harry and Ron's heads and like shoves them down and everything. Either way. Ron says that he doesn't want him and Harry to be going with a couple of trolls, and Hermione takes exception to that straight away, which I'm not surprised. I mean, yeah, and Ron says he would rather go alone than with Eloise Midgen, who I didn't realise is actually very often there are actors that we just assume are people like oh god, what is it? Is her name Emma from Hufflepuff? It's never explicitly said this is Emma. I don't think it is. Is it Emma? I can't remember. The blonde Hufflepuff who was going in the previous thing. But Eloise Midgen, we'd heard about previously in this book about how she tried to cure her acne with a charm. I'm sure that's her, isn't it? I'm sure that's her. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is her. No, yeah, because Hermione says her acne has actually started clearing up and everything, so it is definitely a reference to her. In the movie, guys, I don't remember this line at all, but watching it back, he's blooming horrible about Eloise Midgen in the scene where they all find out about the dance and everything. He says something. I think he says something about her weight. To be honest, so and that is important. It is important to have these moments where, because Ron is clearly a really rude Peter S in this scene in the book and in the movie. You can say that you don't want to go to a dance with someone. You don't have to list out the reasons why and everything. It's definitely cruel. Granted, it's not being done. It's not being said to Eloise, but saying it behind her back is not much better in my opinion. Anyway. And Hermione says, "Oh, so you're just going to take the best looking girl you can, even if she's horrible." And Ron says, yeah, that's about right." That's so interesting, guys, because is Ron winding Hermione up there a bit? Because that's such a... or is he literally saying, yes, that is right? I don't know, I feel like there's a part of that which is Ron winding her up a little bit. Maybe. But presumably, Hermione sat there waiting for presumably Ron or Harry to blow and ask her. I didn't actually get to the blooming point earlier on, did I? So I was saying earlier on about how in the movie Hermione is like a strict teacher rather than a badgering friend when it comes to Harry and Ron. The point I was actually building up to in that point is the moments which is a movie exclusive where she's just shouted at... It is Hermione shouting at Ron in the movie, whereas in the book it's both of them shouting at each other, which I much prefer. But Hermione is shouting at Ron about pluck up the courage to invite me next time. I don't think she said pluck up the courage in the book, but invite me before someone else does next time. I'm pretty sure that's what's said in the book. And then like Ron says, well, that's missing the point. And then says Harry, and then like turns around and Harry's come in from the deleted scene, and she basically tells them both to go to bed without any supper, you know. The way she does that, it's, again, the strict teacher thing. It's a really sad scene in the movie, guys. I'm guessing that bit is quite funny, the way she's like basically telling Harry off. But it is literally for nothing. I guess because she's been so hurt by Ron that she's just gone into her teacher role. But yeah, it's watching that scene back, guys. I mean, she literally like breaks down on the stairs at the end of it, guys. Not breaks down, but she's in tears and everything. And she like says how Ron spoiled everything and everything. In the movie, this is, I'm happy to report, I don't think that is the case in the movie. I feel like they had the argument because Ron probably carried on talking about Veggie, as he refers to her in the book. And Hermione like snapped, and they started having this pitch argument against each other. Again, in the movie, it really feels like Hermione's telling Ron off, and Ron is very, very casually like saying, "Oh yeah, what's that?" Like, yeah. Whereas in the book, it's definitely that Ron is as angry as Hermione is. But we'll get to that, guys. I just want to mention that because earlier on, I was going to mention that moment, and I completely forgot and talked about the bridge moment instead. So I need to be deleting these as I go. Oh, no, brilliant. Okay, so into the last chunk here. So, the suit of armors have been charmed to sing Christmas carols. I got down here, that would be cool if it's in Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know if there is Christmas in Hogwarts Legacy, but that would be a nice addition. But that wouldn't make much sense because, according to Harry, who's been at Christmas for every year at Hogwarts since, this is something that is being done because the Tri-Wizard tournament is on, and so they've gone out of their way to spruce up Hogwarts for the season. And so, if it wasn't a Hogwarts Legacy, it wouldn't make sense. That would have been cool. That would have been cool. If we ever get a Hogwarts Legacy 2, it would be really cool for it to be a year where there is a Tri-Wizards tournament. Oh, that would be cool. And it just be a part of the story, obviously not completely part of it. You know what I would love, and I feel like they can't really do it now because they've already done an older student. I think they should have started with a student who's Muggle born, not born to Muggles, I should say, and discovering that Hogwarts is a thing, and then going to Diagon Alley to buy their stuff and everything. That would have been a lot of work though, and a lot of scenes which wouldn't be used much. Yeah. But if they were to do another Hogwarts Legacy, I personally would like them to go young. I think that would be cool if they had first years. I really do. I feel like they'd go so much more into the whimsy that is the first two movies, and not so much into the conspiracy that is in Hogwarts Legacy, the storyline. And yes, we need to return to Hogwarts Legacy. I'm so sorry for the wait on the live streams. Probably I'm going to wait until the weather cools back down a bit. But yeah, no, if there's a cold weekend coming up, I could do. Yeah, I need to stop putting off, guys. I really do. I'm so sorry. So yes, Peeves has been hiding inside the suits of armor, and like whenever the carol singers can't remember the lyrics, he'll like insert his own rude ones. I got down here, does Harry actually plan on asking Cho in the movie? I don't think he actually does. Because we got the bit with the juice, where he's drinking the juice and then smiles and it all comes running down his face. I think it's water, actually. At the start of the scene, where Hermione talks about Rita Skeeter writing about her, and then Ron getting the robes again. Again, let's not go back into all that waffle. Then when he's saying about how do you corner one to like get them on their own to ask and everything, he then does immediately see Cho, but it doesn't scream, okay, I am going to pursue Cho. Whereas in the book, it really is. He's waiting to pick his moments to ask Cho. And in the movie, when he does ask Cho, it is a spontaneous thing because he's just going up the tower to the owls, and Cho just happens to be there, and it's a lovely scene. I really like how it's done and everything. One little criticism is that Harry has just climbed the steps, and then Cho says, "Oh, be careful the steps." Just done it. Sorry, I guess she means all the way back down. So weird to think that she ends up being Caitlin from Arcane, guys. This is the first time that we've actually heard Cho talk, isn't it, in the movies? And she hadn't done much talking in the books either, quite frankly. But, I know, talking to Harry, sorry. Because obviously, pumpkin pasty. But yeah, she went on to be a very good voice actor, guys. Arcane, I go on about it all the time, guys. But yeah, one of the reasons why I decided to, okay, let's check out Arcane was because I found out that Pumpkin Pasty was on it. And I wanted to hear what she's like now. And she's brilliant in it. She's very good. I mean, some of the voice acting in Arcane is phenomenal, guys. There is a very young performer. I don't know how old she. Oh, I think she was like 11 or 12 or something like that when she voiced her character in it. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but there is a very distressing scene for that character. And my God, it's like she's not even acting, guys. Seriously, it's a fantastic performance. I'm not talking about Cho Chan's voice actor. Sorry, this is someone else who in Arcane, when she was recording, I think she was 12 or something like that. And that scene, she's so good in it. So yeah, the voice acting in Arcane is next level, and Pumpkin Pasty is excellent in it as well. I should really say, I call Pumpkin Pasty because that's what she orders in the movie, guys. Because if you haven't seen my movie reactions, it wouldn't make much sense at all. I was devastated when I found that scene wasn't in the movie. In the book, my goodness. So yeah, he basically decides where he's with like Hermione and Ron, and he just thinks, okay, screw it, I'm going to go and ask her now. And he basically hunts her down in the castle, and like it says that he finds her sooner than he was expecting. And like says Cho, can I speak to you? While she's surrounded by this wall of Ravenclaws. And here's my line of these chapters, guys. Giggling should be made illegal. I actually tweeted that out when I got to that part of the book. I love that line so much. Because all the girls around Cho start giggling immediately. Cho doesn't giggle though. I guess they could be giggling because they know what's going to happen. But yeah, giggling should be made illegal. That is an amazing line that Harry thinks to himself. This scene is similar to the movie scene, but obviously it's not in the tower, and Harry's actually taken the initiative to actually go and find Cho, because in the movie, like I say, you see he's like, okay, it's now or never. I need to ask. Whereas in the movie, he actually goes to find her. And obviously Cho says that she's already been invited. In the movie, she like says a couple of times, like says, Harry, I really am sorry, and I get the impression that she's kind of regretting, like a part of her is regretting the fact that she's going with Cedric already. I get the impression in the movie that is kind of what it's hinting at. In the book, not at all, because again she says sorry at least twice. I feel like she says sorry 3 times, in fact. I really am sorry. Like, it feels like she's trying to say something by saying that, you know. And then, you know, in the book, Harry like says, "Who are you going with?" And Cho says Cedric. Oh yes, yeah, sorry. And so, yeah, so when like Harry is like, you know, been turned down and is heading back, he says that's how he, and it's unfortunate because he'd actually started to like Cedric. He was prepared. He was prepared to overlook that he had beaten him at Quidditch once. That's his words, not mine. That's the way it words it there, guys. I've got to know, if Harry only lost because he was knocked out, why would he hold the loss so much against Cedric? I feel like that's a fair point. Cedric, who he knows wanted a rematch or didn't want to take the W. He knows that Cedric fought that. And so that there is... I feel like when I first read this part about, you know, overlooking the fact that Cedric beats him at Quidditch, when I first read that, I was, you know, my blood was, you know, warm, heating up again, guys. But this is clearly an effort by the author to show the fact that Harry is just furious that he can't take Cho to the dance, and because of that, is holding everything against Cedric. And so I appreciate this part. Yeah, because now he suddenly realised that Cedric was in fact a useless pretty boy who didn't have enough brains to fill an egg cup. I've got down here self-aware. I think it absolutely is self-aware. It's definitely the author saying Harry's being, you know, a sulky git about this, essentially. But also you kind of get the impression that Harry also knows that he's being a bit pathetic here. Although I'm not sure if he does, because there is something that he thinks at the end of the next chapter, which would be contrary to that. Yeah, very interesting, very interesting. Either way, great line. Oh no, don't delete that. There we go. So Harry gets back to the common room, and Ron is being comforted by Ginny. He asked Fleur to the ball. Much prefer this scene in the book than in the movie, guys, because they went a little bit too comical with it, as they do with a lot of Ron scenes in the movies. But also, it misses out on Fleur's personality as well. Now, Max said that Ron didn't hang around in his blood, which is often comical, guys, and so shouldn't be taken as Max's actual opinion, which we will be covering in the book club. But it says how Ron asked but didn't stay for the answer to Fleur. That's not my interpretation of it in the book. In the movie, it says they basically shouted at her and then ran away, I think, or passed. He didn't pass out, did he? But he basically shouted and left. Whereas in the book, my interpretation of what actually happened is that Ron went up to Fleur, asked her to the ball. It does say that she was currently talking with Cedric, and so it may have been that she didn't hear him, or didn't hear the question. But I think, knowing what I know about Fleur, it could be like her giving an expression of, "What are you talking about?" and then Ron leaving. That's my interpretation of it, because Fleur, I mean, in the next chapter she's still blooming complaining, guys, and so it's so cool to hear this side of Fleur, guys, because she is so without character, and Crumb is as well. We'll get into it in the next chapter, guys, but Fleur is so without character, and her, like, you know, the fact that Ron screamed at her, and then we didn't hear what Fleur's reaction was to it at all, just takes away from Fleur to me. So in my interpretation, Fleur did look at him with a disgusted look at the thought of it, and that says so much more about her personality, guys. A personality which essentially doesn't exist in the movie. And, you know, a negative personality is better than no personality. That's my opinion. We'll see how she is moving on, guys. But yeah. And also, Ron's been carried in by Ginny and someone else and everything. They went full camp with the scene, but it then removed. Like, Ginny's personality in this scene is completely gone as well. Oh God, guys, it's certain characters are just stripped down of any personality sometimes. But Ginny here is awesome. I really like the way that she basically stands up for Neville here. And also turns the knife as well when Hermione comes in asking what's wrong with Harry and Ron. We get a bit of Ginny personality, whereas in the movie she's just going, oh Ron. Anyway, not a criticism to the actors, obviously. I just feel like the writing and the choices made, like having Ron having to be carried in. I didn't like it, guys. I mean, I liked it when I first watched it, but knowing what the text said originally, I definitely prefer the book version. And yeah, Ginny is comforting Ron here. He asked Fleur to the ball. She was talking to Cedric at the time. She didn't even answer. Now that you see, that's the term that Ron says. He says she didn't even answer. Now that to me could mean one, Ron panicked and ran before she had a chance, and is just confirmation biasing in his mind. That's what happened. Or she looked at him and didn't answer, or she literally didn't hear him. I think that there are three answers there. My personal interpretation of it is that Fleur did look at him and was like, "What?" and didn't answer because she was so disgusted by the idea. Poor Ron and everything, but I feel like, you know, that's Fleur. What we know about Fleur, guys, she's not the most subtle person in the world now, and it's possible that she wasn't meaning to be rude. She could have just been taken aback by it. But for her to not, in my head, she definitely heard the question and she chose to not answer, or at least she didn't answer because she was surprised by it or whatever. That's my interpretation of the moment. Ginny stops smiling when Harry says that he asked Cho. She asked Cho, and she was going with Cedric. We then find out basically. I think they do. Ron and Harry do like say, well, we can't be the only ones, and Neville, to not have a date and everything. And we find out from Ginny that to not ask anyone. And then we find out that Neville had asked Hermione, which is very interesting, guys. I think that you guys may have told me that in my movie reaction, in fact. But yeah, that's very, very interesting. And Hermione told Neville that she was already going with someone. I think she probably would have gone with Neville if she hadn't already been asked. I actually do feel like she would have. Let me know what you think that, guys. But I think she would have done. Ron believes she said that just to get out of going with Neville, so to made up the fact that she was going with someone. And Ginny tells Harry and Ron to stop laughing, so presumably they're laughing at this point. To stop laughing at that. At this point, I think, well, hang on, is Ginny going to ask Neville in spite of Ron and Harry here? You know, I felt like that's what was going on. I felt because they're being mean about Neville, is she going to feel sorry for Neville and say, hey, do you want me to take me to the ball? I'm delighted to tell you guys that is not the case, and I'll explain why in a second. Yeah, so after hearing that about, you know, stop laughing at Neville like that from Ginny, I got down here. I kind of like the idea that he was braver than Ron and Harry, and had asked her and had asked her in an earlier scene. Luckily, that is actually what happened. Harry and Ron still laughing. Ginny, because of this, when Hermione comes in, when they're still laughing at the idea of Neville being turned down by Hermione through a lie, Ginny tells Hermione that they'd just both been turned down. I think it said that she had to, like, you know, that it was said clearly to shut them up, basically. So I got down here, good for her. Ron starts staring at Hermione as if he was seeing her in a whole new light, which is literally the case. Well, not really, not a whole new light. Well, that's the thing, because if that is the case, and that does contrary, that means that when he stepped it up for her in the Mudblood scene, then there was no affection there. But of course, this is Harry's interpretation of what Ron's expression, isn't it? I got down here, the moment, but I feel like we have had other moments previously. And yeah, so in the movie, sorry, in the book, Ron says, Neville was right, you are a girl. Which is amazing. Yeah, I thought that moment would be, that line would be a movie exclusive. Sure, it's slightly different in the movie. But yeah, adding the fact that Neville was right, you are a girl, that is harsh. That is actually unpleasant. God. So yeah, Ron says, you can come with one of us to Hermione. Oh, down here, so rude. Again, he's not asking. In the movie, he does ask. He goes to ask before Snape smacks him over the back of the head. But he basically says, Hermione, you're a girl. Do you want to? And then he starts doing that, which is, you know, I'm hoping she saw what Fred was doing, or George. No, Fred wasn't. But yeah. So yeah, in the movie he does go to ask her, but it is obviously too late. But yeah, when he says you can come with one of us, it's all like so dismissive. It's is it sexist? It's definitely rude to say, hey, you can come with me. Yeah, imagine if I feel like there is something sexist about it. Imagine if Harry, when he got the courage to go up to Cho, took her aside and said, you can come with me to the dance. That is sexist, right? It's like saying, you won the prize. I'm not even sure that is sexist. It's narcissistic. Okay, let's go narcissistic. But yeah, this idea of, I have now decided that you are doing this. It's so disrespectful. But yeah, like I say, in the movie, I think he does actually go to actually ask her. I don't think he says, you can come with me. I'm pretty sure he says, do you want to? And then Snape interrupts. Oh my goodness. I'm all over the place, guys. But we are getting right up to the end of this chapter, though. No, right, you go. I thought to me, you can come with us, rude Ron. Does the movie scene have Ron ask for ideas? Yeah. Now, in my memory, I misremember this scene completely. I thought they did the whole sitcom joke of somebody really wanting to be asked to do something, and then like the person saying, "Oh, I've got an idea, Hermione. Can you think of anyone that I could go with?" I misremembered it completely. I thought that that's what Ron did in it. It's in Blackadder, as I remember, where I think it's when Blackadder needs a best man or something like that in the second series, and Percy, not that Percy, is like desperate to be his best man. And like Blackadder like says, Percy, we've known each other for so long and everything. Can you think of anyone that could be my best man? Blackadder's great, guys. And a lot of Harry Potter people in it. Rita Skeeter is the queen in that series, in fact. Blackadder the second, one of the best. Blackadder third is very good. And fourth is excellent. They're all great in their own way. If you're going to check out Blackadder, I would not recommend first series yet. Watch it maybe last. Yeah, probably start off with season 2. But yeah, 2, 3, and 4 are all great. And of course the Christmas one as well, which has even more Harry Potter actors in it. And so yeah, upon like saying you can come with one of us, she says, just because it's taken you 3 years to notice I'm a girl. Which is a great line. I feel like I've missed part of my notes here, guys. But yeah, basically, Hermione says that she has already been asked, and I'm pretty sure storms out. It does kind of remind me of a really good bit in Buffy season 1, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I should say, when Xander, who is our Ron, he is our Ron essentially. He is Ron of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Finally, he gets the courage to ask Buffy out on a date, and Buffy is like to a dance, or like not to a dance, but like some sort of event that's going on. And Buffy like says, "You're one of my best friends. I just don't see you in that way." It's a very well acted scene, and then Xander gets very petulant, and you see that it really hurts Buffy as well. It's a very good scene, guys. It's a very good scene. The subtleties of the characters in Buffy is not something which I expected at all, guys. But yeah, it's a really good scene. And then afterwards, Xander is talking with Willow, who is someone who has kind of always wanted Xander to ask her out. And he's basically said about how it went so badly with Buffy and everything, and then says, "Oh, Willow, you and I can go," and everything like that. And in any other instance, Willow would be like, "Oh yeah, that's great. I've been waiting for this day for Xander to ask me out on a date." But in this instance, it's like, just you got turned down by Buffy, and so now you're asking me. It's that is another brilliant scene as well, and so obviously she turns him down as well. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. But obviously it's not completely like that because Hermione has actually already been asked out on the date. And so, but it did remind me of that. It's a good scene in the first series, guys. First series? I swear it's the first series. Yeah. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. So then Ron, in his narcissistic way again, says to Ginny, "You can go with Harry." He doesn't like say, he doesn't like say, "Harry, why not ask Ginny?" Or Ginny. Yeah, he doesn't ask Ginny. He basically says, "You can go with Harry." He doesn't ask Harry, to be fair, either. Then we find out that Neville actually did ask Ginny, which makes me so happy. Pardon me. So happy, guys, because that does mean that he was braver than Ron and Harry, and had already asked 2 people, let alone 1, before they did, because that's represented in the great bit where all the boys are like covering their eyes and everything when they're meant to be pairing up with the girls for the dance, and Neville is the first one to stand up and go. We did then get him like dancing around in the room on his own and everything. That is a bit, I guess, because Neville is a comedy character, guys. In my interpretation, it's so interesting. I feel like I'm the only person who felt like the line that he said about I can't remember what it was, but the line that he, where he's bamboozled after the moody defense against the dark arts class. It says something about wondering what's for dinner, but says it completely wrong and everything. I think I'm the only one who thinks that there's even meant to be a slight bit of humour in there. But apparently not. I think the vast majority of people said that line is meant to be deadly serious. There's not meant to be any humour in that at all. That's not how I see that line at all, guys. I feel like there absolutely was meant to be a tinge of humour of Neville's being Neville again, So yeah, I don't like the bit where he's like dancing around in the room afterwards, because it kind of like takes away from the fact that Neville was the first one. It's Neville being a Gryffindor, guys, more than the rest. He's the first one to pluck up the courage to actually go and step up and be a part of the class, and then ask Ginny. Now, granted, in the book, he does start stepping on her feet at the ball, but that's fine. But yeah, I'm so glad that Neville did actually ask Ginny. I actually really am, because when I found out that when I was getting the impression that Ginny may have asked Neville earlier on, when she's like saying stop laughing and everything like that, I was thinking, does that mean that Ginny's going to ask Neville? Because that does kind of take away from Neville. But I'm so glad that he did actually ask. Harry asked Pravati. So Lavender is already going with Seamus, which is interesting. And like Harry says, can you think of anyone that is willing to go with Ron? And Pravati says, well, what about Hermione? Now that's very interesting, guys. Now we know that Hermione and Pravati definitely have different interests. Let's put it like that. And they have had a bit of friction before with the whole rabbit situation and everything. But I think that is a very interesting line. Because I think that could suggest that Hermione may have, and this is completely my my brain coming up with this. I feel like there's a small chance that it's possible that the reason why Pravati suggested Hermione is because Hermione had hinted at something, or had maybe talked highly of Ron, and Pravati's thinking, oh, okay, you fancy him. Or maybe Hermione's just straight up said it, you know? I feel like Pravati's thinking Hermione because, well, Hermione fancies Ron. Rather than, well, you're always hanging out together. That's my interpretation of this moment, is that Pravati's thinking, well, Hermione fancies Ron, so wouldn't that work out? But obviously Harry and Ron are completely oblivious to that fact. She says that she'll ask Padma if she's willing to go with Ron. Harry thinks to himself that he hopes that Padma's nose is dead center, because when talking about Eloise, earlier on Ron said that her nose is off center as well, so it's a reference to, you know, hoping that Ron's not going to kick off about her nose or anything like that. It's interesting. Does that mean that Harry hasn't even seen or doesn't even recognize Padma's face? You know, so that's very, very interesting. And you'd presume that's the case with Ron as well. Obviously, in the movies, Padma. We always go on about this, guys. Padma is Gryffindor in the movie, right? Hang on, I need, because I swear I bring this up every single time. Padma, different house in the movie. Potter. Padma was a witch. Ravenclaw House Gryffindor in the film's continuity. Yeah, so apparently in the movie she is Gryffindor, which is weird because I don't see why they'd do that. Because Ravenclaws can go in the common room, can't they, with Gryffindors? They just have to be invited in with someone who has the password. Right? Or is it the case that the other houses can't know the password? Do we ever have anyone in someone else's common room? Well, obviously the Polyjuice scene in Chamber. But yeah, Padma in the movie is a Gryffindor. And obviously she's a Ravenclaw in the movie. So yeah, presumably Ron has never seen Padma either, but at least they both have dates now. Guys, this feels like a long chunk, but it was a great chapter. My notes for the next chapter are even longer, because it's a longer chapter, but let's get over to chapter 23, the Yule Ball. Christmas holiday is here, and Pigwidgeon comes back with a letter from Sirius congratulating Harry, but telling him to still be cautious. On Christmas morning, Harry wakes up to the one and only Dobby in his room, waiting to give him his presents, socks. Harry gives Dobby some in return, and Ron does the same. After presents are opened, everyone gets ready for the ball. When the ball starts, everyone is shocked, especially Ron, to see Crumb has come with Hermione, who looks beautiful, causing everyone to stare. And another shock is that Percy is there, taking the place of an ill Mr. Crouch. Most everyone has fun, with the Patel twins leaving Harry and Ron to dance with others. Shortly after, things are made awkward by Ron and Hermione getting into a nasty argument. Meanwhile, Fred and George are trying to get a conversation with Ludo Badman, which annoys Percy, but Badman says that it's just about the joke wand. Harry and Ron leave the ball and are walking outside when they overhear two conversations they should not have. First, Snape and Karkaroff talking about something coming back. The second between Madame Maxine and Hagrid, where Hagrid confesses to being half giant and offends Maxine by assuming she is too. Harry is unfazed by this, but Ron is shocked and tells Harry why. After the ball, Harry runs into Cedric, who gives him a hint about the egg. Back in the common room, Ron and Hermione revive their fight that ends in tears and screaming. Thank you so much. Oh, and I need to change the side panel. Thank you so much, Max, for the summaries. And thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panels. That's why it's useful for me to say that each time, because it reminds me that I had to change side panels. But either way, guys, let's move over to my notes. Oh yeah, my first note is just saying how weird it is that this video really is it's like its own story arc. It really is, guys. The fact that it's a setup to the U-Ball and the U-Ball actually happening. It's kind of, it worked out perfectly, I guess. Stock in Canary Creams is up. Apparently they're doing very well around the castle, to the point where Gryffindors just won't accept any food of anyone else as a treat or anything. Fleur finds the Hogwarts foods to be too heavy, so the cultural dishes are just for the feast. Yeah, so she's complaining about how heavy the food is at Hogwarts. Now you presume that means the specific type of foods that are being cooked, rather than you know, the food in general being heavy. So that means that obviously the bouillabaisse was and things like that. Presumably, you know, Drumstrang had things that are appropriate for their palates as well. That was just for the feast, I presume. The reason why she's saying about it being too heavy is that she's worried about fitting into her dress. Hermione overhears this, and I can't remember what she said. I don't know what. I can't remember what she says, but it's interesting what she says. She basically, I think she accuses Fleur of being rude or something like that at this point, which is quite. I guess. Well, I guess it's rude against Hogwarts. So I guess that's her thinking. But yeah, whenever she hears. Barton's talk, she's never usually a fan, is she? Ron keeps asking Hermione who she's going with. Hermione said that he would make fun of her if she did tell him. That's true. That's actually very true. Imagine if she had told him. What would have escalated? No, you know what? It would have escalated, because Ron would have been able to get over the initial shock of it. Maybe in a crazy world, Hermione would have changed her mind if Ron had gotten all that out. Pardon me, out of his system first, and then. I mean, the thing is that what she says at the end of this chapter, it seems like she realizes why Ron is annoyed, and yeah, that's very telling. Not the most ideal way of starting a relationship, really, but yeah, it's like this is the moment where Hermione really realizes what's going on. Yeah, and even Harry does, although Ron famously doesn't, though. Going on the last line of this chapter, which is hilarious. Draco calls Hermione a long-moled mudblood. I only learned what molars were fairly recently, guys, which I know is insane. Teeth, by the way. Harry and Ron both turn, presumably to either start dueling or to start shouting. But before they even get the chance to, Hermione says, "Oh, hello, Professor Moody," which is amazing. When Draco immediately turns round, and when he turns back to Hermione, she says, "Twitchy little ferret, aren't you, Malfoy?" I wonder. No, I was going to say that maybe. I was going to say that maybe this is a side of Hermione that we're seeing because she's been given more confidence. But no, I feel like she's back-talked Draco before. I mean, she slapped him before, hasn't she? It's a punch in the movie, in fact. But yeah, that was cool. To have that in your arsenal ready for him was absolutely perfect. So well done, Hermione, there. When Pomfrey was... oh, yes, so So when she like turns back to Ron and Harry, Ron actually like notices something different about Hermione. The fact that her teeth are notably smaller. Obviously, they didn't notice until now. When of course Ron was like off on his own adventure, wasn't he? During that point, when Pomfrey asked her how. Oh, okay. So Pomfrey, when shrinking her teeth down from the curse, said basically say when I get to the correct size, and Hermione let it go a little further. Very smart if it's something that she wanted to do. So yes, so her teeth are smaller than they used to be, which is so interesting, guys. How part of me makes me feel sad. For one thing, I think that safety-wise it's very dangerous, but I don't really want to say what I. Okay. This is horrible. If she has to get identified by a dental records for whatever reason, that's now screwed. Okay, move on from that note, because that was really, really dark. I don't know why I even wrote that down, guys. that is a dark thought. I apologise about that. Her parents don't like the idea of using magic on the teeth, so she has actually asked her parents about it. And you can see why. For one, I mean, if they're like Vernon and Petunia, they could be like saying, "Oh, magic replacing my work," and like that. But also, they are scared of a lot of things in the magical world. So I'm guessing that it's the latter, the fact that they're a little bit worried about her doing it, because she's wanted to do it to herself before, guys, and we know what happened to Eloise Midgen before. I got down here. How often do wizards and witches use spells on themselves for looks? Tina, that's interesting. Tina on Fantastic Beasts, lovely Tina. I think that she is actually my favourite Fantastic Beasts character, guys. And it's not just because I feel like I have a crush on her either. But either way, she uses a spell that I'm pretty sure does her makeup and does put on a cocktail dress, doesn't it? But when it comes to actually changing yourself physically, I mean, I guess you could say teeth are like hair in a weird way. They're not actually part of the body. No, are they? I don't know. I'm not a blooming scientist, guys. But if Eloise Midgen wanted to fix her nose, when she's a little bit more, capable with her magic, I say fix her nose. There's nothing wrong with her nose. But if she sorry guys, I shouldn't have said that. If someone has something physically about them, like acne or a mole or anything like that, in the wizarding world, and again, there's nothing wrong with either of those things, how often is it that it's happening? Is it basically happening all the time? I mean, we know that Harry's hair always replenishes like rapidly and everything, doesn't it? And so it could just be an ongoing thing. Like, I remember when Slughorn is asking Hermione about dentistry and everything. I think I say in my reaction, it's dentistry is our teeth. We never hear about people brushing their teeth in Harry Potter, do we? I don't think so. But our teeth just automatically fit, without even trying. Our wizards and witches' teeth just always being kept in good condition because they're subconscious magic, which I think is a thing, and it's not just Harry that has subconscious magic. I'm not sure. I'd be fascinated to see if it comes up in the future, and what else that would cover. Subconscious magic, guys. Seriously, I'm not going to say what I just thought. Right. Pigwidgeon is just chilling in the castle. A group of 38 girls are like, going, "Oh, look at you, Woody," or something like that. Ron notes it says, "Stupid little feathery git." He really is rude about Pigwidgeon, guys. I'm hoping that his relationship improves with Pigwidgeon. But then again, it could be like Crookshanks, It could be like kind of like a one book thing. Because Crookshanks really hasn't been mentioned that much in this book, has she? Has he? Yes. Ron tells the third years to clear off. It says that they look that the third year girls leave looking scandalized, which is a great term. Black was going to suggest a conjunctivitis curse. I'm so glad that we actually found out what it was, guys, because that was... I genuinely didn't think there was a chance in heck we were actually going to find out what he was actually going to suggest. So it's so cool that we actually find out what Black would have suggested. Would have been pretty effective as well. Because the eyes are a dragon's weak point. I don't think anyone targeted the... Crumb targeted the eyes. He blinded one, didn't he? Well, that ended badly, obviously, didn't it? Yeah, I think he did. Temporarily, I hope. Yeah, I'm sure. Then again, in the scene where Ron and Harry are like saying how do you get a girl on their own and all that sort of thing, Ron in the movie says, "Come on, Harry, you've slayed dragons." I don't think he uses the word slay in the book, because quite frankly, he doesn't slay a dragon. He overcame a dragon. He got past the dragon. In the movie, he says, "You have slayed dragons." That is the first dragon he slayed, isn't it? Yes, of course it is. I'm an idiot. I still hope the dragons are right. Very interesting discussion last time about the first task, guys. Yeah, I am in two minds about it, but I do prefer the book. But at the same time, it would have been very upsetting to watch, in my opinion. That being said, the dragon didn't die in the book, so, and it sounds like at least according to Ron, that the one that Harry defeated was slain, unless he's being hyperbolic. I don't see that correctly, Veggie. There was a line in yes, that's right. Okay, do you know Artwork Reactions? I'm on his Patreon, guys, and I watched one of the very early Only Fools and Horses episodes. I've talked a lot about Only Fools and Horses, guys. Crouch is a very popular character from that show. Slughorn is like a recurring villain on it. Great show. And Bloomin', Lupin is in one scene or two. Yeah, two, maybe three. Very young. I tweeted that out, guys. I couldn't believe it when I saw that. But either way, if you don't know, it's the episode. It's only rock and roll. If you're an Only Fools and Horses fan and you want to track down Lupin. But I was watching. Is it called Cash and Curry? I think it is. It's one of the very early Only Fools and Horses episodes. And Del Boy says that there's a French term for people like me, I think that's what he says, and he says Bouillabaisse mon ami, and I didn't realise that's Bouillabaisse, because I'll admit, guys, Bouillabaisse I first heard about when doing these reviews. I actually hadn't heard of it before, and so that was very interesting. But on a sitcom which I've watched a billion times since I was a kid, I didn't realise that Bouillabaisse was actually mentioned. Obviously, Bouillabaisse mon ami means fish stew, my friend. When Del Boy says things in French, he always gets them wrong. That's kind of the joke. so yeah, I had heard of Bouillabaisse, I just didn't realise. Anyway. Oh, there's a great line in the first episode, which is similar, where Del Boy's like done something like very risky and stupid financially, and he's like trying to make out that it's because he's like a tough, like really brave guy. He says the French have a word for people like me, and Roddy says, yeah, the British have a couple of good ones as well. English, I should say. I like that line. Anyway, enough about Only Fools and Horses. I recommend it though, guys. It's great. Some of the stuff is dated, and there are every now and then there is a racial term that is no longer accepted. Quite frankly, it probably wasn't completely accepted back then, but it certainly was more accepted than it is nowadays. And so be careful of that. But as a show, Only Fools and Horses is great, and yeah, it changes quite a bit over the years because it ran for a long time. The last 3 episodes, which were like the last 3 specials, don't bother with them. They're awful, in my opinion. But yeah, it's a really good show, and it's actually really heartwarming. It's very good. In fact, I've talked about death being represented in TV shows and movies and everything like that. A lot, guys. And there's an episode in the 4th series of Only Fools and Horses where their granddad dies, it's basically 3 main characters, Delboy, Rodney, and Granddad. And the actor died, and so they had to kill off the character. And do not start off with this episode, guys. This would be the strangest episode to watch Only Fools and Horses from the start, because it is very funny. It's still a hilarious sitcom episode, but it is so real. It's so, like, I mean, throughout the entire episode, it's very, very real. But there was one bit where Delboy and Rodney start, not getting physical or anything, but start having a pitched argument. And I swear to God, it is one of the most realistic depictions of grief, mourning, that I've ever seen in a TV show. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. The episode is called Strained Relations, but it's a very good episode, but it'd be so strange to start off with that episode, so go check out Only Fools and Horses if you want. Anyway, sorry guys, got completely sidetracked by the bully mess. Ron beats Harry at chess later on that day with a couple of brave pawns and a very violent bishop. Sounds like a beer. That sounds like a real ale. Very violent bishop. Well, it's Bishop's Finger, which is ale. Either way. Harry wakes up with Dobby staring into his soul. Like, just right up to his face. Which is interesting, because you'd imagine that house elves know how to wake people up. You'd imagine one of their tasks would be an alarm clock. Maybe not. Because they're meant to be unseen, aren't they? So, yeah, I'm not so sure actually about that, actually. One person made a very interesting comment, guys, and I'm sorry that I'm only getting to it now, about Winky using the term some common goblin, which I took exception to last time. I thought that was a bit strong. That person who commented pointed out that that's very possibly a term that Crouch would use all the time, and House Elves absolutely would pick up on terms that their masters would say, and so, I mean, look at Creature, for one. And so, yeah, great point about Winky. Poor little Winky. Dobby presents... Dobby has a present for Harry, I should say. It must be very unusual for an elf to be giving a human one. You'd imagine so. You would imagine so. You can't imagine that house elves are in employment. No, because then they'd have to buy it. I know, well, he makes it himself, doesn't he? Well, he buys the wool, though. Spoilers. Yeah, it must be extremely rare. Oh yeah, so Seamus like says, "What's going on, Harry?" I can't remember what he says. I can't remember what Seamus says. He makes some sort of joke about the noise that Harry made or something like that. And Harry says, "No, it's just Dobby." That was such a weird moment to me. It really, really was, because I assumed that Dobby was never known. Generally, It's gonna be interesting to see how much you know. Luna. It's going to be interesting, actually. Who we have not yet met. Very exciting. But yeah, that's so strange to me that Seamus and Dean and Neville, who are all awake now, all knew of Dobby. That's not something which I expected to be the case at all. Seriously. In between the scenes. Harry gives so when Dobby says that he's got Harry a present, Harry's like, oh balls, I haven't got Dobby a present, and so basically goes into his chest and takes out Vernon's socks, which are covering the sneakoscope. Love that, guys. That's like a couple of layers, like, throwbacks, just like in one moment there. And gives the old socks to Dobby, who's absolutely blooming delighted. Like, takes off the ones he's wearing and puts on Vernon's ones, which apparently go up to his shorts, so it looks like he's basically wearing trousers. I've got down here, Dobby should be known as Dobby 7 socks, because apparently that's how many socks he has now. Dobby does say that there has been a mistake with the socks, though, because apparently they're both the same. So obviously Dobby assumes that socks are all meant to be different, which I can kind of see the logic behind, guys. Again, though, house elves would definitely do people's laundry, right? Oh no, we talked about that before, haven't we? About them doing laundry, because Lucius hands Dobby something which has a sock in it. And that counts as being given a sock. And so we have talked about the fact that house elves may not be able to do wizard's laundry. Very, very interesting. And I also have down here, like, surely house elves would also sometimes do wizard shopping? Or maybe they wouldn't. Maybe I'm seeing it a bit different. Maybe they are always like housebound sort of things. Well, you know, Dobby isn't. Or Winky. But if they were to go shopping for their owners, masters, I should say. Yeah. Then Dobby would know about the socks generally being the same. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the same. In fact, it's the same socks. That's probably. Yeah, I thought at first that the problem was that that Harry gave Dobby 2 socks. But no, the problem is that they are the same design. That's where Dobby's getting confused. Ron also gives him a pair of socks so he can mix and match with Harry's the pair that Harry gave him. Also gives him the sweater which was promised, which is very nice. Dobby saying, oh, "I knew you were." What does he call Harry? Does he call him just Harry Potter? He does. You're Harry Potter's friend, but I didn't know you'd also be this incredibly kind person, everything like that. And Ron's ears go pink. It feels like a long time since we've heard about Ron's ears go pink. Because again, that's a really nice callback. All the callbacks in this episode, in this chapter so far. Harry's present to Ron is a Chudley Cannon's hat. I didn't think that Ron's was a Chudley Cannon's supporter. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? If you've got a friend who's never heard of Quidditch, you say, okay, well, there's this team called Chudley Cannons who I really like, and then talk about them and everything, and so then that friend becomes a fan of them as well. It makes complete sense. Apparently, it doesn't. Apparently, the hat clashes with his hair though. Dobby's gift socks that he made. It's so interesting actually because it's quite a coincidence because Dobby says, "I've got you a present," and doesn't say what it is before Harry and Ron give him socks, right? Or did he say that? No, maybe he did say that it's going to be socks. I've got down here. He should go self-employed if he's got his own craft and everything. He is paying for the wool, of course. It's like a green and red sock, isn't it? A green sock and a red sock with Quidditch designs in it. Just sounds pretty cool. You get the impression that Harry's not that impressed with it. In fact, he says that Harry's other presents were a lot more satisfactory than Dobby's. I actually like that line because that's so real. A kid that age being given socks for Christmas, but also kind of what Harry appears to think are naff socks. It's kind of like, my other presents are better at that age. Whereas, if this was movie Harry, he would have said, Dobby, this was the best present. He wouldn't. I'm taking it out of it too far. But yeah, I'm liking the fact that it does say how Harry isn't that satisfied with Dobby's present, which is amazing. I wonder if you could buy those specific design socks. I hope so. That'd be really cool, actually. Not Vernon's ones, the ones that Dobby made. The Dursleys sent Harry a single tissue. I mean, as far as an insulting present, that is incredible. I wonder if they wrapped it. That'd be amazing. The wrapping paper is more expensive than the gift. Much more. I got down here, though. Will it pay off? Will we hear about that tissue again? I'm guessing probably not. But, or maybe we will, mate, guys. Maybe it's Voldemort's. Maybe the tissue is Voldemort's. You know what? I'm going to tweet that. Hermione's gift is Britain and Quidditch teams of Britain and Ireland. Again, guys, Ireland only ever being referred to as Ireland. Because Northern Ireland isn't in Britain. Yeah. Northern Ireland is in the UK. And so this does kind of suggest that the author has unified Ireland in the Wizarding World. Again, guys, I don't think that the author would, because that is a touchy subject, guys. Seriously, people died not that long ago over that stuff, you know. In fact, when this was being written, it was a heck of a lot hotter a potato. Seriously, much more. I didn't say potato because of Ireland. Oh my goodness, oh, okay. My surname is the most Irish surname in the world, okay? So, can you please give me a pass there, guys? Because I shouldn't have said that. My dad was half Irish, guys, and so, yes. So, that's my free pass. So I shouldn't have said the thing about the potato. Yeah. I just don't believe that a book written during the 90s for kids would be unifying Ireland, even in the magical world. But here's more evidence to suggest that maybe it is. I just don't believe it, though. I got down here, is the book suggesting that Britain and Ireland are in the same division. So there's like a Great Britain and Ireland, or it would just be Britain, wouldn't it? Britain and Ireland. No, it would be Great Britain. Great Britain and Ireland division, maybe. Because it's quite odd. It's quite interesting that it would choose those two. Either way. I know, because... No, that's right. It's not under Ireland. It's under it being Britain, isn't it? Oh, God, because we didn't have a representation from Ireland. Oh, I mean, that's even worse, guys. I don't know, it's not even worse. It's just as bad, quite frankly. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I just don't believe that the author would do that. That would be such a political hot potato. But if they did do it, it clearly didn't cause any problems, did it? Ron bought Harry dung bombs. Black bought him a penknife that can unlock any lock and untie any knot. That's actually really cool. I'm guessing that will pay off at some point. Very useful. Very Marauders gift, that is. Hagrid's a box of sweets. Molly, the usual jumper, but with a dragon on this time. He reckons that Charlie must have told him about told Molly about the dragon. Although that would have been in the Prophet anyway, wouldn't it? So yes, so they now go downstairs, meet up with Hermione and everything. It's very interesting that we never hear about what Harry bought other people. I know he bought Ron the Hat, but we don't hear about what Harry bought Hermione, I don't think. That should be a tough one to buy for, wouldn't she? Because you'd think book straight away, but she's probably read half the books in the library. Yeah, buying for Hermione would be tough. Let me know what you'd get, Hermione, guys. Only nice things. Before I start saying nasty things. So yes, we hear about. I think that they have dinner at lunchtime, and then there is food at the ball later as well. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure actually. I'm not so sure. But I think that they have Christmas dinner. It's very briefly mentioned if this is actually them having Christmas dinner. We hear about Cribbage's Wizarding Crackers. I got down here. Is that a brand? Because that's very unusual. I mean, even when you buy Christmas crackers in the UK, guys, and take them out of the box, they don't usually have what brand they are on them. And so for a brand to be... Because presumably Harry could see on it that it's a Cribbage's Wizarding Cracker. Or maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Maybe that is just the author writing it. But yeah, it's very interesting that it's branded. And again, why Wizarding? What? Because the thing is, guys, my issue with it when it comes to, in this case, is that for wizards to feel like they have to say Wizarding Crackers, that means that they would have to know about Christmas crackers that Muggles have. Right? And we know how little the Wizarding World tend to know about them. Or maybe Harry's putting in the word Wizarding. That's also potential. Anyway, let's move on from that, because I talk way too much about that. Snowball fight commences. Hermione decides to just watch rather than take part. She then says that she needs to go and get ready to go, and like Ron's like saying, well, you're gonna take 3 hours to get ready, and she goes. It then says that it's now time after the snowball fight wraps up. They realise that it's about time to go to the ball. That means that the snowball fight must have lasted for over 3 hours. My God, is there enough snow at Hogwarts to do that? They must have been. Surely snowball fights last at tops 3 minutes, right? I don't know. I don't know, guys. But I certainly never part of a snowball fight that's any longer than that. So yeah, 3 hours is a bit more of a slug. Violet is visiting Fat Lady again, which is very, very nice. Ron uses magic to remove the frills from his outfit. There are cut marks and everything, but it's actually very smart. I appreciate that he did that. He doesn't do that in the movie. We obviously get the not the Aunt Bessie. That's a big company that makes Yorkshire puddings. Nessie. It's Aunt Nessie, isn't it? That Ron says that it smells like. Aunt Bessie. They do roast potatoes as well, frozen. So yeah, once they're all ready and everything, Dean says to them, I still don't get how you two got the best looking girls in the year. Now that's interesting, because it's never been remarked upon about Pravati, and obviously not Padma, because we haven't even met her at this point. But yeah, that's very interesting, unless that's just Dean showing that he's interested in them. Who does Dean go with? I feel like it does say, but I can't remember. No. Yeah, that line kind of surprised me there. And I got down here, has Ron actually met Padma? I think that Ron like says skill or something like I don't know. No, sheer animal magnetism, I think he says to Dean in reply to that. And of course, Harry is the champ, which was actually like a plus. Again, that just didn't feel like it was the case in the movie. That the fact that he was a champ would be a plus to him getting a date easier. But in the book, it's made clear that it was to an extent. Well, it wasn't, but it could have been. But Harry was terrified of the whole process. And yes, we got a little bit in the movie where. In this scene where Harry like says, well, maybe your robes are more traditional and everything, and so he's actually trying to be nice to Ron, whereas you get the feeling that Harry is possibly kind of enjoying. I don't know, actually. I feel like Harry would find it a little bit funny that Ron's having to go through this, you know. But yeah, that certainly wasn't the case in the movie. He looks concerned for Ron. Let's put it like that. So Padma like immediately looks over Ron and the cuts on his robes and everything. But to be honest, it probably looks better than how it would have done without Ron doing that. And so I'm kind of glad for him. Ron isn't even looking at her though when she's talking to him, and appears to be just looking around the room. They spot how Fleur is with Roger Davis, the Ravenclaw captain. I got down here is that every pairing has a Quidditch player. I got down here is Crumb a captain of his Durmstrang team? Because I imagine that they have teams as well. You would imagine they would. And you'd imagine that Crumb would be the captain, and so if so, then each pairing has a captain, don't they? Oh no, Harry isn't the captain, is he? What we're talking about? Who is captain right now? Oh, there's no Quidditch this year, is there? Interesting to see who will be captain though. Maybe Angelina, if she's going to be around next year. Oh, I'm not sure. Anyway, moving on. Draco looks like a vicar, according to Harry, with his black velvet and everything. We hear about Pansy Parkinson. I'm not sure if that's the first time we've heard about her. I think we probably have heard about Pansy Parkinson. That's who's with Draco. Harry works out that Ron is actually looking for Hermione and trying to work out where she is. C and G. Oh yeah, Crumb and Goyle are without partners. There was a part of me for half a second who thought, well, maybe we could just go together. But I'm thinking of the Crumb and Goyle from the Very Potter musical. So yes, who are amazing. Crumb enters with a pretty girl Harry didn't know. As soon as I heard that line, I thought, yes, I'm happy. and for a second, I thought, well, hang on, it could be different in the book. But yes, I liked that a lot. There are real fairies lighting up the outside, which sounds very, very nice. I got down here, it should be Cornish pixies, but I don't think that'd be quite as elegant, quite frankly. I would have loved it, though. They are my favourite. I feel like they are my favourite. McGonagall's wearing red tartan with thistles around her hat. To be honest, it sounds pretty cool. It actually really, really does. I mean, she's just wearing her normal garb in the movie, isn't she? I feel like all the professors are. Maybe. Is Moody wearing a kilt? Part of me thinks that Moody's wearing a kilt in the movie. I'm not sure. We hear about his wooden leg, which I think is the first time, guys. I don't think we've heard about the fact that he's got a wooden leg until this chapter. We probably have, but I swear I haven't noticed it up until now. Because in the movie it's a metal thing, isn't it? But I didn't even think that he was missing a leg in the book so far. Again, that's probably me oversighting something. It's not really a term. It's Hermione. That's my next note. Gotta say, I do prefer this over the movie scene, guys. I get the feeling that the movie scene is meant to be, I don't know, every young girl's dream scene or something like that. You know, like, you know, every young girl's dream moment and everything like that. But in the book, it's just like, no, she's just coming with Crumb. So presumably she went over to the ship for them to come in, because Drumstrang are led in by Crumb. Victor, not Vicky. Yeah, so I prefer this, but then again, I get why they did the movie scene, and also at the end where she like goes, it's amazing. She's getting dirty looks from other girls, which is amazing, and Ron obviously as well, which is great. Oh yeah, this is where I got my notes saying, did Rita know something about Crumb? But he could have done, because the ball hadn't even been announced. Unless... Well, the thing is that in the movie, Hermione says that Crumb comes to the library just to watch me study, and says how annoying she finds it. She also says that he doesn't really talk as well, which just makes me sad, guys, movie Crumb readers, because he's talking with such excitement about his home country to Hermione that Karkaroff has to basically like tell him to calm it down, you know. And so I'm guessing that isn't going to be in the book. The fact that Crumb is, they make some joke about him just being physical, or yeah, it's all about physical or something like that, isn't it? Or something like that. I can't remember. Or maybe that will happen, but that's certainly not the Crumb which I'm seeing in this chapter. It says that the judges are at the end of the room, and as soon as I heard that, I thought, what, they're going to do a dance-off? But no, it's the Triwizard Tournament judges. Ron has spotted Hermione and is giving her evil looks and everything. Padma is already looking sulky, apparently. Rightfully so, quite frankly. Karkaroff giving H and V. Oh, Hermione and Victor. There we go. Karkaroff giving Hermione and Victor the same look Ron is. Is that because she's Muggle-born, maybe? Or is it the fact that she's associated with Harry? It could be either, actually. And then we get the surprise of the chapter, guys. Seriously, when I got to this point in the audiobook, I went like that. Percy's back, guys! Weatherby's back. I couldn't believe it. So, yes, I'm absolutely delighted. He's as amazing as ever. I freaking love Percy, guys. He's one of my favourite characters, incredibly. Percy pulls out a seat for Harry to sit next to him. He has an expression of such smugness, Harry thought it should be fined. Which is an amazing sentence. That's like the second best sentence for these chapters. he's been promoted, and Harry thinks to himself how smug he seems. He's probably been promoted to Supreme Ruler of the Universe. Now, for a second, I thought that could have been a Red Dwarf reference, because we talked about Red Dwarf before, guys. But there is one bit where Rimmer admits to Lister that whenever he would go in for an exam in the mining corps that they work at, he would always write to his mother and say that he'd passed, even though he would nearly always fail. And like says, yeah, whenever I take a test, I always tell my mum I passed. It's getting embarrassing now. I should be Commander-in-Chief of the whole universe. It's amazing. But yeah, no, it's Supreme Ruler of the Universe is this one. But yeah, I guess it could be a reference, but it's unlikely. I say good for Percy. I think it's one. There's no congratulations at all. I guess he's congratulating himself, so he doesn't really need congratulations. But yeah, it would be nice for Harry to at least think, oh, that's good. But no, he doesn't. He's just thinking about how smug he is. And it's also blooming fast, guys. He is now Croucher's PA, but apparently Croucher's unwell, so it's very possible that it's a position that had to be created at short notice, and you'd imagine what he was like when that post came open. And so, yes, Croucher under the weather, apparently. Croucher's home has gone downhill since getting rid of Blinky, as Percy refers to him. And that's very interesting, guys, because I would have thought that he would have just gone and got another house elf. But, you know, even if he did, Winky's family has been in that family for a long time, so they know all their... I was going to say kinks then, that's not right, but yeah, all their gimmicks, you know. Hermione and Crumb are in deep talk. Well, there it is, guys. I don't like the scene. I really like Crumb, guys. There we go. I've said it. I don't like the scene in the movie where Hermione and Harry are talking on the bridge. First of all, Hermione is scolding Harry about the egg, rather than saying, hey, Harry, you need to do it. He's saying, Harry, you still haven't done it! It's like, seriously. But, you know, that's the difference in the character, though, you know? Movie Hermione's great. I do prefer book Hermione, but they're both excellent. And then she, says about how he doesn't really talk, and he just watches me, and how it's all physical and everything. It's all like... a shame. It's just a shame that to do this to Fleur and Crumb, guys. Seriously. It is a shame. And again, maybe later on in the book that will come up and everything, but it says that they're in deep talk here. Harry hadn't heard Crumb talk before. He is telling Hermione about his home castle, how it's smaller and only 4 floors and everything, and fire is only ever used for magic purposes. But he says about how when they fly over the lakes and mountains and everything, how beautiful it is. And Karkaroff interrupts and I think he's pretending that he's joking when I say, "Oh, don't go on occasionally." to Crumb. It's such a little bit of dialogue, guys, but it really makes me like Crumb. And then I watched the movie scenes just before recording this. It's all like, oh, anyway, who cares? Who cares? Doesn't matter. I like book Crumb. He doesn't have evil music every single time he walks into the room, for one thing. Which still bothers me. That was one of the first moments in these book reviews where I thought that actually really annoys me. Rewatching that scene where Crumb comes in with Imperial March playing in the background. When he puts his name into the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore said quietly. Dumbledore says to Karkaroff how Dumbledore doesn't for a second even imagine that he knows all the Hogwarts secrets. And then we get a bit, and I worked it out straight away, guys, and it made me happy. And so he says that he took a wrong turn whilst going to the bathroom and ended up in a beautiful room with chamber pots in. I was like, boom! Not Chamber of Secrets, damn it. Boom, room requirement. Like, Immediately, I was like, room requirement. And it blooming was, guys. Because later on, he goes to visit again, but it's not there. And Dumbledore's like saying, maybe it only appears at the same time every day, or maybe every year, and all this sort of stuff. It's no, it's when you need it. Well, no, he says, or when you have an exceptionally full bladder, which is correct. So, I don't know if that's Dumbledore being cute, or that is the first time that Dumbledore, who has been at Hogwarts for quite a while, has found out about it. What if the Marauders ever used the room requirement? Probably not. I mean, it would have been useful for Lupin, quite frankly. Bless him. Either way. So yes, I was very proud of how quickly I worked that one out. Fleur is complaining again, this time about the Christmas decorations, how they're not as good as Bo Barton. Says how if there was a poltergeist at Bo Barton's, then they'd be expelled immediately, which is very interesting, guys. Obviously, she's had a run with Peeves that didn't go very well, which you can imagine that bit happening. Hermione teaches Krum how to say her name, which is just golden. Apparently, he's calling her Hermione, which is interesting because you'd imagine that he would have. Well, actually, I guess he may. To me, that sounds like he's read it off paper and he's translating it differently. But, you know, you'd think they would hear it before reading it. Well, maybe not, actually, but yes. And then Hermione is able to get him to say Hermione, which is amazing. I got down here. Krum seems lovely. I mean, the thing is, we didn't really have a chance to... At the end of this chapter, we don't know what Hermione's opinion of Krum is. I really hope it isn't the same as in the movie, guys. I really do. Because it sounds like she had a blooming wonderful time right up until the end, which is a difference which we'll talk about it in a second, guys. But I'm so glad that she was able to have a good time, because it kind of felt like after the first dance or so, Ron ruins it for her immediately. And I gotta say, the actor is great in that scene. She looks genuinely delighted, and it just changes to, oh, Ron's ruining it for me. Yeah, anyway. Bloomin' Ron. Anyway. The Weird Sisters come along. They're very hairy with ripped robes. I don't think at any point it says that the Wicked Sisters are male. But I had to look this up, guys, because I was so confused. I couldn't remember the Wicked Sisters from Goblet of Fire. So I looked it up, and it's the Jarvis Cocker and Radiohead guys, which I admit I had forgotten about. And so, unless that's a huge change to the book, the Weird Sisters are that. They are like a group which has men in it, at least. They're not sisters is what I'm saying. I took the term way too literally. Yeah, I got that completely bamboozled me, that part, I must admit. So the dance starts. Pravati is leading Harry, which obviously makes sense. Neville is unfortunately stepping on Ginny's feet, which, again, it's unfortunate, but, you know, there's always got to be a laugh with Neville around, in my opinion. Dumbledore is dancing with Maxine, which would have been an amazing visual. In the movie, he's dancing with McGonagall, who again in the book doesn't appear to be that excited about this going on. And yes, Hagrid and Maxine do dance a bit. Oh my goodness, the stuff with Maxine and Hagrid coming up, guys. Blew my blooming. So it's so. Oh, that's. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Moody is dancing with Sinistra, which I think Sinistra is actually dancing with Karkaroff. I think. I could be wrong in the movie. It's someone that I'm not exactly sure who it is, at least, anyway. It mentions his wooden leg. Again, I'm not sure if we'd heard about the fact he'd missing leg at this point. I'm sure we would have done that. He says to Harry, "Nice socks, Potter." He's still wearing Dobby socks. He didn't change them for the ball, obviously. Or after the snowball fight. Pravati says to Harry how creepy Moody is, and says that she doesn't think that ice should be allowed. At first, when she said that, I thought that's a bit rude and disrespectful. But I mean, the creepy part is disrespectful. She shouldn't have said that. The I thing I can kind of understand because it is intrusive. So I can understand that actually, but it's there for a reason. People. Oh yeah, people are backing away from Fred and Angelina because they're in fear of getting hit because their dancing is so intense, which is amazing. Harry's done with the dancing. Bo Barton boy invites Pravati. Obviously, in the movie, that would have to be a Drumstrang boy. Harry's staring at Cedric and Cho. Yeah, I feel really bad for the Pravati sisters, guys. I did in the movie as well. It's all like, I think, but at the same time, I feel bad for Harry and to a lesser extent Ron. But yeah, I do feel sorry. It's like they were probably really looking forward to this, and then yeah, not so much. But they have a good time later on anyway. In fact, Padma does join Pravati with a bunch more of Bo Bartons, which is lovely. Hermione comes over. Crum's gone to get drinks. She says that Crum's gone to get, Victor's gone to get drinks, and Ron says, "Victor, isn't it Vicky yet?" Which is amazing. Yeah, Hermione says, "What's wrong?" and Ron says, "If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you." I don't think that's in the movie, but that's such a fascinating line. That is, I'm pretty certain that's not in the movie. If it is, I apologise, but that is a fascinating line of saying, if you don't know why I'm angry, then I'm not going to tell you. It's like, I mean, one, he's been an absolute git, but he's also showing his cards. He's wearing his heart on his sleeve, I guess you could say. What he's saying is real to him. But he is ruining, potentially ruining Hermione's evening. But I don't think it gets that bad in the book. In the movie, she's sitting in tears on the stairs of Hogwarts. Jeez, and also Krum just appears to just disappear as well. You know, and she says, "You've ruined everything." It's like, well, did Ron ruin everything? Yeah, that was an odd line. It's an odd line to throw in there. And yeah, I presume that something had happened with Krum because of Ron. Because he's just, like, Ron and Hermione are, like, walking. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I think it's, after this conversation, after they had this argument and everything, and Hermione goes away, that should be the last time that Ron and Hermione should talk at the Yule Ball. And in the book, that is how it is, because they start arguing back in the common room. That's the correct one. In the movie, it cuts post the opening dance and everything, and post Wicked Sister. I'm going to say Twisted Sister. Wicked Sisters. No, Weird Sister, sorry. To Hermione and Ron together walking out of the Great Hall. I mean, we hear more about Krum and Hermione having a great time, you know, after like leading up to the end of the night. And so it felt like something had happened where Krum had like gone away or something because of Ron or something. But that just isn't the case though. Yeah, anyway, moving on. It's just a weird decision in the movie. In my opinion. By the way, guys, just now I had a break. I went out to take Woozlot to the garden. My tomato plant, like, overnight has, like, grown by a third. And it kind of freaks me out. It's suddenly gotten huge. And it's kind of freaking me out. I've got two, actually. One cherry, one normal. But the cherry one has grown significantly as well. But the normal tomato one has become massive. Like, overnight. I know it's been hot weather and everything in the UK, but, geez, it genuinely freaked me out, actually. Ron says that she's fraternizing with the enemy. I wish. Was Hermione there in the movie when Ron is carried in by Ginny and co? I don't think she was she? Because if not, I mean, I got my note down here is I wish that Hermione knew who turned down Ron, because then she could immediately say, "I'm fraternizing with the enemy. You asked Fleur out," and she would have talked like that and pointed like that. But no, she was out of the room, and Ginny did specifically say that they've both been just turned down. Didn't mention Fleur. Ginny doesn't keep things personal. Crumb had... Make things personal, I should say. Crumb had been visiting the library to speak to Hermione, but just wanted to... was doing it to build up the courage to do so. Again, in the movie, it is that he just likes staring at her. Yeah. I don't like that bit, guys. I don't like that bit. There aren't many bits which really annoy me, but the way that Hermione talks about Crumb, it kind of like... I don't know what the reasoning for it is. Do we have to just accept that it can only be one type of Drumstrang stereotype? Yeah, I thought it was a pity. Anyway, moving on. That being said, the Drumstrang outfits at the ball are amazing. So yeah, Ron accuses Victor of to Hermione trying to get information about Harry off her. I've got down here, Watergate. I've got down here, so personal. Obviously his mind's just going a million miles an hour to try and ruin Hermione's night, or ruin Victor's night more, but yes. And when Hermione says that he hasn't asked about Harry at all, and he says, well, he's probably only asked you to help him solve the egg. And she says that they hadn't talked about the tournament at all either. In fact, that line is actually in the movie where, that's when Hermione doesn't say we didn't really talk at all. Harry says, I bet he's worked out the egg, and Hermione says, well, I don't know, we didn't really talk about it. We didn't really talk about anything, honestly. But yeah, that was mentioned, the fact that they didn't talk about the tournament at all. And then we have the Hermione line, which is in the movie, which says, this tournament is all about meeting foreign wizards and making friends with them. What how many Bo Bartons she's made friends with? That's a joke. But yeah, and then actually, I don't think this line is actually in the movie where Ron says, no, it isn't, it's about winning. And to be fair, Ron is kind of right. That is, I mean, that's what Karkaroff and Maxime, Fleur, maybe not Victor actually, but yeah, that's what a lot of people believe it to be. They don't believe it to be this harmonious thing. Padma goes to join Pravati. Other Beaubarton boys oh yeah, that's right. So she goes to Pravati, and then another Beaubarton boys appears so fast that Harry assumed that he must have used a summoning charm for him to appear. It's amazing. So Hermione's obviously gone off in a huff after all this, and Crumb then asks them where Hermione is, and Ron says no idea. Percy comes over, happy Ron is making friends with Crumb. It says international magical cooperation. I'm sorry, guys. To anyone who doesn't like Percy, I don't understand yet. Right now, I should say, because obviously that probably will change. But right now, I bloomin' love the guy. I really do. He's my bloomin' hero. Okay, we're on to the final page of notes here, guys. A lot of notes for this one, but we got through it in fairly good time. I'm pretty certain to this. Let's push on to the end. Next note is I bloomin' love Percy. Karkaroff is nowhere to be seen at this point. Bagman is dancing with McGonagall. Fred and George accost him, which is a very good word. Percy's watching this and it irks him. But it turns out that Bagman comes over to speak probably with Harry, and Percy's filibustering him about work and the ministry and everything. And apparently, Fred and George were just asking about marketing of the fake wands. Bagman says that he's going to put him in connections with his contact with his connections at Zonko's, which is presumably going to be a future rival for them. You'd imagine. You'd imagine it's going to be a future rival, but you know, that's learn off the best, I guess. Percy's bringing up how well the tournament has gone to Bagman, refers to what happened with the Goblet as a hitch, which is so interesting because right now, this whole thing of, oh, maybe someone's trying to get Harry killed and everything, you get the impression that that is only a small amount of people who think that that's the case. And so it sounds like the rest of the world all believe that the Goblet just made a mistake, but they had to go with it anyway. Yeah. That's the impression I get from that, particularly from it being Percy. I'm sure Mr. Crouch will be up and about in no time. So it sounds like Crouch is actually bedridden. So whatever this is, it's pretty bad, guys. Very worrying. Percy says about someone called Ali Bashir, who's been caught smuggling magic carpets into the country, which again is a great callback to magic carpets. It says how he's been trying to convince Transylvania to sign the international ban on dueling, which is so interesting, guys. So that means that, presumably, international ban on dueling. That dueling is completely legal in Transylvania? I'm not sure. I mean, you'd imagine that it's a lot of... I mean, I don't want to stereotype anyone, obviously, guys, especially for anyone from Romania, but imagine there must be quite a few dark wizards. Yeah. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, considering vampires are real. Have we established that if Dracula's real? I don't think we have, but in Buffy we did, which is an amazing episode. That was crazy. Ron and Harry just like leave, obviously just having a miserable time of it at this point. But to be fair, they're having a miserable time of it because they are choosing to be miserable. That's my take on it, guys. You can't be miserable just because Cho was asked by Cedric first. Ron didn't ask Hermione. So it is both of their faults. And I know that's harsh, guys. But they are ruining it for other people. Not just Hermione, but for Padma and Pravati they ruined it for, you know? I'm so glad that they're off having a good time, because in the movie Padma doesn't I don't think it shows Padma having a good time after sitting with Ron, or maybe it does, I'm not sure. It may, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Harry and Ron's attitude, I'm glad that they're out of there, to be honest, at this point. And then we get the deleted scene, guys, and so it is a bit different. Apparently the students aren't in coaches, they're actually in bushes, which is so cartoony. I can see why they chose to do it in coaches. Not do it. Change it to 2 coaches, I should say, in the movie, because the bushes are a little bit, like, cartoony to me, you know? Like, a little bit of a retro thing. A little bit Carry On movies, you know? I always talk about the Carry On movies being quite 60s sleazy comedy sort of things. It's quite that, like a rustling bush, you know? So yeah, Snape's like finding all these people in the bushes, like and taking points away from a couple of names that we've heard before as well. And then we get this dialogue, and it's so much calmer. I mean, one thing, Harry's like, I must hide and overhear what's happening. It's so much like, it's just this conversation which Karkaroff is probably having louder than he blooming should be, saying, hey, I've seen the signs, it's coming. And Snape's saying, well, then flee then, but I'm not leaving Hogwarts. But it's not all this. There's no drama to it. It's just these 2 people having this conversation as Snape is doing his job. Well, I guess it's his job. And Harry and Ron are just walking past it. They're not hiding. They're not. What's going on here? You know, it's no fantastic. It's not a fantastic vibe moment. You know, it's like they just happen to overhear a bit of a conversation. Snape spots Harry and Ron and asks what they're doing here, and Ron says, "Walking. Is there a law against? There isn't a law against that, is there?" Which is good. It's so cool to see people evolving as characters, guys. And obviously Ron's having a bad time of it anyway, so he is a little bit more snappy. But the fact that he's willing to able to say that to Snape, because quite frankly, they're not doing anything wrong, and so I like that. And so and like Snape says, well, walk out of here fast or something like that. Yeah, I it's a shame that line, because that is a good character point for Ron, despite him nearly having only negative character points in this chapter. In my opinion, I did like that a little bit. I much prefer how unimportant that scene felt in the book. I really like that, guys. And obviously the scene didn't even make the cut into the movie, but the movie really made out it was like Harry's found out a massive secret, but no, it just isn't treated like that. Sure, they question why Snape and Karkaroff are now on first name terms and stuff like that, and what they were talking about, but it's just like a fleeting thought. It's not like a big plot line. So I really appreciate how natural that scene felt. And now we get to it, guys. Hagrid and Maxine. This moment blooming broke my heart. So I was a little bit confused, because it said that Hagrid and Maxine are sitting by the fountain. And Harry and Ron kind of get stuck because they don't want to go past Fleur and Davis, who I thought were also spying on Maxime and Hagrid, but no, apparently they seemed very busy as it's put in the book. So I think they were getting on, making out. Let's put it like that. Harry trying to ignore what Hagrid is saying. Oh yeah, see, like, because it's such an awkward situation and they can't leave because Fleur is right there and Ron doesn't run to walk past her, which is amazing. They're basically stuck having to listen to this, and Harry tries to hyper focus on a beetle to try and drown out Hagrid's words, but it can't. And says how if he knew that Hagrid wouldn't want anyone to hear him being so open in this way. So Hagrid says how his mother was one of the last in Britain, and how she left when he was free, which is mentioned in the movie. The dad died just after starting school. Again, these lines are all from the scene in the movie, but my God, does the scene end differently? Yeah, but so when he said about putting his dad on top of the dresser. He said that he'd only do that when his dad was annoying him or something, which is amazing. Whereas in the book, in the movie, it's something which the dad found funny. Which I think he may have done in the book as well. But yeah, Hagrid says that after his dad died, Dumbledore was a big help to him. Absolutely. I mean, you can imagine. What if... Did I say... Yeah, no, when Hagrid... Yeah, his dad died when Hagrid started school. Not... If I said 13, I apologise. For some reason, I feel like I may have said 13, but I didn't mean that, though. Maxime is just kind of sitting still and not reacting to anything that Hagrid says, and for a second time Hagrid says, "So which one of your parents was it?" And eventually Maxine says, "What do you mean?" And Hagrid says, "Well, which one was the giant?" And she takes massive offence to this, and says that she's just big boned, and walks off. Now I don't know what's going on there, guys, because obviously there is obviously a very bad what Ron then goes into, and Harry, there is obviously a stigma of being half giant, much like half bloods as well, or Muggleborns. But like Ron says, did you know that about Hagrid? And Harry says no. Why? And Ron is now taking the news super serious. By the way, after Maxine leaves, Hagrid sits around for a minute and then walks basically off to his hut, not back to the party. Oh God, sad scene, guys. Powerful, really good stuff, guys. I mean, this made me sad. This part, I really did, in all the right ways. So Ron explains to Harry that giants aren't very nice, to put it politically, and says that they're vicious and violent creatures. I don't know if that's so much what Ron has heard about them or what they are actually like. I think there probably is a grey area within that. Apparently they were all dying out anyway, according to Ron. It's an odd thing to say, but apparently they were all dying out anyway. But then loads got themselves killed, it says, by auras, or as Jim Dale said, aurors, and it completely confused me. So, I mean, the thing is, Ron. We've heard about Ron's opinions of house elves. If he's right or not, guys, it's a strong stance that he has. But for him to say they were dying out anyway, and then to say they got themselves killed by auras is such a weird thing. If it was the case that giants attacked a town or something like that, and auras had to step in, that's one thing, and that's what Ron would probably have said. But to say that they got themselves killed by auras, I want to know more. I really want to know more about giants, guys. I really do. Yeah, I feel like it may be Ron's cognitive dissonance. It's not cognitive dissonance. It's something bias. So you know what I mean. Not clarification bias. It's something like that. Anyway, that's what it is. It's basically Ron has a view of the world and sees it through that filter, as we all do, guys. If you don't think you do, you're not wrong. You're not right. We all do. And that's why it's important to push against it, you know. We are into the final paragraph, guys. At the end of the night, Hermione gives Ron a cold look whilst leaving. But again, we have been hearing about her dancing more and apparently having a great time with Crumb. I got down here, I'm glad that she was able to continue to enjoy the night, which it does seem like she did. Cedric approaches Harry on the staircase. Gives like Ron a sort of like, oh, can you go away look, and Ron like shrugs and walks off back to the common room. Cedric says about, yeah, I mean, the way in the movie, it seems so much stranger the way that Cedric gives Harry the clue. I'm not sure if it is actually, but he basically says about the egg and everything. It says, "Does yours scream as well?" and everything. He says, "Well, have a bath." It's like, what are you talking about? There is one great bit in the movie where Cedric comes up to him and says, "Harry, how are you?" and he says, "Spectacular." It's amazing. That is a great line. He gives Harry the password to the prefect's bathroom, which I'm not sure if is the Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, guys. I'm actually not sure. I honestly can't remember. So it certainly wasn't locked before, was it? I don't think. Anyway. It probably got locked because of the... Anyway, moving on. Give me a bit. Cedric trying to... Oh, yes. So, Harry assumes straight away that Cedric is trying to make... to trick Harry into screwing up and then looking more of an idiot to Cho. Which we know isn't the case. And so it's so cool that we have those lines where it's showing Harry being petulant to an extent. I'm not sure if petulant is the right word, but it's good to hear. And, you know, I'm hoping that after Harry does do what Cedric suggests, which I'm guessing he does, that he does say, oh, so Cedric was telling the truth, okay. Because in the book, Harry thinks that that Cedric calling Hufflepuff to stop being nasty to Harry was his reward for the dragon thing. But so this is going to be an extra, dividends essentially. Fat Lady and Violet are now fast asleep. They have to be woken up to get in. That's quite bad to be asleep. Seriously. Although we do know that paintings do sleep. Ron and Hermione are having a pitched argument in the common room. I don't know if there's anyone else around. You'd imagine there probably would be at this point. Yeah, so in the movie, Hermione says, pluck up the courage, whereas in the book, she says, ask me before someone else does, and not as a last resort. I much prefer this line, guys, because it's kind of suggesting that's... Yeah, you know what? I much prefer the book line, because in the movie, it's basically saying that Ron was too much of a coward to be able to go to the dance with Hermione. That isn't what Hermione is saying here. In the book, she's saying, just ask me before someone else does. That's why this all happened. It's not because you weren't brave enough or anything. She wanted him to do it, but he wasn't doing it. So I don't like the fact they added in the pluck up the courage. Now, if that is in the book, guys, I apologise, but I'm pretty certain that is a difference. It probably is in the book. You know what I'm like, guys. I always get confused with these sort of things. But my note says, ask me before someone else does. It doesn't say pluck up the courage. And I do feel like that pluck up the courage bit was an addition. Because we know that Ginny... No, Neville did ask Ginny. But girls were asking Harry along, so it's not something which the boy has to do. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry if that is in the book, guys. It very possibly could be, but if it isn't, and if that little addition of pluck up the courage was added to the movie, I think it kind of ruins the scene a bit, to be honest. But the scene is definitely just done better in the book anyway, because it's away from the ball has ended now. Hermione's had a good time, and now we're going to get into this. Presumably, Ron said something else when she walked through the door. You know that's how it started. It wasn't the other way around, in my opinion. So when she says that, she like storms off to bed, and like Ron like turns to Harry and says, "That just completely missed the point." And Harry doesn't say anything because he doesn't want to ruin the friendship that has been fixed recently. But it says that Harry can work out that Hermione had gotten the point much better than Ron, which is actually really cool. That's actually really cool. So we'll see. It's going to be so interesting hearing Harry's perspective of this going forward, because this is like kind of like a big moment for all three characters. And so, great chapters, guys. Thoroughly enjoyed them. So good. That is the Yule Ball section of the book done in one video. Let's get over to your comments over in the book club. I had to look it up, guys. I had to look it up because it actually makes a world of difference. Hermione in the book does not say pluck up the courage. And that, oh god, it annoys me! That annoys me, guys, because it completely changes the whole reason why she's saying it. It really does. I'm sorry, guys, I shouldn't get this annoyed about it, but she basically is saying that if you wanted to ask me, you should have asked me. But you didn't, and that broke my heart, and that's why she's upset, and that's why she's going to go and storm off now. In the movie, she's saying you're too much of a coward to have asked me. Hermione was putting herself down. She's thinking that, obviously Ron doesn't want to ask me because I'm not good enough or anything. That's kind of like how Hermione's mind works when it comes to this sort of thing, when it comes to appearance and all this sort of thing, and how about her feeling, like special and wanted. So for her to say pluck up the courage means that she the whole time she's thinking, this guy's too scared to ask me. Whereas in book, Hermione was wanting him to do it, and he wasn't doing it. And I can't for a second think that book Hermione was thinking, oh, he's too much of a cow to ask me. Not for a second. It completely changes the character. And it's such a small little thing, saying pluck up the courage pluck up the courage and ask me before someone else does next time, and not as a last resort. To ask me before anyone else next time, and not as a last resort. That completely changes the meaning of the sentence. Let's get to the book club before I get too angry. I'm still not sure if I explained my issue with that change in Hermione's line. The subtle change in Hermione's line, guys. What I'm basically saying is, it completely changes Hermione's viewpoint of why Ron didn't ask her, and quite frankly, the reason why Ron didn't ask her had nothing to do with the fact that he was too scared to do it. Is the fact that he literally didn't see her as a girl until the 11th hour. And so, yeah, it's such a small change. I don't know why they do it, because it makes the world of difference with what is one of Hermione's most important lines so far in this series, in my opinion. But either way, let's get over to the book club, guys. This is what it looks like over on the Patreon, guys. There's a post, few simple little rules, guys, and then we get you post your comment underneath. And so let's get through it, guys. Thank you so much for keeping your comments relatively short, guys. At one point, they were getting crazy long for everyone, and also, you know, what the way I always say it is that if your comment is short, then I can dedicate more time to responding to it rather than just read through it and then get through to the next one, you know. And so thank you so much for keeping it short, guys. It is appreciated. At the same time, I do fully understand that sometimes you just really want to gush about these amazing chapters. So let's start off with Benjamin. It is a minor detail, but I laugh every time when Ron and Harry have the sword fight in McGonagall's class. It's amazing. Also, I love Hagrid's story. Him being half giant is never explained in the movie. That's interesting, because he has a brother, doesn't he? I think. I can't remember if it is his brother. He has a relative, doesn't he? In the movies. Later on. But yeah, I just wasn't expecting the tone change, because it's such a romantic, sweet scene in the movie, and yet in the book, it's the polar opposite, guys. I guess they just didn't have more time to go into Maxime's own storyline, but then again, I didn't even know if we're going to be exploring that much more in the book. It was certainly a surprise to me, though. Benjamin, thank you so much for your wonderful comment kicking us off. Jake, Uttiper Veggie, V-Hoof Moron. Now, I don't know what V-Hoof means, but apparently Jake has told me that moron means carrot, which is my logo, which is perfect. By the way, this is Welsh, I should say. So, yes. Welsh slang of the month. A microwave is often known as a pop typer. Literally, an oven popty that goes ping. Of dipping. Oh, I see. Not pop typing. Pop dipping. I like it. Pop dipping. That is awesome, Jake. Thank you so much. Now on to the chapters. Chapter 22. The mystery continues. It's not quite who is heir of Slytherin levels of intrigue, but just who are Fred and George right to do you think? Anonymous love letters to Percy, perhaps? Well, going on this chapter, I would assume that it's Bagman, quite frankly. The fact that they've made a point of talking to him. But yeah, I guess it could be someone else. But going on this chapter, I would assume that. I can't help but blush myself whenever I read Harry asking out and being rejected by Cho. It's perhaps the most relatable thing in the entire universe. That's a tall call. I've never encountered a basilisk or three-headed dog myself. Interesting. But I have encountered the monsters that are social anxiety and rejection. Oh, absolutely, with the social anxiety, Jake. Absolutely. Yeah, it was very, very well done. And I feel like the way it was written, it had a tinge of humour to it. At least that's how I saw it, particularly with this Cedric, his sudden change on what Cedric is like and everything like that. But it was very relatable, though. Chapter 23. So Hermione's rather large front teeth have gone. Do you think they might be a similar fix to Ron's enormous feet? Or does he need them fixing? I'd imagine it's quite inconvenient. But then again, I've got massive trainers now. I treat myself to some very comfortable trainers, guys. I'm actually wearing right now. And so, yeah, maybe it's a benefit. Probably good at swimming with them. And finally, the triumphant return of Vernon's old socks. I know, what a callback that was. That was amazing. Hopefully, Dobby will treat them with more love than Harry ever did. Well, to be fair, but they weren't given with love, though, weren't they? Speaking of which, see what I did there? Ron is an ungrateful little sod. Definitely giving away the gifts he doesn't like to a house elf he's only recently met. Well, I mean, Ron's gift kind of fixes Dobby's issue with Harry's gift, and so I don't know if it's so much he just gave it away. The jumper, I guess. But it's not... I mean, the thing is, if you gave Dobby, like, a really, really good present, like a broom or something like that, I don't think he needs it, does he? That would completely blow his mind. And so keeping it, as Harry put it, unsatisfactory, probably was the best for him, to be honest. Although, to be honest, Ron is a sod in these chapters. He actually is, guys. He's this is possibly the worst of Ron that we've seen in these chapters. Even going back to like the whole, Goblet of Fire thing. At least we believed he felt what he felt. Whereas here, he's just blooming rude to people. P.S. The Welsh meant... Oh, the Welsh meant my favourite carrot, not my favourite idiot. Exactly, yeah. So, Vhoof means my favourite, and moron means carrot, which is incredible. It makes me so happy. Jake, thank you so much for your comment. Kenzit, even though the film never explained it fully, the fact we get to learn more about Hagrid being half giant is so interesting. The film barely even mentions it. Well, that's the thing. It does mention it if you read between the lines. Kind of, because he doesn't use the word giant. He says that his father was so much smaller than him. I'm not sure if he actually says, it was my mother's side or anything like that. I don't think he does. I could be wrong. I mean, it's such a different tone of saying, guys. It really is. It's so bizarre to me. I mean, the fact is, they could have left it out completely. Would that be better or worse, in your opinion? I think it'd be worse. I think it was actually a really sweet scene to hear about Hagrid talking with someone that isn't Harry, quite frankly. I mean, we don't get that much, do we? We don't get many scenes without Harry, in fact. So yeah, I'm glad that they kept it in. I'd rather have the scene how it is than not have it at all. Yeah, that's my interpretation of it. Also, having the book show girls asking Harry to dance was really nice. In the film, we just see most girls avoiding Harry. Yeah, that's certainly how I interpreted it as well. Or slightly hinting they want him to ask. Very different. It does suck he rejects other girls because he wants to go with Cho. Well, the first Hufflepuff he rejects because he panics, doesn't he? Whereas... Oh, sorry, just to be rejected by her. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I appreciate that, Kenzit. And then you can't go back to those girls and say, hey, guess what? Yeah, that does suck. Almost feels like karma, but not really. Not really. No. Yeah, I agree with the not really part there, Kenzit. But yeah, I do see what you mean, though. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Nessie Bobs. Ha, Veggie. Basketball. Excellent. Have you noticed the relevance of the crappy presents given to Harry by the Dursleys? The relevance? I haven't. Let's read on. Before he attends Hogwarts, they gave him a coat hanger and a pair of socks. After attending, he receives a tissue, toothpick, and coin. Before attending Hogwarts, he's given a coat hanger and a pair of socks. Is this like some MacGyver? That's an old reference. Is this like some sort of thing that he's meant to like fashion them up with? After attending, he receives a tissue, a toothpick, and a coin. This is like a riddle. And it has 4 likes, and so it must mean something. Before he attends Hogwarts, he's given a coat hanger and a pair of socks. Okay. Is that for his birthday? After attending, he receives a tissue, toothpick, and coin. No. I don't know. I'm fascinated to find out, Nessie Bob. I wouldn't read a reply just in case of anything, but that is fascinating to me. I don't know. I will be thinking about it, though. Again, is the tissue Voldemort? I have no clue. I have no clue. Let's move on. Thank you, Nessie. Natasha, hey Veggie, the Yule Ball. It is my most favourite chapter in the whole book series. My God, it is wonderful, isn't it? I'm a huge Romani, is it, fan? It is so funny to see. Oh, Ron and Hermione. Okay, that's amazing. Romani. That's actually Brit. Romani. Okay. Hang on a second. That's where that reminded me of. Have you seen not the Goblet of Fire? I'm thinking of the cover art. Monty Python, Life of Brian. There's a scene where Brian is caught writing Romans Go Home on on an imperial a Roman Empire building, painting it in Latin, and like a Roman guard comes up to him and like starts scolding his Latin, saying, "No, that's not song. It's Romani." That's why, as soon as I read that, I thought, hang on, I've heard that before, but no, you're talking about Ron and Hermione. That's amazing. And then he gets him to paint it, the correct spelling, like 100 times all over the building. It's ridiculous. Okay, that makes me happy. It is so fun to see Ron's first jealousy over Hermione. Finally, he starts to understand things. Exactly. Well, kind of, because even at the end, Harry's like saying, Hermione clearly gets it more than Ron does. Understands, I should say. I have so much to say about them, but I will not be able to keep it short, so I will just stop here and listen to others. Thank you, Natasha. That is greatly appreciated. But, you know, I'm sure there's going to be more occasions in the future. Moody's eye. Moody could see Harry's socks through his other pieces of clothing at the ball. I didn't pick up on that. That makes it kind of odd. Pravati noticed it and commented, "I don't think that I should be allowed. Does this mean Moody can see through others' clothes? Like at girls, his underage students under their robes. Yikes! This should be illegal." I completely agree with you, Natasha. Now, I did bring up the fact that I kind of do agree with Pravati about the whole. I mean, okay. I agree with her with the first part as well now, because when she said that he's creepy, I thought that he'd just seen Harry's socks, but Harry is wearing robes, so that was a good point. So he's seeing, I mean, and not just the fact that he's doing it, but the fact that he's saying to Harry, "Nice socks," makes it even weirder. Oh, I'm with her that he is creepy. Okay. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that at all, Natasha. Jeez. Yeah. Now, I guess that you could argue that in the right hands of the right person in the right hands, I guess it's like superpowers, isn't it? It's sort of like, do you want Superman to have all the superpowers? Because if he turns bad or uses them for bad purposes, then everyone else is hopeless. But we trust in Superman, and so it's okay. So maybe Moody. I mean, the thing is, Moody has a notorious history of being kind of crazy. But he's built up a reputation to the point where he can be trusted with it. But if this is Moody, which we are seeing it as, he is basically saying to Harry, I am not using it appropriately. Oh, Natasha. That's made me look at that scene, ironically, in a very different light. Yeah, Parvati is 100% on the money. You say she is psychic, you know? Sorry, that doesn't make sense. That literally makes no sense. Jeez. That's crazy. A complicated topic. In the previous video, there were a lot of discussions about how elves are poorly treated and how it is okay in Wizard society. How they should not be ashamed of being freed, etc. And I thought about how it is similar to how women are still treated in marriage in some Eastern countries. I don't know if you know about it. There was a huge legal case in Kazakhstan this year. Okay, what I will do, I will read this, but then I will take it in a more broader way. But I appreciate what you're saying, Natasha. But just to keep it, a man brutally killed his wife and never avoided and nearly avoided punishment just because she deserved it. The thing is, women are made to think that their purpose in life is to serve husbands. And divorce is the worst thing that can happen to them. Their life their family can abandon them. So a lot of women go through years of abuse, all kinds of it, just to save a family. Okay, so you're absolutely right that in some countries it is definitely worse than others. I would say that across the board there are women that are going through exactly the same thing, and some men in fact as well, where like domestic abuse and everything. But you're right, it is a lot heavily on women. I mean, you hear about cases in the UK. You hear about cases. Surely, you hear about cases anywhere in the world where there are humans. Yeah. That isn't to say that everyone is bad. What I'm saying is that there are bad people everywhere. Now, obviously, in certain countries there are laws around it and everything, and rules and everything like that. But the thing that you point out about like the shame and the fact that families can abandon and everything, there are women everywhere who are being maybe not legally, but are being gaslit into believing what you say there is the case for them. Yeah, I'm afraid I didn't hear about this case, no. Just because she deserved it. I mean, even if, like, say, I don't know. So let's talk about a hypothetical case, not this case that you've mentioned here. But if a woman has an affair or a man has an affair, and if the other partner finds out and kills them, that used to be referred to as a crime of passion, I think. And that meant, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, that meant that it was less serious of a crime. I think that's the case, which is insane. Taking a life is never right, in my opinion, guys. Obviously there is a whole discussion to discuss about that. But that's where I sit. Thank you for bringing up that case, Natasha. I don't know it, so I really can't go into the details of it. But you're right. Some countries are definitely worse than others. But unfortunately, it happens everywhere, and it is. Let's hope that the world is moving. I think it is. I think. I think as a whole, things are better than it was, say, 30, 40 years ago. But that doesn't mean that the victims should be going through it now. Thank you, Natasha. That's a very thought-provoking comment. I really appreciate that. And I do see why you would connect that to, because it's the gaslit aspect of what, I feel like I always say gaslit wrong. But it's Hermione like saying, you know, they've been made to think this way and everything, which may not be true. It could be very true that they are a magical creature who their quirk is they love serving other people. They really appreciate it. It is their existence. But when it comes to them getting treated badly, that's where it becomes, yeah, that's where, see, that's what Hermione should be really focused on, in my opinion. Not that she's focusing on at these chapters, but she needs to, she deserved a good time, even with Ron trying to ruin it. Natasha, great comment, thank you so much. Alias, hey Veggie, Hermione's teeth situation, great start of this comment. Hermione's teeth situation confirms that magic will not always automatically fix everything. Great point, Alias. I was talking about that earlier on, wasn't I? She has always been self-conscious about their size, but magic can't... but her magic didn't shrink them like Harry's did when he grew his hair back. Very true. Very, very true. Percy. Or should I say Supreme Ruler of the Universe is here. And in a very important position, as he is representing Mr. Crouch in person. Absolutely. It's surprising that he seems to have forgotten that Harry was there when Crouch dismissed Winky, but then, well, he probably, to be honest, he probably didn't even notice. But then again, so many things happened that night that it might have just slipped his mind. I think that would have been very easy to happen, and also considering how much he would have been thinking about Crouch, Blinky, as he puts it, Bagman, Arthur. Like, so many other people would be higher up on the list of important people in that situation, even with the death mark. Great point. We get so much character development from Crumb in this chapter. In the movie, he is more of a confident, athletic guy. But in the book, he is so much more introverted. It's interesting that he had to work up the courage to ask Hermione to the ball, and that it was the reason why he kept coming to the library. But who knows, maybe he does like reading too. Did Crumb know there was going to be a ball? Because the Hogwarts gang didn't. But because they're a visiting school, would they have made sure that they had all the robes appropriate for them? Because I just got the impression that he is like a fancier, and when the ball came up, then he decided to ask her. Or, I mean, out of everyone at Hogwarts who isn't a professor, Hermione would know there was going to be a ball coming up, and so maybe if Crumb did know, he asked her months ago. It's possible. Ask me before someone else has the chance to. No, that doesn't sound like he did, though. Yeah, I feel like Crumb maybe didn't know about the ball, and he was just plucking up the courage to speak to Hermione. Or Hymonini. And then the ball came up. That's how my headcanon is, but that's very interesting, Alice. You make a great point there. But who knows, maybe he does like reading too. Yeah, very possibly. I feel like I see it as him seeing Hermione as someone who has similar interests to him, despite the fact that she's not into Quidditch and everything. But when you know, outside of the sport and everything, That's very interesting. Yeah, and this is all headcanon. Fun fact: the way Crumb initially mispronounced Hermione's name is actually the way we pronounce it normally in French. What? Hermione? Hermione? Or Hermione? I can see it. I can see it in the spelling, to be honest. I'm not sure how the my was pronounced here. Well, it's the Hermione, isn't it? Hermione. No, that is how Crumb says it, isn't it? You're right. Great comment, Alice. Thank you so much, as always. Digo! I always find it fun that Rollins, he's a wrestler, chose such an uncommon name for one of her main characters that she had to write. Oh, I need to move my water sprinkler in a minute, guys. Sorry about that. In the book, sorry. Main characters that she had to write a guide on how to pronounce Hermione into the book to teach the readers. Is that a reference to Goblet of Fire, or I'm guessing you're referencing this scene? That's amazing. Yeah, rather than it being in a footnote or anything. Funny note: the German translation. I guess it's because she's kind of middle class, isn't it? And it's quite a kind of middle class name, Hermione, isn't it? I don't know. I take that back, actually. Funny note, the German translators actually anticipated this problem and promptly renamed her Hermione, which is actually one of the very few instances where they changed a name in the translation. So in the German version, this clarification is how to pronounce her name is really not needed, which in turn kinda makes Crumb look dumber than he is. That's actually, well, not dumber, he could be dyslexic. I'm dumb and dyslexic, doesn't mean that everyone who's dyslexic is dumb. Not that's what you're saying, Digo. Since he can't pronounce the name, that's actually quite straightforward to pronounce. Yeah, because it's almost phonetic, isn't it? Hermine. Well, Hermine is how I pronounce that phonetically. And so it would be quite easy to just say E at the end. Hermione. There we go. Hermione. That's so interesting. I think that's why I called her in the first movie reaction as well. There you go. Great comment. Thank you so much. And I wasn't saying that you were calling dyslexic people dumb. That was a side note. Thank you so much, comment. John. I find it interesting how Ron offers Ginny to go to the Yule Ball with Harry, offers her. And he even thought she had a big crush. Oh, even though she had a big crush on Harry, she turns down the offer since she's already going with Neville. Yeah, I feel like that's common. I feel like that's normal. Yeah, I feel like that's what she would do. I think this is a good showing for Ginny's loyalty, especially since Neville probably wouldn't have a partner for the Yule Ball otherwise. And also the fact that Harry and Ron have just been laughing at Neville relentlessly. So yeah, it's great for Ginny to do that. I also like how Ginny stood up to Harry and Ron when they both were laughing about Neville getting rejected by Hermione. I can't say it now, right? Ginny also refused to reveal Hermione's secret of who she is going to the Yule Ball with. That's another showing of her loyalty, absolutely. I think these two chapters start to make it clear how that Ron has some feelings for Hermione. Oh my goodness, yes. Well, even feelings, it's sort of like ownership, sort of like, not ownership, but a protectiveness around her in a way. But yeah, at the same time, he's jealous of Crumb, clearly. There were subtle hints earlier, but these chapters make it obvious, especially with his jealousy of Crumb in the Yule Ball chapters. Yeah, John, and I would add to that, and I would say that it has become obvious to Ron now, because I don't think before it was, because like I say, when Hermione walks through the door, it says that he like says, Neville was right, you are a girl. It's like, but now he has obviously been a very protective friend of hers before, but this is the first time where it's protection of, if she's going to go with someone else, I don't want her to have a good time. So that's different, isn't it? Rather than just protecting her. So I feel like it's Ron's Awakening. That's what this chapter should have been called. Great comment, John. Thank you so much for making it. Slim. Bow down, mortals. Percy Weasley is the Emperor of the Universe. Absolutely. Since Harry has arrived at Hogwarts, the Dursleys have sent him free Christmas gifts. Okay, here we go again. A toothpick, a tissue, and a 50p piece. Some people think this represents the Deathly Hallows. My brain's gone blank. Oh, my brain's gone completely blank. Yeah, it's the sword. It's the sorry, it's the wand. It's the shroud. And what is the other one? Oh, my brain's gone completely blank. I need to look it up. I'm so sorry, guys. The Resurrection Stone. That's really the one that doesn't fit, isn't it? Really. Is it? I mean, as soon as I started reading this, I was thinking, what? Are you saying that it's not actually the Dursleys sending it? And the coat hanger triangle. And what was the other thing? I'm going to have to go back to the previous comment because pardon me. Oh, where was it? Was it Natasha? So how odd. Oh well, let's move on, guys. Sorry about this. Weirdly, I can't find the comment, but it was socks, wasn't it? I don't see how the socks come into it. At all. Oh my goodness. I don't know, guys. That's fascinating. I'm guessing that's... Yeah. Okay, let's move on, but that is fascinating. Hermione be raging and sparks by flying in these chapters. What? Hermione's be raging and sparks be flying in these chapters. Okay, sorry, I was reading it wrong. Lots of insecurity too. Not just the Golden Trio, but Ginny, Karkaroff, Crumb, Percy, and Madame Maxime too. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot under the surface going on in these chapters. Ginny's brutal assessment of Harry and Ron's situation always tickle me. They're both just being turned down by girls they asked to the ball. I love it, yes. She got Moxie, absolutely. That is, I did approve of that as well. That was like that was a feel-good moment. The dress is blue, not pink, not blue, which it have killed them to put her in a blue dress. It's always annoyed me. You're talking about Hermione, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, the Patel sisters are wearing different from what's described in the book as well. I mean, if she'd worn blue version of what she wears in the movie, it would have been one of the Disney princesses, which I can't think of. Which she ended up playing one, didn't she? She played Belle, I believe. Not that I've seen it. Yeah, I thought you were referencing that old photo of that golden or black dress or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, that picture from ages ago. God, that was over 10 years ago now. Yeah, I guess it would have been good. It's not something that bothers me, but I can understand it bothering other people, though. Yeah. Would Percy make a good personal assistant, has he risen too far too fast? I'd imagine he'd probably get quite annoying, but you know that he'd be trying his best. Yeah, I feel like that's the fairest way of putting it, but yes, I do think he'd get a bit annoying. But it is fast, though. It really is fast. Any ideas on the beautiful room filled with chamber pots Dumbledore stumbled upon? Immediately, Slim. Immediately. Even as he was saying this sentence, I was like, thank you, Bobby. Room requirement. There we go. I'm guessing. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's the room of potties. Chamber pots. Why is Karkaroff suddenly worried, and why does he think Snape can help? Yeah, I really appreciate how subtle that scene really was. But presumably it's the same things that everyone else has been sensing, guys. The fact that Voldemort is returning. But yeah, I really like the way that the book did it. It's so much more natural. Great comment, Slim. Thank you so much for making it. Jacob. We know Harry has a crush on Cho, so I have no issues. He didn't think to ask anyone else. He knew who he wanted to ask, and eventually he did. Unfortunately, was a little late, and by then, as good female, unfortunately, was a little late, and by then, his good female friends Hermione and Ginny had already had dates. Also, he didn't ask them as well. But you're right, they did also already have dates. Because we don't know if he would have fallen back on them. Because he doesn't see them as girls, does he? I feel like in the same way, it's the same thing that he feels about Hermione. Like he sees them as friends, not girls. Jeez. Messed up. But anyway. But I like to think we would have asked... he would have asked them if he didn't have eyes for Cho at the time. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with him having eyes for Cho, but yeah, obviously he left it too late. Yeah, great comment, Jacob. And let's read the second part of it now. Sorry. Ron, on the other hand, is a 90s teenage boy who can't admit that his true feelings. He may not even understand what his feelings are towards Hermione at this stage. Boom, I think you're completely right, Jacob. In fact, I think this is like the start of him potentially starting to realise. But his reaction to Hermione going with Crumb is similar to his reaction when Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire. That's so true. A little bit of anger and jealousy that why wasn't it me? That is a great correlation. Not a good look at this his personality traits if that's what he resorts to when he doesn't get what he wants. Yeah, it's true, Jacob. At the same time, it's very realistic and relatable, but he is a git in these chapters, like I was saying earlier. And I can say that because it's in the book. Jacob, thank you so much for the comment. Dara, good morning. Another week about to start. Kind of, yes. Now on to the book club. Now on to one of my things. What do you think about the way teacher handles their class before the ball? I think it's interesting that although more than one teacher keeps them working, it's only Snape that they call evil for doing it. It's the exam that they take exception with Snape, because I don't think anyone else is actually giving them actual important work. You'd imagine that it's the same level of importance. Flitwick did what a lot of teachers that I had went one way and made it sort of like, your head's all over the place. Let's just have a relaxing time of it before the ball. And Snape the students believe, or at least the trio believe, that the exam or whatever, or the test or whatever, was being there in spite of the fact that the end of that the ball is coming up. I feel like that's the reason why they call him out, and also because they don't like Snape. That is a reason why the trio would call him evil for it. Also, no dancing classes in the books. Absolutely, I do not mind that it's not included. Not a big fan of the movie scene, since it seems as though only Gryffindors. Not sure, since I always thought Eloise Midgen was Hufflepuff. Yes, I thought so as well. That's actually a very good point. Were present. How do you think the other houses learned to dance? Through their heads. Because in the movie, McGonagall says how it's been thousands of years that Gryffindor have held the honor of the founding father of Hogwarts, of the Gryffindor one. So she actually specifically says that they've kept his honor of it, and they're not going to let a bunch of bumbling baboons or whatever she says, and then friend George tried to repeat it 5 times. So she is specifically teaching her house. That means that there is a Snape one. Actually, no, I can see it. I can see Snape being a good dancer, guys. I really can. Not a break dancer or anything, but I can see him being a good ballroom dancer. I actually can, guys. I actually can. Flitwick, I think that he'd be fine with it as well. Sprout, not really her forte, but then it's not McGonagall's forte. I'd say it's more Sprout than it is McGonagall's. And so yeah, it's each of the house people. That's why Fred and George are there, because they're in a different year. So I prefer the book version. I said why. I do like the scene, though, I must admit. What do you think of? What do you make of Karkaroff? Not exactly a joyous fellow, is he? Very protective of his school, it seems. Yeah, I mean, if I was reading this for the first time and I had no prior knowledge at all, which is how I am trying to process this, I wouldn't be overly suspicious outside of what Black has said about him. Because I feel like it is in the interest of these heads to keep certain things about their castle secret. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not overly suspicious of him, to be honest. And Hagrid is half giant. Any thoughts on that? Not really. The fact that, yeah, it was such a different scene than I was expecting, guys, and it broke my heart. It's very powerful stuff. And Ron being Ron is just rude. Yes, Ron is definitely rude in these chapters. But, you know, there's a lot going on in his head as well, I guess you could say. Thanks so much for your comment, Dara. Mel, hi, Veggie. I love the Christmas morning scene with Dobby so much. Not only is it sweet and warm, it reminds me of Harry's first Christmas at Hogwarts and getting presents for the first time. It must be the case for Dobby too. Exactly. The first Christmas getting presents from his friends. It's extremely touching that Dobby thinks of giving Harry a present. Yeah, you wouldn't have thought it. I wouldn't have guessed it. Despite being mistreated, he doesn't hold a grudge against humans, and that's worth pointing out. It's very true, Mel. At the same time, he doesn't hold a grudge against any human, does he? Really? Like, even if he was to talk, he finds it very, very difficult to talk badly of the Malfoys, you know, which could be out of fear or conditioning, but it also could just be in his nature as well. And so, yeah, he definitely doesn't hold grudge against everyone, any human, I should say. In the French text, the Weird Sisters are a group of girls only. At least, that's what our translator makes us understand from with some translations. I'm not even sure if it says the gender in the English ones. Oh, here we go. In the English text, the gender is not specified because she just uses they to describe them. Yeah, exactly. I agree. So our translator has decided to make them feminine. Ah, probably referencing the word sister. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I got completely confused, guys. And it does seem that the group is at least mixed or all men. In the film, they are men, or is it a mixed group? But the lead singer is men. Well, I know that 3 of the 4, I think there's only 4 members. 3 of the 4 are definitely men because I know who they are. There's 2 from Radiohead and 1 from Pulp. I don't know who the drummer was, but I'm pretty sure they were male as well. So yeah, it completely confused me. And you know what I would have expected a line for Harry to say, "Oh, they're men," but again, in the book, it's not actually specified. Yeah, very interesting, Mel. I wonder if we heard about him again. Great comment. Caroline. Hi, Veggie. I hope you're doing well. A lot happens in this chapter, so I can't stop being amazed by the world building and the endless imagination. It's a good, glorious thing. The WWN, Wizard Wireless Network. Amazing. Also, I think the idea of Dumbledore organising bands and drinks for the ball is just too funny. Yeah. I mean, he appeared to choose a good choice because they definitely seem popular. I mean, they seem very popular in the movie. Yeah. I guess he could have outsourced that, but maybe he wanted to do it. But he definitely seemed to do a good job of it, although. Don't know what the drinks were. They weren't mead, as some people were speculating, I'm guessing. I know there was mention of a butterbeer, I think. I feel like there was a mention of a butterbeer. I think. Either way. Ron mentions Eloise Midgen's nose is off-center. Remember in chapter 13, it was mentioned that she tried to remove her acne, but the spell went wrong and her nose got reattached. By Madame Pomfrey. There we go. Okay, now I understand it. I'm sorry. I actually didn't connect ironically that part up with Pomfrey reattaching it. Oh, bless her. That's sad. It just shows, guys, that all these fixes aren't perfect sometimes. Ron's helpless interaction with the girls is so hilarious. I think he doesn't know any better at this point. Just pure teenage drama. Oh, absolutely, yeah. He has things to learn, doesn't he? Also, I think Hermione doesn't like Fleur and the Beauxbatons in general, not only because of Ron, but because they seem to represent a cliche like the perfect image of women that goes very much against Hermione's ideology of character is more important and everyone is okay with the way they are. Well, I think that's Fleur. I'm not sure if that really is the case with the other ones. I mean, they weren't happy when they arrived, but I mean, you had the 2 Beauxbaton boys like appear when Parvati and Padma were clearly not being danced with. But no, she does. Every single time that she hears something from Beauxbaton, she does seem to have some sort of resentment. That's how I see it. But if it's to do with the idea of being a perfect girl, I mean, yeah, I don't see it. But then again, it could be because of Ron's infatuation with Fleur, you know. Very interesting. Which is also a big theme in the book and very much in line with the whole coming of age story. Oh, absolutely, yes. But other lesson is surely that Hermione's views about them are also false prejudice. Oh, I completely agree. I think that it is. And she fixes her teeth as well. There is always 2 points of view. Well, actually, that's a very good point. If what you're saying about Hermione looking at Beauxbaton in that way, the fixing of her teeth, yeah, even when it was saying about the fact that I shrunk my teeth, it's like that there was an edge of sadness to that. It's like I fixed myself now. I don't have that problem. It's a sad way of looking at life, guys. But obviously, a lot of people do. Obviously, they're like plastic surgery and everything's a big business and everything like that. And I always think that, you know, as long as you're doing it for the right reason, you're not doing. You're not. Yeah, it's yeah. When I heard about the teeth bit, I was like, that's a bit of a shame that she felt like doing that. But if she's happy, then she's happy, guys. 4, the fat lady who gets drunk with her friend Violent is always a highlight here. That was great. I'm so glad she also has a private life. Yeah, it's very important, even for paintings, guys, even for paintings. Thank you for the whole Harry Potter journey in the book club. You can't imagine how much it means to me. Oh, thank you so much. That's very, very kind. It is so much fun. I can't believe you're already halfway through the 4th book. I know, but you know, apparently these books just get bigger, and so we still got a lot more to go. I mean, just these chapters are getting longer, guys. It's been a very long time since we had like a 15-minute chapter in the audiobooks. Lovely wishes for you and Woozle, and see you next time. And sorry for the long comment. I know, yeah, it was pushing it, but it's okay. It's okay, Caroline. Thank you so much for your comment. I can tell that you're excited about it. Florence, sorry, I was going to call you Fleur. Hi, Veggie. Lots of little things happening. Dobby's Christmas visit is very memorable. It's so you would have liked it if that scene was just in the movie, but they had so much to get through in the movie, didn't they? What do you think about Snape and Karkaroff and the Hagrid Maxime interaction? I much prefer the book version of the deleted scene from the movie, because it's so melodramatic. Well, I guess you could say it's melodramatic, because Snape isn't really taking it melodramatically, is he? But Karkaroff is. You can't fool me, serious. Something that he says at one point. But the Hagrid and Maxine thing made me sad, guys. And I don't know what the deal is with Maxine. If it's shame, or if there is another reason. If it is that she's big bone, it's very possible, guys. Why not? Because the thing is, if she is half giant, and Hagrid is the only person who's worked that out, there's something going on. There's something wrong there, you know? And those half giants were always an extremely rare thing, which you would imagine would be the case, to be fair. But Hagrid being the only one, because presumably no one in France has worked that out, or even looked at the potential of it being the case. Yeah, great comment, Flon. They were both great and better in the books, in my opinion. Sandra. Hi, baby. Sorry, Sandra, that isn't your comment. Hermione seems to hate Fleur and the Beauxbatons. Fleur doesn't complain about Hogwarts. Oh, sorry, Fleur does complain about Hogwarts, which is rude and must be annoying. Could it also just be because Ron is openly attracted to her? Well, you know what? Because even in the stadium, where Harry and Ron were infatuated by the Velas, Hermione was giving it all out. When it comes to, you know, oh, come on, this is pathetic, and she didn't say pathetic, I don't think, but she was definitely noting the fact that it was ridiculous. But that could be a protection of Ron and Harry, though. And it could be in the same way that Ron blooming snaps in this one, you know. Because what Fleur said about the food at Hogwarts was not that bad. It wasn't, you know, that it didn't require Hermione to insult her. She did insult her. Oh, obviously not to her face. But yeah, I feel like it is similar to what Ron's going through. Great point, Sandra. Greatly made. Maddie, hi, Veggie. It's nice that we get these chapters that show Harry and friends just being normal students. Oh, it's so important. It's some of the best stuff. It really is. Worrying about normal student stuff. And you know what? Because this is the first episode that we've done of this where Ron is now back for the whole thing. And it just feels so much more relaxed. Even with the pitched argument at the end, you know, which I don't think will last for that long. I hope it bloomin' doesn't. It certainly doesn't in the movie. But yeah, like the relaxed chapters are definitely some of the best. They really are. Harry thinking unkind thoughts about Cedric because he was... Sorry, Maddie, it's not a reflection on your comment. He was being petty and jealous, and him turning down that girl because she's taller than him are quite hilarious and silly, but they are such realistic portrayals of a teenage boy that it adds more layer to his character. Yeah, no, I didn't mention the tall girl, but I actually forgot about that part. Which again is ridiculous, but what Harry says. But the great thing with this chapter is that Harry's like saying, well, no, not her, and like panicking with the Hufflepuff, curly head Hufflepuff and everything, and just particularly choosing one person, and that person is going out with someone who Harry subconsciously thinks is a lot better than him, good looking, smarter, you know, all this sort of stuff, and beat him at Quidditch once. It kind of, in a sense, Harry gets what's coming to him in a weird way. You know, the fact that he's like saying, well, no, she's taller than me. Well, yeah, great. But the person that you want to date is going out with someone who you think is subconsciously better than you. Yeah. But it definitely adds to layers of character, yes. At least it shows it that he's not just this noble, perfect, boring hero. Oh, absolutely, Maddie. Absolutely. And I feel like even in the movie, it does to an extent give that as well. But like I say, Cho, I think, actually apologises 3 times in that scene with Harry in the Owlery. So, and even later on, when they're going towards the Yule Ball, we get a moment where Cho is looking at Harry. And so it almost is like saying, oh, bet Cho wishes she was actually with Harry. Which, to be honest, is not what we're meant to get the impression at all in the book at this point. I don't think. Unless you did, guys, let me know if I'm wrong. But yeah, that's definitely how I see it, though. Also, congratulations on Weatherby on his promotion. I know, I was so happy. I was so happy for him. I know it's probably all going to end in tears, guys, but I freaking love Weatherby. I love me some Weatherby. Colin. Hi, Veggie. This is my first comment in a while. Colin, welcome back. Lovely to see you. I've always found that the Crumb and Hermione relationship kind of weird. Crumb, 18. Is he actually 18? I guess. This was said in the Quidditch World Cup. And Hermione, 15. This age gap between them is weird to me. Two points. One, it's just the ball that she's been invited to. A ball which she can legally attend. Legally, as in it's year 4s upwards. So it's 3 years difference. It's just it being invited to the ball. I don't know if they're going to be dating after this. Yeah, it's. I do see what you mean, Colin, but I don't. As it's from what I gathered, just the ball. I don't really have don't really take issue with it. But we will see though, guys. We'll see if it progresses any further. This is comparable to a high school senior last year of school going to a school dance with a sophomore second year of high school. I wouldn't go into much detail there, but there is not a that's not a very good stigma to upperclassmen who date underclassmen. But there is not a good stigma of upperclassmen. So even if it was 1 year, there would be an issue then. Or is it the fact that it's 3 years that's the issue? Very interesting. It's not something which I particularly picked up on, or even now I still don't see it being a big issue, because it was just being invited to a dance which Hermione could go to. It does kind of change, you know, what Hermione says in the movie a bit, where he's just staring at her in the library. But that's not what he's like in the book, though. So, yeah, I don't have that much of an issue with it, Colin. But it's very interesting hearing this. I will think on about this. I relate to Harry and Ron here trying to ask a girl to the dance. It reminds me of when I was 14 and trying to ask girls to the school dances. I always got a good laugh when Ron tried to ask Fleur to dance because it's just so real. Yeah, oh my goodness, bless him. I do prefer the way it's done in the book as well, because in the movie it's a bit too comical. In fact, he's been carried in and everything. But yeah. It's all very realistic, guys, and that's, you know, and that's why it's a very popular chapter. Hope you're doing well and keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Colin. It's lovely to hear from you again. Edit. I found out Hermione's birthday is September the 19th. Why hasn't Harry and Ron celebrated her birthday? It always annoys me in things like that when they don't. Yeah, Colin, I'm with you. Oh god, I had to talk about Persona again, guys. I'm always talking about Persona. Kanji from Persona 4. But like on Persona games, it's you basically spend a year in this place and you meet friends and everything, and you go through life and like you go to class with them and everything, you socialize with them, you build up your relationships with them, and then also at night you fighting like, you know, these mystical creatures and everything. They're great games, guys. RPGs. If in the Persona games particularly, I always think, why can't they just have birthdays? It would have been so cool. Because, like I say, you spent a year with a calendar, like saying what date it is. If it's Sunday, you don't go to school. And, you know, so you can go to the park, or maybe you can get a part-time job, and all these different things that you can do and everything. It would have been so cool if, when it comes on to a birthday, you have a little set piece of all the characters getting together to celebrate that person's birthday. I would love that. And so, in fiction, how far can you do it? Because if they're not going to do Hermione's birthday, I don't know when Hagrid's birthday is, but presumably they want to do something. Ron's birthday, I don't know if that's from your comment. I'm kind of getting the impression that maybe they're off they are between school years. But yeah, in fiction where you have like, because the books are year-long books, aren't they? I always feel like it would have been so cool if even it's just like a little thing of like saying, oh, we after returning from Hogsmeade to celebrate Hermione's birthday, where Harry got her some gift. Again, we don't know what Harry got her for Christmas, if anything. God, poor Hermione. I'm so glad for her though, guys, because she's suffered so much in the last book and a half. She really has, and so I'm so freaking happy for her that she gets a couple of minutes between Ron trying to ruin her night. Why hasn't Harry and Ron celebrated her birthday? I presume that they do. I presume that they do celebrate her birthday, but it's just not on the paper. Colin, great comment. Very thought-provoking. I will definitely give that some more thought going forward. I'd love to see you back. Martin. Hey, Veggie. Were you expecting to get the McGonagall dance with Ron scene in the book. You know what, Martin? I think I was told long ago that it was a movie exclusive, and people had issues with it. I don't have issues with it. Yeah, I feel like I'd been told before that it was a movie exclusive. I found it funny, but not realistic. Just don't believe she would do that. Enjoy her starting to show some partisanship for Harry in this book, though, defending him after his name came out of the Goblet, and then being very obviously worried for him before the first task. Yes, but then she's also like, it's like it is your responsibility to do this dance and everything to Harry. So yeah, it's very interesting, her relationship with Harry in this book. It actually really is. Book McGonagall would not have done what movie McGonagall did. Movie McGonagall would have, but not Book McGonagall. No, yeah, and it just shows the difference in the characters. But you know what? I love movie McGonagall. I really do. I freaking love Book McGonagall though. So yeah, I love them both. I wonder who to feel more sorry for during the Yule Ball. Take your pick. Padma Pravati were both ignored by their partner, who the whole night, but presumably ended up having a good time with other people. Yeah, it's true, and it's the fact that they were probably really hopeful of the night, and then it immediately just goes wrong. It kind of sucks for them. There's one really horrible bit in the movie, guys, when Hermione's crying on the steps of Hogwarts, and in the background there's some poor girl be like, what's the term? Oh my goodness. Comforted, my goodness. Comforted by two other girls. She's in fits and tears as well. Like, my God, this whole thing is a bloody terrible idea, Dumbledore. What have you done? As in, he arranged it, although it had to happen anyway. Okay. The whole night, presumably ended up having a good time with the other people. No, definitely, absolutely. Poor Hermione had her night ruined by Ron. I don't know how much. I don't think it was ruined as much as it was by. I think it ended badly, but that was after the doors were shut in the common room. So I do feel like it isn't. She wasn't in public crying on the steps, taking her shoes off. After shouting at her two best friends, well, two friends, surrounded by people and everything. I don't think it went as badly for her as it did in the book. Yeah, great comment. Poor Hermione had her night ruined by Ron, but at least enjoyed the start of it. Absolutely. So would pump for Hagrid. I know, God, and Maxine as well, because even if she is half giant, you can kind of see why. Oh God, if you're ever gonna accept it, then why wouldn't you accept it now? But at the same time, you can kind of understand why she probably would find it difficult, if it is the case, or maybe it isn't. Mine, great comment. It's just a horrible time for everyone. You know what? I hope Draco had a great time. Sorry. Did anyone have a good time? Crumb had a good time. Cho, presumably, Book Cho had a good time. She wasn't looking at Harry the entire time. Well, one scene, Veggie. Cedric, yeah, there were some winners. I'm sure Weird Sister, I was going to say Wicked Sister. Weird Sister had a good time. Great comment, Martin. Stephen, hey Veggie and Woozle. Chapter 22. I really like that Harry is getting the attention from girls in this chapter. It's very common for him to be embarrassed by something. I don't understand why they made the girls give him death stares in the movie, as if they disliked him. Yeah, I don't fully understand it either. Now, the one scene with Cho, I get it, because it's basically, you know what it is, Stephen? That that shot is very purposefully point of view, with the other Ravenclaws shrouding Cho. And so it's very possible that they didn't shroud her, and their expressions weren't actually like that, but that is what Harry is seeing. Is that too much of a stretch? I feel like it probably is, isn't it? But the other, I swear that the Beauxbatons give them dirty looks and everything, which you could argue maybe, well, it's house loyalty and everything, but then you go to the ball and everyone's dancing with everyone. And so, yeah, I don't get it. I guess it goes back to what I said right at the start of the review, and then I backtracked on it, where I was saying, aren't boys stupid? I feel like it was kind of trying to do that a bit too hard in the movie. Yeah, I feel like it kind of was. Yeah. Great point, great point. We get an insight into what kind of teacher Professor Flitwick is. He's definitely the cool one that everyone gets along with. It's true, and sometimes you want that, sometimes you don't. But I'm glad that it was at least one, and I'm glad it was Flitwick. I would have. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that it's Flitwick. I'm not sure who else would have been the laid back one. Sprout wouldn't have been, I don't think. Not from what I know her from. Moody? Nah, no chance. I've never... Lupin, maybe. Ooh, no, Lupin would have chosen a fun topic to end the term with. That's what he would have done. Good old Lupin. I've never realised before, but I've always envisaged Richard Wilson, Victor Meldrew from Only Fools and Horses, as Professor Binns. You know what, Stephen? I've got one thing to say about that. I don't believe it. Sadly, I highly doubt this would happen for a series since he's nearly 90. Yeah, and the thing is, he's been acting for a long time, but he's always kind of looked like that. I should just point out to anyone who thought I was just being a bit rude to Stephen's suggestion of Richard Wilson there, I was making a very clever joke. And I'm not going to explain it. But Stephen would have got it. Stephen would have got it. Stephen, if you haven't seen it, I got recommended it recently. I don't know why, but I have seen it before because I've watched the show. There is a TV show called Some Others Do Have 'Em, from the 70s, which is about a innocent but bumbling person trying to get a job. It's very good. It's very good physical comedy. I say it's very good. The first 2 seasons are very good. There are bits in later seasons that are good, but the first 2 are where you want to start, because in my opinion, it does go downhill a bit. But yeah, check out the first stuff. It is dated. It's all very nicey nice, but it's very good physical comedy there. I do actually really like it. Some others, Richard Wilson. There is a great scene though, which is in the 3rd series, I believe. And like I say, just check out the scene rather than the episode, because like I say, it's 3rd series, it does go downhill a bit in my opinion. But if you like the first 2 series, watch on. Like I say, it's very nice. It's very innocent. It's very innocent humour, and so I don't need to put any warnings for Some Others Do Have 'Em. But there is, I mean, there's a couple of clips on it. But if you type in Some Others Do Have 'Em £40 into YouTube, or if you type in Some Others Richard Wilson, it will come up with it as well. There is a great scene where Richard Wilson, who is not a regular on it, has come to Frank and Betty's house to basically assess how much everything is worth, and like he's like looked at all the furniture and everything. He's like saying, "Okay, I'll give you £40." He says, and Frank says, "Oh, for the table." He says, "No, £40 for all of it." Frank says, "Well, no, if we could, I'm not going to do a Frank Spencer impression. Like we could discuss, if we could discuss like an increase in that." And so Frank like sits down on the sofa, Betty sits down next to him, and then Richard Wilson goes to sit down next to him. But the sofa is so messed up that that Richard Wilson is like a foot shorter than the other two, and it's a great bit of comedy because you see, well, I say you see all three of their faces. You don't see all three of their faces because Betty immediately is like this, away from the camera, because she cannot stop laughing, and Frank Spencer, who is played by the guy I can't remember the name of, is clearly like trying to hold back the laughter. Richard Wilson fails to hold back the laughter and just starts laughing in the scene. It's great, and it was kept in the episode as well. So yes, if you're a big Richard Wilson fan, I recommend looking up Some Others Do Have £40, or if you type in Some Others Do Have Richard Wilson, it will come up with it as well. Who is the guy who played Michael Crawford played Frank Spencer? Excellent. Frank Spencer, a very notorious comedy character over in the UK, guys. So they're obviously quite dated now. It finished before I was born, but I like watching. I find watching 70s sitcoms that were made before I was born fascinating. Yeah, so like I that's kind of a thing which I do, is watching comedies from the 70s, because I am a millennial, and so it was before my time. Either way, little sidetrack about Some Others Do Have 'Em, but yes, your mention of Richard Wilson. Yeah, Richard Wilson would be great as Binns. He would be great as Binns. For some reason, I always imagine Binns having a moustache, but you can give Richard Wilson a moustache. Yeah, he would be. Great actor, great actor. Right, let's move on. 90, chapter 23. We get yet another mention of and also there's a great episode of Father Ted with Richard Wilson, and I'm sure you've seen that. That is amazing. We get yet another mention of Hogwarts having Chris. It's true, we did get a mention of Hogwarts having Chris. Absolutely. I can't remember what it was, but I feel like it's to do with Neville again. If Sirius is worried about Owl being intercepted, then why is he signing a letter with his name and not Padfoot alias? Seems a bit backwards to me. It's true. I don't understand the consistency of being worried about Owl because they just seem to be still doing it. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about that, actually. That's a good point about actually signing it as well. I really hate the way, and it could get Harry in serious trouble. I really hate the way Ron treats Hermione in this chapter. Oh my goodness. Oh my, don't get me started, Stephen. It just makes it worse that it's at the ball. I love that we get Harry's perspective on this, and that he agrees with Hermione. I really wish this had been more in the movie. Yeah, and even Harry's opinion of it isn't that. I mean, we get the acknowledge that Harry understands what's going on at the end, but when Ron's like talking about Eloise Midgen, I mean, Harry's not exactly, agreeing with Hermione there. He's just hearing the scene, isn't it? So it's very possible that he thinks the same thing about Eloise Midgen. I mean, he finds the idea of going to a dance with someone that's taller than him beyond him, But this is what teenagers are like, though, isn't it? Scum the lot of them. I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. There's so much good stuff in these chapters. I could easily make a comment a lot longer. What do you think? What was your my favourite moment? It's difficult because a lot of the moments were really sad in these chapters. But my favourite moment, well, Weatherby being there genuinely gave me a thrill. The Dobby scene was amazing. The Christmas present scene. It's hard to say my favourite bit. Yeah, I would say that those are two of the top ones, but I'm sure I'm even forgetting moments now in it that I really love, but they were so good. Steven, great comment. Gothic, just before I read your comment, I'm going to go and re-watch that Richard Wilson clip, so I apologise. Gothic, chapter 22. Since McGonagall said partners for the dance, do you think Harry or any other champion or student couldn't ask a same-sex student. It would have been fun to see Fleur dancing with a girlfriend, or maybe Seamus and Dean going together. Well, Seamus and Dean, I don't know if we know that they are straight. But, well, hang on, hang on. It doesn't matter if you're straight, does it? Hang on. Couldn't ask a same-sex student. Yeah, I don't really see a problem with that. Yeah, I think that it would have been, when I was at school, it would have been unusual for that to happen, but I definitely don't see a problem with it, though. It would have been nice. I can definitely see girls doing that more than boys, to be honest. But yeah, I didn't see a problem with it. It's such a teenager thing for Harry, or just people going on their own, quite frankly, which I think it probably a lot of people would have done. We know that Crabbe and Goyle did. It's such a teenager thing for Harry to suddenly think badly about Cedric, who is going to the ball with his crush. I know, I appreciate how on the nose it was, where it said Harry suddenly realised that what Cedric was. Poor Ginny was so sure Harry or anyone would not ask her to the ball that she accepted Neville. It's also cute he first asked Hermione, and then Ron suggests she goes with Harry as if that it's their last option, and she had to decline since she already promised Neville. Yeah, well, I think it's very possible that Ginny didn't expect to go to the ball, but then Neville said, "Hey, do you want to go to the ball?" And she thought, "Oh yeah, this is my only chance." So yeah, I don't think that Ginny would have expected Harry to ask her, to be honest. On a side note, it's good to see that Ginny and Hermione are actually friends and talk about boy stuff. Absolutely, I do appreciate that. Yeah, even if it's off camera, which obviously makes sense. Viewpoint, I should say. Chapter 23. One of the worst crimes in the movie, in my opinion, is the costume choice for the Patel sisters. However, Cho looks nice. Why did they choose such ugly dresses for them? They should have hired a designer with at least some ties to Indian culture for the creation for the girls. That's very interesting. That's very interesting, Gothic. Now, I gotta say, I didn't see anything particularly bad about them, but it's very possible that you know more about this thing than I do. I mean, it's definitely more about this thing than I do. But I mean, the thing is with traditional Indian garb is that it is often very, very bright and everything, and so maybe the fact that it clashes stands out so much more, I should say, than other outfits, made it look quite strange. But I gotta say, I didn't really pick up on that, though. That's very interesting. It is definitely different than it is described in the book, though, definitely. I mean, come on. Have you seen how beautiful people dress for Indian weddings? Exactly, this is what I mean. I hope the HBO series will do it better. Yeah! It's going to be interesting to see. Because Padma as a character, we're not particularly meant to have any affection for her or anything, but... Sorry, Pravati. And Padma in the book, we barely even seen, and so... Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they do it differently, but I do get what you mean now. On Hermione's dress, apparently the costume designer chose palette colours for the trio, and Hermione got pink since it is more girly, I guess. I mean, I guess. I mean, Padma and Pravati are in pink as well, so... that is also why in later movies she is wearing more pink clothes. Harry got blue and Ron got burgundy brown, I think. Yeah, no, you know what? I completely see that with Ron. With Hermione and Harry, I gotta say, I haven't picked up on that at all. But with Ron, I definitely see that. Absolutely, that is his colour palette, isn't it? Very interesting. And I don't mind the idea of them having like a colour set that they have. But the fact that Hermione uses pink is quite... Yeah, Interesting. That's very interesting. And we'll see what they do in the series. Okay, now the most important question: how do giants humans relationship work? I mean, the giant. Well, let's get into it. Oh my goodness. Okay, this means the giants' genitals are much bigger. So I'm wondering how the pregnancy is. Oh, okay. You see Hagrid's giant brother in movie 5, who's still young, and we've also learned that Hagrid himself outgrew his father when he was 6. Oh wow, you could pick him up at 6. I imagine the birth itself would have been awful for a human mother. Ah, okay. And how big the belly would be in the last month. I honestly don't think JK thought of this. I think that it's likely that she didn't think of it. I think that pregnancy and giving birth in the Wizarding world might be very different than it is in the Muggle world. But then again, that's science and magic. Oh no, sorry, science and magic not mixing as Buffy. See, I'm getting a little bit confused now. So yeah, it's very possible that giving birth to someone is very different in the magical realm. But yeah, I can't imagine that's something that's been explored more. Gothic, that's a fascinating subject, but yeah, I'm not sure what else I can say on it, especially with this bit. Right, okay, thank you so much, Gothic, for your wonderful comment. Me here. Hi, Veggie. I like that multiple people ask Harry for the dance. It makes sense. He's a celebrity, absolutely. Bezoar is mentioned as a key ingredient that Harry forgot for Snape's potion test. It was also mentioned in the first book. Do you remember the significance from one of the movies? I really don't, and to be honest, I didn't, because I'm listening to audiobook, I didn't even know how to spell it, but that's very interesting that it's been referred to before. 3, it always wonderful to hear about rumours going around the school, like the fact that Dumbledore had probably bought 800 barrels of mead, there we go, mulled mead, from Madame Rosemarta. Details like that make Hogwarts feel alive. Oh, the details are always the best things, especially around Hogwarts. Flitwick appreciates the summoning charm Harry performed from the task. It's great to hear about their interaction. They are quite rare events in the books. Oh, yeah, I'd imagine they are. I mean, they really are with Flitwick. Hermione nagging Harry about the egg, or is Ron right that Harry has earned a break? Is Hermione nagging Harry about the egg, or Ron right that Harry has earned a break? I think it's both, to be honest, but the fact that Harry hasn't taken it out of the box since getting it was a surprise to me. Ron would rather go to the Yule Ball with a terrible-looking, a good-looking person than someone who's not good-looking, but a great person. This is unfortunate, but very realistic, especially for teenage boys. Well, I'd say just teenagers, to be honest. I feel like that is an age where a lot of people, boy or girl, are quite superficial. But yeah, it's definitely realistic, though. Hermione said in the movie that Victor is more of a physical being. I've always found that line really weird, and it's not in the book. Yeah, I'm glad it's not in the book, because it actually annoyed me. It actually... Yeah, it kind of undid what I just learned about Crumb from the book, you know, and so yeah, I don't like that line. 8. I did the maths. Only 66.4% of the audiobook was about the Yule Ball, while in the movie around 13% of the runtime was dedicated to the Yule Ball. It's not a huge difference, but still clear. I think this was a good decision for the movie makers. There were more important things to focus on in a limited time. Most of them haven't come up yet. Yeah, I feel like that is definitely the right decision, because imagine if they'd done it very, very fleetingly with the Yule Ball. people who loved the chapters, regardless of what the changes were, would have been even more upset if they'd made it shorter, I think, or even less. And so, yeah, I think that was the right decision. Finally, I would like to highlight some funny lines. Giggling should be made illegal. Yes, absolutely. Twitchy, little ferret, aren't you, Malfoy? Absolutely. Harry, we've just got to grit our teeth and do it, said Ron in a tone that suggests they were planning on storming an impregnable fortress. That is amazing. I actually missed that last one. Great comment, me here. I had to go fast for it because that was quite a lot of points. But thank you so much for making them. Will, my head hurts from reading chapter 22. So much heteronormativity. I probably said that wrong. Last time I read this book, I hadn't gone to the prom. So now I have, 2018. At first, I didn't even want to dance, partly because I'm not straight, and wasn't going to ask a guy because I was embarrassed. I ended up going with a girl a head taller than me. It's no big deal, Harry. Yeah. The thing is that we're not meant to feel like Harry is right for that. The writer is Harry is realizing, because he's getting all this attention, that he is kind of like the prize that everyone wants, and so he is starting to be picky and being quite a judgmental person. If he wasn't part of the Goblet of Fire, he wouldn't have as much tournament. Sorry, the Triwizard Tournament. He wouldn't be getting as much as attention, and I don't know if at that point he would still be like that. Saying about the fact that the girl was taller than him, he would still probably be looking to Cho and everything, but maybe he wouldn't be quite as rude though. So it's certainly not something that we're meant to approve of. Harry and Ron are insufferable in this chapter. This is no one else rolling their eyes and groaning at everything in this chapter. I think that I certainly was. I've called Ron a git many times in this video. I will say, I do not like Harry goes to Vivatti, because that is something he has known for... I'm sorry, I feel like I'm reading your comment really badly. I do like that Harry goes with Vivatti because that is someone he has known for as long as he's known Ron and Hermione. Great point. I really hope poor Eloise found a partner. No, absolutely, I completely agree with you. Rant for chapter 3 incoming. Oh my goodness. Hang on, is this going to be about chapter 23? If you cast Emma Watson as Hermione with big amazing transformation from a regular looking girl to the most beautiful girl in the school has ever seen, that doesn't work. And why the pink dress? Rant over. Oh, I guess you meant chapter 22, unless you've got an issue with the next chapter. Very interesting. Well, I really hope you had a great time at your prom. Again, it was called Dinner and Dance when I had it. I didn't go with anyone to mine. I should have really said that earlier on. I just went to it. Did I? Oh, they did a horrible thing where, it was like, I didn't go with anyone, but yeah, it was definitely very different than this. But yeah, I'm really glad that you got to go with a partner, and I hope you did have at least a bit of a dance. At first, I didn't want to even dance. Well, I hope that you're able to let your hair down a bit with that, Will. But really hope you had a good time. And yeah, I really don't think we're definitely not meant to approve of what Ron's saying in these chapters. We're really not. Which is interesting because the movie scene where like Ron says something about Eloise midget. I think he brings up her weight. I think. I almost do get the feeling that we are meant to find that line quite funny. But yeah, this is definitely not Ron's best moment. It's not Harry's best moment, although I don't think he is as bad. I guess that his thing with the tallness is that he would feel that he would look he would look ridiculous in it, rather than the fact that she would look ridiculous. I'm not defending it though. That is ridiculous. The fact that, you know, and the thing is, the shoe is older than him as well. I think that she's in the next year at least. I think at least. In fact, she could be a little bit older. In fact, but yeah, neither of them are in good light. I don't think anyone's defending them. I certainly am not. But Will, hope you had a good time at your prom. And yes, great comment. Thanks so much for making it. Octopus! Actually, I should say, Octopus Veggie, I wonder if the reason we are never told how Harry feels about Spew is because he is the point of view character and the author wants us to be conflicted and see the nuances of the situation. That is a very interesting point. That is actually a very interesting point. If we heard what Harry thought, we might be more likely to see his opinion as correct. That is actually so true, actually, and I get the impression that he doesn't like it, and I do feel like that is going to end up being the right one, but I'm hoping that it is ambiguous. I really am hoping that it's ambiguous, because when we first started about Spew, there were a lot of people passionately talking about it as if it wasn't ambiguous, and I think this sort of thing definitely should be left ambiguous, but yeah, ambiguous. I do think that house elves have a magical compulsion to obey their masters. Magical. Interesting. Not natural, magical. We have seen both Dobby and Winky physically struggling against some of the visible by some invisible force when trying to be disobedient. Obviously, I also think that would affect them physically, which is why Dobby is dealing with it, since the magic was broken when he was freed. Ah, that's interesting. But Winky was also freed, though, wasn't she? She wasn't so much... It is still being set free when they're fired. That's interesting. That's very interesting. It sure took Harry and Ron long enough to notice that Hermione's teeth had changed. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. They don't see her... It is strange, because if something was different from about Ron, I feel like Harry would notice it. So that is very interesting. But it really did. It actually did take a long time with the teeth, didn't it? You know, you've often thought that it is sketchy that Moody is allowed to work at a school with an eye that could see through clothes. But having one of the underage girls specifically talk about it, how it makes her uncomfortable, takes it to another level for me. Not only actually, the fact that just after he just done it to Harry, it's not right. It's not right, guys. But Ratty is 100% correct. That should not be allowed. Yeah, I completely agree. And like I say, when I was listening to the audiobook, I didn't pick up on the fact that he had seen through the clothing to see the socks. That is messed up. Which presumably means he's looking at everyone all the time and seeing what they're wearing. That is the impression that he's giving Harry. So Harry should be freaked out by him. And now we find out that Crumb wasn't only in the library for the books. I guess she doesn't say whether he started coming to the library just to see her, or if he saw her in the library and then came back so often to see her. It's still good characterization, seeing that it took him so long to work up the courage to talk to her, but I would like to hear more about why she caught his eye. Well, the thing is, I get the impression that my initial interpretation was that he was going to the library, saw Hermione, and felt a connection with her about her knowledge, about her want of knowledge, and taking in. But that being said, how good would his reading English be? I mean, I guess you could magically translate them, actually, thinking about them, books. But that's what I like to think. But even if he did see Hermione and then followed her, saw that she went to the library, and then just started to visit the library regularly to pluck up the courage, I also really like as well. So either way, it's great. I'd like to know, but yeah, but either way, I'm happy with. Yeah, so great comment, Ashley. Thank you so much for making it. Andrew. Hi Veggie, I hope you're happy and well. A few small points for these chapters. The interaction between Harry and McGonagall is gold. I don't dance. Oh yes, yes you do. Amazing. Yeah, she holds it. It's so interesting. Compared to how McGonagall has been with Harry since the Goblet of Fire incident, Dumbledore said calmly. It's very interesting that she is now, no, this is what we're meant to do, so we're going to do it. Ginny had suddenly stopped smiling in response to learning about Harry asking Cho. Yeah, that's true. Well, it had been turned down by Cho. I noticed that as well. The sentence says, learning that Harry asked and was turned down by Cho. And so you could almost think that she's sad about him being turned down. But I also do think that it is what you're hinting at, the fact that it is the fact that he asked Cho. I like how we continue to get a hints of Ginny like this, even though she's become less embarrassed around him. Absolutely, twitchy little ferret, aren't you, Malfoy? Amazing. It's nice to see Hermione getting some digs back at Draco. She takes a lot of abuse from him, and I'm so happy to see her getting confidence to bite back. Oh, absolutely, and you never know, that confidence may have been helped by Crumb asking her out. I mean, you'd imagine it very possibly would have done. There is an element of sadness when learning that Hermione altered the size of her teeth. I completely agree, as it does show it was something she was self-conscious about. I have not forgotten Snape for his comments. The Prat, great term, Andrew. Yeah, I mean, I echoed that just now, didn't I? There's definitely a tinge of sadness to it. Finally, they have made a mistake in the shop Harry Potter. They is giving you two the same. Never change Dobby. Yeah, I just realised, does Dobby actually talk like that in a movie? He talks. He calls Harry Potter, but they is giving you two the same. I don't think Dobby did speak like that in the movies, did he? They is. He starts sentences with they is a lot. I don't think he did. I could be wrong. P.S. Sorry. What did you think of Clash at the Castle? We need a wrestling tangent, and this is also an excuse to plug your new wrestling channel. Stay well. Thank you so much, Andrew. Yeah, I was actually going to mention that when I noticed you mentioned Clash at the Castle. It was great. It was awesome. The ending, Glasgow, was so depressed. Like, going back to the train station, everyone was like, you know, there are people giving each other hugs and everything. Like, but then again, I felt it coming. I really did. And I'm also a Damien Priest fan. And so, that being said, I did want Drew to win in the moment. But I had a feeling that Damien was going to be retaining, to be honest, because of CM Punk. But it was a great show. SmackDown was awesome as well. I thoroughly enjoyed that. But yeah, it was an awesome show. And yes, there is a new channel on if you go to, where did I say it? Oh yeah, I did a wrestling video just before going to Clash of the Castle, guys. In that, I talk about a new channel which I've made, which is going to be a very chilled, very laid back wrestling news, like, discussion channel, where whenever I fancy it, I'm just going to post a video. It's not going to have any schedule. I'm just going to be I'll be doing predictions and stuff like that, giving my thoughts and opinions on stuff when I'm able to, but it's going to be very, very relaxed and shorter videos as well, so it's not going to be taking my time away from anything else. So if you're interested in wrestling, please do go and subscribe to it. It's called Veggie Mania Wrestling at the moment, but that name might change. Thank you so much for the plug, Andrew. Greatly appreciate it. It's a nurse thing. Hi, Veggie. Chunky chapters. Oh, yeah, and that is a kangaroo, by the way. Chunky chapters this time around. So much good stuff, but I need to get one thing off my chest that has been bothering me for a long time. Oh, here we go again. Her dress was blue. Her dress was. Do you know what I'm referencing there? This dress is royal blue. clue. I'm gonna let you tell me what I'm referencing there, guys. Good movie. I get the movies have to change things, but things from the book because of the budget and time, whatever. But it would not have cost them any more or taken any longer in the movie for Hermione the blue dress she wore in the book, or to give her sleek hair. That's very true. It does actually say that her hair is very different. I mean, really, that transformation was kind of a big deal for her, so why change it? Yeah, now this is so interesting as a nuts thing, and I gotta say, it's not something which I picked up on, and even now, I'm not that bothered by it, but it clearly bothers a lot of people, and that's fascinating to see. Obviously, when it comes to the movie, I would rather them change it to being accurate, but when it comes to the colour of dress, that really didn't... That's low on my priority list, you know. But it's so interesting seeing people passionate about this, and you're not the only one. It's fascinating to hear this. Sorry, it's silly, but that has always bothered me about the movie. Anyway, I've got a lot more I'd love to say about these chapters, but I'll keep it brief. Greatly appreciate. Harry insulting Cedric, not cool, I know, but it's definitely not out of jealousy that he's going for Chow. It's definitely not out of jealousy that he's going for Chow. Well, I think to insult someone, you need to be vocal about it, and he hasn't been vocal about it. And so it's just his internal thoughts. So I personally don't see that as an insult, unless he did actually vocalize any of it, which I don't think he did. Maybe he did when he talked to Ron about what happened. Maybe he did. I'm not sure. On that note, why are all the boys so rude in these chapters? My goodness. Yeah, it's. But the thing is, they get their comeuppance, and so it kind of is like it's like a learning process for them, and so. I appreciate. We'll see if they're going to be continuing like this going forward. But I do hope that Ron in particular has learned a bit of respect now. I mean, I really hope he has. And Harry, to be honest. Yeah, no, I say both of them. Fleur is a poop. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I feel like she was rude to Ron, but it's hard to really read exactly what happened in that moment, and so. Yeah. I love sneaky Hermione. Absolutely. Finally, one of my favourite lines in this book. You'd think I was walking around with my eyes shut, banging off the walls. I can't remember when that was. You'd think I walk around with my eyes shut, banging off the walls. Oh, I'm going to have to look up when that is. Oh, this is Harry in regards to Black, isn't it, I think? Yeah, that is a great line. I think it is, yes. I apologise about that. So much more, and it's a very popular quote as well, looking at the Google search. So much more good stuff, but I'm sure everyone else is probably going to cover it. Sorry if this got a bit long. Until next time. P.S. I don't worry so much about waffle in the videos. I happen to like waffles. Also, Daniel Radcliffe won a Tony. Oh, good for him. What was that for? That's very interesting. I really haven't seen anything else with him in. I always go to say that I've seen him in Sin City, but that wasn't him, was it? No, it wasn't. Yeah, need to check out more Daniel Radcliffe stuff. Anyway, it's another thing. Thank you so much. I saw that he was asked a question about the new series, about any advice for the young crew, and he said no, not for them, but advice for the elder people to let them have fun with it. I think he said it was a very short clip that I saw of it, but I liked his answer to that question. It's another thing. Thank you so much for a wonderful comment. Tawny Owl finally caught up and joined the Patreon. Tawny, you're very welcome. I love your icon, by the way. That's very funky. This is my first time I got over my anxiety enough to join a community and comment saying something. You're very welcome, Tawny, and I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. thank you and everyone here for creating this lovely space. I really appreciate that, Tawny. I really do. And you know what, Tawny? There have been times in the past, and I think that when it first started out, everyone was like really excited about it, and then there were moments where people's opinions started to clash a bit, and I actually made a point of it in saying that we can't do this, because honestly it's making it more difficult for me to make these videos, and it's making it more difficult for people to make comments and everything. And after that, everyone started to mellow completely out of it. And so if anyone's still watching and you used to leave comments like long ago, you're more than welcome to leave a comment again, because I feel like the community now has really become a lot nicer, and people understand that, you know, there are different opinions when it comes to these books, and we don't need to try and defeat each other, you know. And so I really appreciate that, Tawny. I'm so glad that you felt comfortable enough with your anxiety to actually join it. And so you're very welcome, and you've got 11 likes already, so you're definitely very welcome. Now that I reread it, the Yule Ball chapter has to be one of my favourites in the series. Yeah, I'm hearing this a lot. I remember it being much longer than it actually is. Yeah, that's true. And it is 15 minutes long as well in the audiobook, which is long, I should say. I think because I spend so much time I think because I spent so much time there in my head when I read it as a teenager. That's adorable. I actually, that's cool. I can see it. I can see it. I especially love the magical garden with the fairies, yes. And I still have a vivid image of that in my head. That's so cool. Yeah, I can see that the Yule Ball being a real... And the thing is, it's a sad chapter. A lot of not bad things, a lot of sad things happen in it. A lot of drama, as we've had other commenters say. But at the same time, it's still lovely. It's still... You really get a real idea of what it's like to actually be there. And that's something quite special. And so it's very interesting that you thought it was longer. But yeah, it's yeah, it just shows how powerful writing can be. Tawny, thank you so much for your comment. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to your next one. Jacqueline. Hi, Veggie. A long time no comments. Nice to see you back. I've been going through various health things, and while I'm not fully 100%, I am very much getting there. I'm so happy to hear that, Jacqueline. I'm sorry to hear that you've been going through some health struggles. Yeah, I'm hoping that I'm glad that you're on the road to recovery. I just find it ironic now that Hermione's dress is... I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at your comment. It's just the blue dress thing, guys. It's big. I find it ironic now that Hermione's dress is blue in the book, which is very Cinderella. Thank you. I can never remember who that one is. When Emma Watson went on to play Belle. There we go. Maybe the costume department had a time traveler on staff. Well, Belle wears yellow, right? Hang on. Maybe the costume department had a time traveler. Oh no, like the necklace that Hermione uses. Maybe it was herself on staff, and that's why they made the dress pink. I can't think. Does Belle have a pink dress? The only dress that I can think of her is yellow. That I think of. Because I must admit, guys, I do when I need cheering up, I like watching videos of, you know, Disney crew at like Disney World and Disneyland and all that, like interacting with people and everything. They're often hilarious, but they are very uplifting. And so yeah, as I remember, Belle tends to be yellow in those. Gaston's the best for those, by the way, guys. look up people meeting Gaston at like Disney World or Disneyland, or whichever one it is. They are always amazing, because those actors who play Gaston do not give a bobbins. They are absolutely rude to the people that are visiting them. But yeah, I only watched Beauty and the Beast for the first time, like, say, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. it was a rare occasion where it's very rare that I feel like a movie should be longer. I felt like it should have been longer, weirdly enough, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, though. It's very, very good. And Gaston is a great villain. He really is. Jacqueline, lovely to see you back. Praying for your that you're back to 100% sooner than later, and thank you so much for your comment. Grace, hi Veggie. Chapter 22 notes. I'm glad Harry learned he had to dance quite a while before the ball. Absolute. That's actually so true, because in the movie McGonagall forgets to tell him, doesn't he? Also, as the Weird Sisters play on Twisted Sister or something. Yeah, I keep on going to say Twisted or Wicked Sister. So yeah, I think so. I don't know what Twisted Sister did, but they are a band, aren't they? In addition to being sassy, Harry is so dramatic. I mean, those thoughts about Cedric, and also Pravati and Lavender being considered drastic measures. I know. And then you had Dean saying how Harry and Ron were able to get the best looking girls in the year to go with them. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by all that. But it doesn't matter. But yeah, drastic measures is definitely bloomin' rude. Chapter 23 notes. Hermione really has it out for Fleur. I think she does, and Bo Barton in general, to be honest. Speaking of Hermione, Snape's and Malfoy's words about her teeth clearly had an effect on her. Absolutely. Well, the thing is, I think it would have been before that as well, because we know that she has asked her parents if she's okay to use magic on her teeth. I think she has. And if that's the case, then presumably that wouldn't have been via letter. It would have been actually when she was at home for summer, I think. And so it may have been a longer term thing. I mean, she's basically got the magic equivalent of plastic surgery done to them. Absolutely, I completely see it like that myself. Dobby is back. The interactions he has with Ron will be great for Ron's self-esteem, I think. That's so true. I didn't think about it like that at all. And obviously, maybe even change his opinion of what's going on with Spew. Maybe. I don't know. Sirius's knife, not an innuendo. My goodness. Grace. Sounds incredibly handy. Oh my goodness, yes. That's got to pay off. We've got to be hearing about that in the future. I wish Padma and Pravati's dresses had been done better. They look so very cheap in the movies. This is probably because I'm an idiot. But I just didn't pick up on all this dress shenanigans, guys. I mean, if they do look... Okay, you know a heck of a lot more than I do about this sort of thing. If they do look that as cheap as is being suggested here, that's a real shame. That's a real shame, because it's actually really cool that Padma and Pravati are in their culture's traditional garb, you know? Presumably... Oh, I don't know. Actually... hello. That's a good question. I'm going to look something up, guys. Pravati Patil parents. A-dooby-dooby-doo. Mr. and Mrs. Patel. Thank you for that. I want a little bit more information if I can. Dooby-dooby-doo. Family members. Mr. Pravati. Oh. There's no Mrs. Pravati. Oh no, this is Mrs. Pravati's wiki page. She's the husband of Mr. Patel. Oh my goodness. Couple. Right, this did not give me the information that I was after. Oh, okay. A picture of the Patel sisters in their Yule Ball outfit has just come up on the Patel family Wikipedia, the Harry Potter Wikipedia page, I agree, it actually does look very cheap. And I didn't notice it before, guys. I mean, maybe the picture isn't that great, but they actually do look like thrown together. It kind of does, and I'm not someone who knows anything about fashion, guys. Magical of unknown blood status. So we don't know if their parents were Muggle born or not. I would have liked to know that, because that could have made more reason to why they're in these traditional garb. I would actually really like that, because presumably wizards in India, or at least of Indian culture, I should say, because we don't even know if Parvati and Padma are from India. I don't think we know that. But from that culture, we don't know if the wizarding equivalent would wear similar outfits. And oh no, that doesn't make any sense. And so, if they are Muggle-born and they thought, oh, it's a dance thing and you're meant to wear traditional garbs, well, why not our traditional garbs? And like, you know, I love that. I think that's so cool. You know, it's like Dean Thomas talking about football to like Quidditch fans. You know, it's like, I find that awesome. I really do. I was going to say that maybe they look cheap because they're Arthur Weasley attempting to be a Muggle sort of thing. But that doesn't make any sense, though. And so they actually do look cheap. And I don't know nothing about fashion, guys, as you can tell. But seeing that picture, I kind of agree with them now. I really do. You guys, I should say. They look so very, very cheap in the movies. Percy is back. That's it. That's all. I love Percy. You're not the only one, Grace. I appreciate it. I wish we had seen Maxine get mad at Hagrid in the movie. It gives so much more character. Yeah, I'm wondering how much more we're going to hear about that, though. Because if that's it now, they could have done that, but they would have to do it at or after the ball. Because obviously they have the bit where Hagrid goes in for more than a dance, if you know what I mean. As in, not that. But his hand wanders. There we go. That's a better way of putting it. These were two long chapters. I hope you and Woozler have a great day. Thank you, Grace. Yeah, that they were long chapters. And to be honest, I don't think there are many short chapters left. Maybe even in the series, to be honest, because the chapters have definitely got longer, but a lot of good stuff to fit in. If I'm trying to see what runtime we're at, because we must be getting on. But Grace, thank you so much for your comment. Darcy, did you notice the mention of Bezoar? A big thing we miss in the movie is the setup of concepts long before they are needed. Oh, very interesting. I guess since not all the books were out when the movies were being made, the filmmakers wouldn't know which little details will be important later and ended up cutting them for crucial information. Well, quite. That would have to be the case. Very interesting that people are talking about this Bezoar thing. Crucial information. Also, I forgot how book accurate the a very musical version of the Yule Ball scene is. Wow, I'm going to have to rewatch it, but I do remember that Malfoy and Draco are like, oh wow, suddenly Hermione's attractive, and start singing that wonderful song, and Draco starts doing other things. Ron, yeah, I'll probably go alone too. I mean, the only girls who don't have dates already are Ginny, both thumbs down, and Hermione, both thumbs down further, and I'm not going with my stupid sister. Harry, I think of Hermione's sister. So what? I think of Hermione as a sister. So that's out. Ron, we are such a puzzle. Amazing. Yes, that is great. Yeah, definitely that is a good parody moment. Awesome. Darcy, thank you so much for your comments. Nessie. Have I not already read the Nessie comments? Maybe I haven't. I think I'm going mad. Sorry, Nessie, I don't think I have. I apologise. Let's see. Hi. One or two comments have written about the pronunciation of Animangus and Animagi. Yes, this did have me confused last time. One is singular, one is plural. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. I still do get a little bit confused by it, though. Morgan from Movie Flame channel, which I don't know who that is, I'm afraid, made a video about it. Oh, fascinating. Okay, may need to check that out. Claim it should be Animagi and use a soundbite of Stephen Fry pronouncing it like that. I pointed out to him in the comments that the Shrieking Shack bits in the audiobook, both versions were used. Well, that's a good fair point. He changed tact and said that JKR said it was pronounced wrong in the films. It's not like what it's not. Sorry, it's not. So, you said the audiobook, so, okay, interesting. So, in the films, it's not like we can ring JK up and ask for her to take on it, asking if he's right or just talking out his that. Interesting, Nessie. You know, I don't know who Morgan. I love the name Morgan, but I don't know Morgan from Movie Flames, and so I'm certainly not going to start any drama here. But that sounds very interesting. But in the audiobook, it uses both. Well, there you go. That kind of does say that there is no clear evidence. I mean, maybe contacting the author is possible. You know, I don't know if you'd get a reply, but yeah. I guess the mystery's unsolved, but that's a great comment, and I love the idea of the video that Movie Flame did. Thank you so much for your comment, Kevin. The only thing that's got bigger bones than her is a dinosaur. Yes, that's what Harry says, isn't it? Lol, never change, Harry. Never change. Yes, he's not pulling any punches there, is he? But he's with Ron, isn't he? Now we get to the second instance. And he's talking about taller women before as well, wasn't he? Now we get to the second instance I was talking about with the interspecies breeding. Here we go. We had Fleur being part Veela, and now we have Hagrid and Madame Maxine being half giant. Well, at least Hagrid being half giant. I don't know about Maxine yet. Again, I always enjoyed this part of the book because it just raises so many questions about the relationship between wizardkind and other human-like magical creatures. Humanoids, isn't it? Are they all humanoids? Giants and Veelas? Yes, presumably they are humanoids, aren't they? So yeah. Yeah. And what's the politics around that? You'd imagine with giants it would be probably illegal. Because they are, on paper, these vicious, dangerous creatures. Maybe. I don't know, but I don't know how dangerous Veelas can be. But they're not banned, though. They're not getting hunted down. I would really love to read something set in the universe that explores that more. Another one that doesn't get talked about in the books or movies, but is background material, is that a lot of students suspect, but it's never confirmed, that Professor Flitwick and a half-goblin, because he's so short. That's interesting. You say a lot of students suspect. So that's wow, okay. But it's not in the books or movies. Interesting, very interesting. Well, of course, the actor played both, didn't he, I believe. And there's... Not both, sorry. He played Flitwick and a goblin. And there's Credence's Nanny, Imra Dungard. I had no idea. Dungard. I didn't realise that was his name. In Crimes of Grindelwald, that is confirmed to be half elf. Oh, half elf. There we go. Well, I mean, what nice work there, Kevin. That's another one. My goodness. Yeah, what is the ethics behind it and the legality behind it? I would like that to be explored as well. That's very interesting to me. Also, it has been confirmed that the reason that they had Crumb learning how to pronounce Hermione's name is because J.K. Rowling, I always say it wrong, got frustrated with the amount of people who didn't know how it was correctly pronounced. Well, you could say that's on her, but it's a good way of fixing it, I guess, or at least parodying it. I don't know if it actually did fix it particularly, but yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing. Of course, they didn't need to do that for the movies, did they? Lastly, did you catch Dumbledore's comment about looking for a bathroom and finding a room that he had never seen before with chamber pots? Absolutely, I did, Kevin. I was very proud of myself. It's going to turn out to be a completely different room, isn't it? Kevin, always appreciate your comments. Thank you so much for it. Gaffnob, greetings. Chapter 22. At least there was no last moment notification about Harry needing to start the dance. Yeah, that was kind of insane for the movie. Drinking must be okay for minors in the Wizarding World, or the rumour about the mead would not be believable. Well, it's the sort of rumour that stupid teenagers would come up with, like saying, "Oh, there's going to be loads of cider there." Yeah, I feel like that is the equivalent, at least in Britain, anyway. Or is it a British thing? Do they serve alcohol at school functions? Well, no, they didn't serve it. I remember when at my dinner and dance, like I keep going on about, somebody did smuggle in some. It was like White Lightning cider. It was like very, very cheap, like big plastic bottled cider into it. But yeah, they wouldn't be able to serve it. Although there's lots of pubs in the UK, were pubs in the UK back then, where they were kind of known as the one where if you're like 16 you can still go in and have a drink and everything. In fact, my dad used to go to a pub for a few years and went one day on his birthday, and he said to the landlord, "Oh yeah, it's my birthday today." And the landlord said, "Oh, congratulations, how old are you?" He says, 18. He'd been going there for years. I shouldn't laugh. I should, yeah, I should. Anyway, but yeah, it's certainly not served, no. Ron's waffle dress robes are old-fashioned, but top hat and tails are normal. At least that's Harry's mind. Well, no, when you hear about a dance, I think that's the first thing that comes to my head, to be honest. I don't think Harry was thinking, "Oh, that's what I'm going to wear." That would have been amazing, though. Chapter 23. So, Hermione was not traumatized by the long teeth. It was an opportunity. Malfoy did her a favour. He didn't do her a favour. He was trying to humiliate... Well, he was trying to humiliate Harry, wasn't he? It's interesting that it was it Harry's or Draco's spell that hit her? Because it's interesting that it was the teeth that started growing. I'm wondering if maybe it's a spell which like works out what someone's biggest hang up is about them, and then it makes it larger. Maybe, possibly. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure. But it certainly wasn't a spell which was designed for Hermione, because it wasn't being thrown at her. I believe. Is the new food presses... Is the new food presses more work? I'm not sure. There are fewer options than at the feast. I think there are fewer options. Going on what Fleur said, I think that there are. And as people did not know what to do right away, the orders would come in little as a time. Yeah, of course. We're talking about at the ball, aren't we? Where Dumbledore looks at the menu and then says what he wants, and then it appears, and so everyone then follows suit. Yeah, and there is a menu as well. So as it's a set menu, it's definitely going to be less options. Yes. Apparently Moody makes a habit of looking through clothes. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that, but that is odd. Gadolf, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Johnny, hi Veggie. It's nice to finally see Ginny being able to talk to Harry. Absolutely. I feel bad for her missing the opportunity to go to the ball with him though. And Neville doesn't seem to be such a good dancer as in the movie either. I think that if Ron suggested it, sure, but if Ron hadn't suggested Harry taking Ginny, or ordered it, or whatever, and Ginny hadn't already been asked, I don't think Harry would have thought of Ginny. Because I don't think that he does see her in that light, in the same way he didn't see his Hermione in that light. That's my interpretation of it, though. And so I think it's great for Ginny that she got to go, although she did leave the conversation with Harry and Ron looking sad. Percy, the supreme ruler of the universe, is back. Absolutely, I love how everyone's calling him that, and he was promoted too. Good for him. I love the bits of information we get from him about what happened. What's happening at the ministry. It's always interesting to know more about the Wizarding World outside of the school. Yeah, it's so cool. It's like hearing about a completely different aspect of the world, which is completely separate from, to an extent, the story. It's always love hearing that stuff. Thank you so much, Johnny, for your comment. Katic, hi Veggie, so much good stuff in these chapters. It's so sad to see most of our protagonists being so shallow. I know, it is important though. And all about looks of their partners. Sadder than I compare it to my teenage experience and admit how realistic it is. Well, that's the thing. It would be so odd if this was about teenagers and it didn't include that sort of thing. It really would. Do you think Hermione seems to dislike Fleur so much just because Ron's crush on her? No, I mean, there was the resentment about, you know, them appearing to not like Hogwarts and everything, and like the way that Fleur acted with Dumbledore. I mean, like, there are other reasons, but I think it could be definitely a part of it though, yes. Or is it also to do with the fact that Fleur comes across as vile and shallow in scenes Hermione reacts to? I don't think the food thing was that bad, but yeah, I mean, she certainly she's always complaining, that's for sure. Hermione values the exact opposite of that, as we can see from her defense of Eloise. It's true, but then again, she has also said about Crumb saying he's not even that good looking. So it's like, you know, it's all, you know, they're all letting themselves down at the moment, quite frankly. Love that the Dursleys, instead of not sending Harry anything for Christmas, make an effort to send him a present that is as rubbish as possible. Yeah, that is. I don't know what they're going to go next year, but that is low this time. I kind of respect them for that. They've clearly put effort into it. That's the weird, bizarre thing about it. Harry's procrastination habits, the egg, homeworks, asking out Cho. Very, very true. Really making me anxious here, and not because it's the opportunity of how I would opposite how I would behave, but because I am so afflicted by chronic procrastination. Oh wow! And seeing it mirrored in others is quite triggering. Oh wow! Yeah, I can imagine. That's very interesting. And also, it also doesn't help, Katic, that what happened, how late in the day Harry was able to learn the spell to get past the dragon, and so that should be enough to warn him, hey, you need to get going because you barely made it last time. Others already talked about this in the comments, but having Moody's eye being able to see through clothes in the school with underage kids is creepy. Yeah, I agree. And it's not the fact that it's able to, it's the fact that he is with Harry. Even if it's meant to be a joke. I don't think it's meant to be a joke. It's odd. How did anyone not think that this might be a problem? And I mean both the characters in the world, but also the author herself. Well, I mean, she has, because she's brought it up via Pravati. But yeah, I see your point though. JK obviously had considered it, since we get the comment from Pravati. There we go. But it does seem to be following up on it doesn't seem to be followed up in any way. So I don't know, but so are we supposed to treat it as a joke? No, I think it is another reason to not trust Moody, to be honest. Like sometimes we're given reasons to trust him, sometimes not to trust him, and so I feel like that's its purpose here. I certainly don't see it as a joke, and I find it odd now, quite frankly, that I know that he's actually saw through the robes. Katik, thank you so much for your comment. Always a pleasure. Maria, hi Veggie. I really like these chapters. There's a lot of talk about, and we get a lot to talk about, and we get so much more detail when we do it than we do in the movie. But I'm sure you also enjoyed the Percy turning up again. I was so delighted, Maria. I really was. Sorry, I just had something to drink. I'm happy that he was promoted, but it seems a little irresponsible to push all those big responsibilities onto someone who has been in the job for less than a year. It does seem very, very fast, and also it seems like a drastic move as well, you know. Presumably, maybe there was no one else available to do it, so it does feel like this role was created. Rather than having anyone else that would be a normal backup for it, and so for Percy to be given it. But then again, he is only doing the Tri-Wizard aspect of it, and so maybe, well, yeah, maybe he's a PA though. When it comes to showing up, maybe he's doing the lesser important things, which I would say the Tri-Wizard tournament could potentially be, but I could be wrong there though. Surely there were more experienced people in the department. Yeah, absolutely. Although they've still got their jobs to be doing, haven't they? Harry is lucky that Pravati agreed to go with him. She definitely saved him from embarrassment, but embarrassing himself, especially since he particularly didn't know how to dance. Yeah, no, she led the dance, which absolutely makes sense. And so yeah, good on her. Would have been nice to have a little bit more respect for her, to be honest. But then again, Harry didn't want to dance. I get it, but it's a shame. It's a shame. It's the fact that he chose her, you know, kind of, and then didn't want to dance. It's like, well, great. But luckily she had a good evening anyway. I like Krum far more in the book than I do in the movies. Movie as well. We get a lot more character development and personality, and his interaction with Hermione are very cute. Yeah, I loved it. I really did. Ron, on the other hand, really got on my nerves in these chapters. His behaviour was really unflattering. Yeah, really unpleasant. But I hope that in some way he has learnt his lesson from this, because he went in hard on this, and you know, ended up having a bad night. Definitely worse than Hermione, you know. Yeah, I'd say so. We also continue to have mysteries in these chapters. What do you think the twins were talking to Ludo about? Again, I can only go on what Bagman said. I presumed it was about the wands. That's all I can say. What do you think Igor and Snape's conversation? Well, I presume it's to do with Voldemort. You know, knowing both of their backgrounds, which I know I really shouldn't, but that's what I presume it is about. Also, I really like seeing Dobby again. I find it adorable that he is knitting socks in his spare time. I should be making some moolah out of it. Oh, he doesn't want the moolah, does he? I imagine those two different patterns for Harry's socks must have taken a while. Yeah, absolutely. It sounds quite complicated, in fact. And again, I really hope you're able to buy that design. That would be really, really cool as a you know, deep cuts Harry Potter reference. Maria, great comment. Always appreciate your comments. Thank you so much for making it. Carmen. Hey, Veggie. These are such great chapters, so with so much different plot points. I'll write in point. I'll write in point from form to keep it short. I appreciate that. Thank you. You would think Hogwarts would have other school dances or large school social gatherings. I genuinely didn't know it was tied to the Triwizard Tournament. I mean, but considering how badly this goes for our heroes, maybe this shouldn't. I don't know, it's all a learning experience though, isn't it? My headcanon about Harry not being impressed or curious about Crumb is that Harry, is famous as well and knows Crumb is just a regular guy. Yeah, but he was so excited about the World Cup though. So I do still feel like there would still be a bit of, oh my god, like even celebrities when they meet, like say like there's an actor and they meet their sporting hero. Well, they're both still famous, but yeah, the actor's going to be like delighted, and maybe the sport hero is a really big fan of that actor. And so yeah, you would think that there'd be something. But it could be like earlier on it was saying it didn't want to give too much opinion from Harry for being our viewpoint, which is actually a great point. And we add another mystery to the story. What are Karkaroff and Snape discussing? Again, it's hard for me to not think about Voldemort when it comes to them, but yeah, it's I really like the way it was done in the book. Dobby and Percy are back. The dream team. I love how kind Ron is to Dobby, and I'm so happy we get a little recap of Dobby's life from the past. It's always appreciated. It's always appreciated. And yeah, Ron and Dobby, it's actually really adorable how well they're getting on. We are getting much more Ginny dialogue, and it's clear she's still interested in Harry. Yeah, absolutely. And still, I still would have expected there to be more of Ginny, but what we got of Ginny here was awesome. I really liked it, in fact. The example of Ron fixing his dress robes as it is a wonderful example of using magic in a particular everyday way. I wish there was more of this. Well, I guess Lumos, you could say, is like one of those like little sort of like, you know, things where you don't even think about it, you just do it. You know, because it's just so second nature to you. You don't think, I will now use magic to fix this. You know, it's just like wand fixed there. Yeah, it's such... Seeing that level of magic is really... It makes the bigger magic seem more, you know, when you hear about the little magic. The room full of chamber pots. How curious. I see you, Carmen. Carmen, sorry. I find it so strange in the movie when Hermione sends Harry and Ron to bed like an angry mother. Yeah, I say teach about angry mother absolutely as well. Totally not in character. It's true, but it kind of is in movie character though. I feel like we've had other moments like where like Hermione basically throwing Harry at Dumbledore when his name is called out of the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore said calmly. There are other moments where movie Hermione is more aggressive and more you will do what I tell you sort of thing, you know, rather than the kind of moany Hermione's like, Harry, you should do it, you know. I like the moment. I found it funny. But it was a weird mix of real tragedy of her breaking down on the stairs in tears and the other girl in the background. Yeah, it was a lot going on in that scene. But Daniel Radcliffe's reaction to it is amazing. It's like it's actually really good. Not in character. And finally, good guy Cedric, as he should be known. Even if Harry can't see through the hormones. Fantastic. Yeah, Carmen, now that's so interesting. Cause I don't know if they're... Because presumably Harry's now going to try and do what Cedric suggested. I'm hoping there's going to be a bit of... Oh, he wasn't lying. I hope so, but it could have been because Cho was there. Cho's like waiting for Cedric when Cedric comes up to him and everything. And maybe... Oh no, Cho's not in the tournament, you idiot. I was going to say maybe Cho told him. I'm getting so confused now, guys. Either way, Carmen, thank you so much for your wonderful comment. Greatly appreciated. Snow speeders and space shuttles. Hi, Veggie. Been a while since I commented. It's nice to see you back. I apologise. You apologise. These two chapters always make me laugh, especially seeing how desperate Ron and Harry think desperate things are getting when they're looking for dates. Yeah, absolutely. Drastic measures, as they say. So suspicious laden in the punch that is totally not a portkey, unfortunately. No suspicious ladle in the punch that is totally not a portkey, unfortunately. Are you saying that in the movie they used the Tri-Wizard Tournament as a punch bowl? Okay. Do they? I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. So if that's the case, that's amazing. Trophy. Yes. An interesting thing I noticed is that Hermione's words to Ron kind of come true, in the sense she says, "So you'll have the best looking girl even if they are horrible," and we see that Hermione ends up being described as very pretty, and she is horrible to Ron, not without reason, of course. Oh, now that is interesting. I mean, it's absolutely with reason. No, Hermione's on the defensive here, guys. She really is. And I think the actor did a really good job of, like, you know, looking really, really elated, and then just it being basically ruined by Ron, and like her showing that on her expression and everything. In the movie. It is good. It is good with good reason, quite frankly. But it's so interesting that you say about the line about the good looking, the best looking girl you can get, even if they're horrible. I wouldn't describe her as being horrible. I would say that she's defending herself, quite frankly, and Crumb, quite frankly. Absolutely love that Dobby brings Harry a Christmas present, and that both he and Ron give him presents in return. That's really cool. They didn't think about it, though. Oh, no, Ron did. Ron had thought about it, though. Surely this must be the first time Dobby has ever gotten a present. I think that giving presents to house elves would be incredibly rare, especially clothing, obviously. You can't give them clothing. But yeah, I cannot see that being a commonplace in any household. Unless Dumbledore gives them, maybe. Oh, maybe Christmas bonus, maybe. For Dobby, of course, not anyone else. Maybe that would make sense, because he is an employer, basically, isn't he? The convo between Hagrid and Madame Maxine is great too. Though I think Ron's reaction is a bit over the top. This is Ron has prejudice, and it's so interesting when it comes up. He's laughed at squibs before, you know. It's certainly not off character, in my opinion. Anyway, that's all from me. I hope you enjoy these chapters, and I'm looking forward to the next book club. Snowspeeder, great to see you back. Greatly appreciate it. I feel like I'm forgetting something with the punch. Laden in the punch. Ladle. No suspicious ladle in the punch. I feel like I'm forgetting something else from maybe another scene or something, but either way, great comment. I greatly appreciate it. H. Ron's not on his best behaviour here, but he's quite realistic to a teenage boy character, unfortunately. Yeah, and it is unfortunate. I do agree, H, but I also think that he's going to learn from it. So in a sense, it's a good thing in a weird way. I love that Hermione gets back at his Crumb comments by reminding him about him wanting his autograph. Absolutely. And having a figure of him. It is brought up in the book as well, not in the movie, but yeah. And having a model of it. There we go. I'm sorry. I jumped on your comment there. Model of him in the dorm. Yeah. Again, I wish she knew who Ron had asked out. That would have been amazing. Asked to the dance, I should say. I also really like her annoyance at Fleur. When I read this as a child, I didn't connect that it might be about Ron crush. No, Ron's crush. Oh, Ron's crush. I see what you mean. Yes, I didn't really. I didn't really at the point understand Harry's sudden annoyance at Cedric either. I just felt it was a bit unfair. Now that's very interesting, H. That's very interesting that you didn't pick up on that, because it's meant to be showing, and I think that Harry is also kind of self-aware to it, that the fact that he is now suddenly seeing Cedric in this very, very different light, you know. But yeah, it's very interesting that you didn't pick up on the irony aspect of it, I guess. Which it is, but it's also probably how he feels about someone going to the ball with someone he had a crush on. Oh, absolutely, I completely agree. Malfoy's nastiness about Hermione's looks isn't exactly surprising. Snape's comment about her teeth is probably Malfoy's highlight of the school year. It's true. It's true. That's really why Snape shone at blooming say, guys. I think we all agreed that was not good of Snape. I love Dobby being just a few inches from Harry's face, from his face when he wakes up. Not sure it would work in combine the socks that Ron's suggesting, since Ron's socks are bound to be enormous. That is a golden point, H. That is a fantastic point. Basically, Dobby wears it like a bodysuit, like a sleeping bag. That is amazing, H. I'm gonna give you the like right now. That's amazing. That is such a good point. I like that Harry chose to wear Dobby's socks to the Yule Ball, by the way. Yeah, absolutely, that was cool. That's so true about Ron's massive socks, guys. I love it, H. That is brilliant. Thank you so much. So from H to Q. Hey, Veggie. There is definitely a conversation to be had about masculinity and heteronorm. I'm sure I know this word, but reading it is very difficult for dyslexics. Heteronormativity in these chapters. It's so unfortunate that Harry and Ron's behaviour here is, in fact, very realistic for their age. Yeah. Now, what I will say is that in television and movies and everything like that, there was very little representation back then, guys. There really was. Compared to now, it's like night and day. I'm talking about the 90s, I should say. And so that's not an excuse for it, but maybe a reason for it. Ron in particular is really grasping for those signifiers of masculine success. That's true. What does he say about pure animal magnetism to Dean or something? He's been insecure about his place in his family, true, his family's socio-economic status, and how he compares to his best friends, so true. I think he is trying hard to be secure about something. I mean, we all were back then, in my opinion. At that age, I should say. And now he is present in this very gendered event, and it's all going wrong. His robes are unstylish and feminine. Yeah, absolutely. He particularly fails to get a date, fails to ask Hermione properly, isn't asked by anyone, unlike Harry, very true, and also gets to watch Fred and George be way more successful at everything again. But isn't this all going to help him in the long run, though? I'm hoping it will. I'm going to be keeping an eye on it, though. How he describes other people in the future. So in comparison, he acts like a total joke to Padma, Hermione, Crumb, even Harry a bit. True. Padma is a status symbol to him. Not even that. I would say that she's less of a status symbol. I mean, referring to someone's partner as a status symbol usually means that they are as attractive as possible, whereas, you know, which is what Ron admittedly said earlier on in the chapter, but what actually happened was Padma, Parvati thought of Padma and asked Padma if she'd be willing to, and then when they went, Ron isn't paying any attention to her at all. So I would actually say that to Ron, she is less than a status symbol, and I really hope she had a good time, because that's horrible. After leaving him, he wanted to get a date. Look at me. I'm succeeding at masculinity, not actually have a date, dance and be emotionally available, and talk to people outside his circle. Now that's interesting, Q. So do you think that he would have done exactly the same if Hermione had gone with Neville? Let's put it like that, rather than Hermione not going at all. I think he would have been to an extent, but not. But I think he would have acted differently. That's my interpretation of it. Because him not wanting to dance or be emotionally available is the main reason for it, in my interpretation, is because of what's happening with Hermione. That's my interpretation of it, and I could be wrong. I'd love to hear more people's opinions on that, guys. Seriously, because I think that Q may be right and I'm wrong there, but that's how I see it. But this is so interesting, Q. And now you have some of Hagrid's actual story from the book, as opposed to the movie awkward comic relief random scene. It was a sweet scene, but yeah, it feels so wrong now, knowing what was in the book. But I gotta admit, guys, when I watched the scene, I liked it. In the movie, I should say, before finding out more. I can't say anything about it yet, but I do appreciate Hagrid so much. Oh, absolutely. It's I don't like Hagrid being sad, guys. And obviously we've had sad moments before, but this is Hagrid, like, his existence being ripped apart, almost, you know what he is. You know, we've had him getting in trouble, and like his hippogriff potentially being executed and all this sort of stuff, which is all sad, guys. But this is Hagrid himself having what he is being torn down. It's sad. It really is sad. I wonder who George did get. Oh yeah, I wonder who George did go to your ball with. Presumably not with Pigwitchin. Oh my goodness. But oh yes, of course that was suggested. It actually was. That was George, wasn't it? But I bet they'd have a good hoot. Very good, Q. Very good. Great comment, Q. You did not hold back about Ron, and I appreciate that. So it's great to hear that take on it. It really is. And again, I hope he learns from it. I really hope he learns from it. Q, great comment. Raider Max, whose birthday it was a couple of days ago. Max, I hope you had a wonderful day. Love Dumbledore's line here about needing to use the restroom only to have one appear, and when he finds the room of requirement in the 5th movie, it's the first time Ron. Oh whoa! And when they find the room of requirement in the 5th movie, it's the first thing Ron says. Oh my goodness, that's crazy, Raider Max. That's amazing. That's actually so true. Also amazing how we are about halfway through book 4, meaning halfway through the series, and Harry is still clueless to certain Wizarding World's common knowledges, such as being a giant, or even half, or severely looked down on in society. Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like even like long into the future, he's going to be finding out things which he kind of should know, you know. But he's not the best student in the world and everything. And also, everyone has blind spots, guys. Everyone has blind spots, seriously. So, I mean, for the longest time, I thought the 16th chapel was called the 16th chapel, as in after 15th. Which, if you think that, it isn't. So, yeah. Max, great comment. I hope you had a wonderful day. Lou, hi, Veggie. I don't dance. I'm not dancing. I think Harry would have got his point across better if he just said that he doesn't know how to dance. No, but it's also that he doesn't. Even if he could dance like an angel, I don't think you'd want to be dancing in this situation, you know, how old he is, everything like that. That's my interpretation of it, but I could be wrong though. Hermione, bless her, her way is just to get things done, but Harry likes to rest and avoid. It's so true, but at least he has that badgering now, not in Hufflepuff way. These boys. Being a teenager is hard. Harder still, apparently, when you're a teen boy writing off girls because her nose is off center, and and calling girls trolls. Oh, absolutely. Although, to be fair, there are definitely girls who say incredibly rude things about boys as well. But not here, though. These boys are lucky they got a date at all. Oh, absolutely. I completely concur with that. Also, no, Harry, you absolutely do not ambush girls who are on the way to the bathroom alone. You do not ambush girls who are on their way to the bathroom alone. Is that why you don't? Because Cho was in a group, wasn't she? Because that's why the line, giggling should be made illegal. I could be wrong there, but I need to move on because time is running late and this is quite a long comment. Yeah, I think I might be thinking of a different instance here. I'm so proud of Ginny for shutting down the boys' laughter. Absolutely. Ron really aggravated me in these 2 chapters. Yeah, I don't think anyone appreciates Ron's tomfoolery here, to be honest. In fact, it's not even tomfoolery. He's so mean here. I also really hate the boy is mean to girls, so that means he fancies her idea. Oh, yeah, that whole trying to get attention sort of thing. I know what you mean. It's so toxic and teaches girls to accept that behaviour. Nah, that's actually very true. Hermione seems to have really been relaxing and enjoying herself before Bulldozer Ron crashed his way through the merriment. Yeah, but at least we then do hear about her dancing again later on with Crumb. And so, whereas in the movie, it's basically, that's the last we see of Crumb and Hermione dancing, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. Not only did he spoil her night, but Padma's as well. Oh, absolutely. I feel terrible for her. And Pravati as well. Percy, he reminds me of myself. That is something to be proud of. When I lose control of myself, I always bring a lot alone. I lose control of myself after being alone for some time. Oh, I see. With the way that he's talking, he's like talking about like error. He's just basically filibustering, like I said earlier on. But like, yeah, no one's getting much words in during this conversation. Don't the decorations sound beautiful? Oh, absolutely. I need to see some fan art of it, to be honest, because it does sound incredible. I'd love to decorate with everlasting icicles. Oh, that's the everlasting icicles. That was. Oh no, there were everlasting icicles, weren't they? But Fleur talks about ice sculptures that are everlasting. At Bo Barton's, didn't she, with Davis? Hope you and Woozle are well, enjoying the weather. Absolutely, we've tried to stay cool, but I did take a couple of days off just to relax in the weather rather than be too boiling hot when recording. But yes, we did. Thank you. I'm making sure that she's cool as well. I really hope this wasn't too long. I've started leaving comments on my laptop so I can judge it better. I appreciate that, Lou. I think it is slightly on the longer side, but then again, it's spaced out, and so it probably is shorter than some others. But like I say, I need to keep this under 6 hours, and looking at it, it's got to be tight at this point. And so I will endeavour to give each comment a fair reading, but I do need to get through them, though. So thank you, Lou, so much for your wonderful comment. Okay, guys, so I've got under 25 minutes to do 5 comments, so if the longer ones are longer, I will have to only pick up on a couple of their points, but there are also some shorter comments here as well. So I apologise if I have to skip over any other details that have already been covered. So Elizabeth, hi Veggie, oh hey Veggie, hey, there we go, peace sign. When I finished Sorcerer's Stone for the first time, I was absolutely devastated that my 11th birthday had passed without Hogwarts letter. Oh no! That's yeah, I can imagine that, actually. I don't know if I was more upset that Hogwarts wasn't real, or that if it was somehow real, I I was, gasp, a muggle. Oh my goodness, that's actually... that's very interesting, Elizabeth. The fact that you would have felt, because muggles are kind of put down a lot in the books. So it's only Jacob really who's celebrated as a great character in these stories, I should say. Good old Jacob. I was inconsolable for a week. Oh, bless. That's actually, yeah. The muggle thing is a tough pill to swallow, actually, isn't it? Those chapters are great. A great example of how a story about magic still feels firmly rooted in reality. That is a great summary of the chapters. So much so that my 12-year-old self was convinced that Hogwarts might actually exist behind platform 9 and 3/4. If only I could get through the barrier. Absolutely. I did say, I didn't watch it because I didn't want to watch it, but I saw some video of someone who ran into the wall. So, yeah. Bless them. I'm guessing they did it as a joke, and if they did do it a joke, then I think that's not great. To be honest, if they did it thinking it might actually work, then more power to them. Every detail is spot on, like the idea that the dragon might be easier to face than asking someone out as a teenager. Perfect. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And that is in the movie as well, that line. Although it's slightly changed with the slaying, but yeah, it definitely summarised what it's like to be a teenager. Chapter 22. Harry, the procrastinator Potter, perfect. Ron, the instigator Weasley, perfect. Harry, the mom major Granger, that's amazing. Just love the little quirks of their friendship in these chapters. Such fun dialogue. Yeah, until it gets not fun. But yeah, I completely see what you mean, though. Oh, that was chapter 22. I see what you mean, yeah. Chapter 23. I thought this was chapter 21 and 22. Okay, it doesn't matter. We've covered the right chapters anyway. Fun fact. One line that in this chapter particularly sparks an entire Dramani fan base. Pansy Parkinson gasped at her as she walked by with Malfoy, and even he didn't seem to be able to find an insult to throw at her. Yeah, there he is. I actually did notice that as well, actually. That's very true. And of course, we get the helpful scene with Crumb meant to teach book readers how to pronounce Hermione, exactly. And yet somehow I still call us Hermione. Hermione, yes. Thank Oofty for the movies. Well, actually, exactly that's why I'm able to do it, because you know what my dyslexia is like. Don't know what it's been like across the pond, but I hope you and Woozle stay cool. It's been 90 Fahrenheit here lately, and I need a cooling charm. Oh my goodness, Elizabeth. Well, I hope it's okay. Yeah, it's been warm here, but not super warm, and so. But I make sure number one priority for me is making sure that Woozle's cool enough in this sort of weather. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your comments. I'm so sorry I've had to rush through it, but you see this is a chunky one as well. But yeah, I really need to keep this very brief, because if it goes over 6 hours, that's when YouTube starts to go crazy with their processing. Rhea, I love these chapters so much. I want to talk about everything, but I'll narrow it down to these few. Appreciate it. Thank you, Rhea. After the successful bribery of my brother, I'm about 90% positive that the very first question I ever asked was, how do you pronounce Hermione's name? Oh, absolutely. The first question I ever asked what? Oh, the first question that you... Oh, I see, yes. I'm sure you already know where this is going, but he excitedly ran to his room and back with Goblet of Fire book, only to show me the pronunciation in this chapter and quickly shut the book. Oh, very good. Yes, the noble spoilers. Absolutely. Like, the magnitude of it sink in for a bit. There was a time when I had never heard Hermione spoken out loud. Oh, absolutely, that which is so bizarre to me, because obviously I first heard it out loud. It's mind-blowing to me now. I mean, even non-Potter fans have heard the name at some point. I hadn't. I'd heard of Harmony, but not Hermione, though. Really hope... oh, no, I know that was one of the names which I was able to remember, know from pop culture, wasn't it? But not Grant, though. Really hope to hear a few stories similar to my own in the book club. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Although this has mostly been having a go at Ron. This is book club, which is rightfully so. As it happens, the first time I read these pages, I was 14, the same age as the gang. Perfect. 2 months prior, I had attended my first dance at 7th grade. It was also the first dance I danced with a guy. Fantastic. Who was my crush nonetheless. Fantastic. Both of our faces probably resembled sunburned radishes. Oh my goodness, bless. I hope you enjoyed it though. Obviously, this would have been a core memory regardless, but reading the gang's experience so close to my own amplified it that much more. Well, I hope it did go as badly as it did to them, because it's pretty horrific. Well, not horrific, but yes. Old me today thinks that innocent and awkwardness is as cute and worthy, while a little bit of youth me that's left lingers screaming, no, beauty was hell. Oh my goodness, I think we can all relate to that, definitely. Luckily, Potter was there to help me through it and is still there helping me remember it to this day. That's a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing. If there isn't a montage of sweet Dobby buying yarn, smiling as he proudly knits Harry's socks in the and presents them to him in the HBO series, I shall riot. Well, we'll definitely get the present scene. I feel like we'll definitely get that. But yeah, I would love that. I want Harry with the top hat, and I want Dobby knitting the socks, definitely. Also, really looking forward to your reaction to Harry's sarcasm about Cedric being a useless pretty boy, and especially our newly elected supreme ruler of the universe. Yes, that was amazing. And you know what, the Cedric thing was so obviously to me, I should say, showing his bitterness. I actually really appreciate that bit as well, so thank you, Rhea, for the wonderful comments. Okay, it looks like we're in good time now. I'm so sorry about if I seem to rush over those last two comments. I feel like I did manage to say some stuff with it, but 15 minutes to do 3 comments. I feel like we're good to go because the first 2 are pretty short, and so I'm sorry if I did have to rush through those last 3 comments, guys. I didn't breathe much in those bits, but I have to keep it under 60 minutes because it really screws over the videos. It's 6 hours, I should say, or it really screws over the video. Harry Pothead. Hey Veggie, I can relate to Harry's panic. I don't dance. I don't dance. Sorry, Genesis. When being told that he's supposed to open the dance, that would be terrifying. Yeah, that's the thing. And I don't think it's even the fact that he can't dance. It's the fact that he doesn't want to dance. That's my interpretation of it. Again, because Padma, Pravati helped him through the dance, but he then just said he didn't want to dance anymore. Is it purely because of Cho? Because that makes it even worse. You know, basically, no, I'm going to ruin my night and yours because I couldn't go out with someone else. Date someone else, I should say. Invite someone else. Yeah. Book Ginny is so cool. Yeah, this is, I feel like, is our first example of her actually being awesome. I really appreciate this scene with her. She really shut Harry and Ron up. Sometimes I forget how few scenes she actually is in because of her strong presence in the scenes she's in. Yeah, because the thing is, I thought she would have been in the books so much more at this point. Because I remember being bigged up about how awesome she is and everything. And so I feel like your point, Harry Potter, is actually, you know, kind of why I'm like, oh, what if she'd been in it more? Because when she's there, she's awesome. And I feel like this was the first really good example of that. Thank you so much for your comments, Harry Potter. Jonas of the wonderful side panels, thank you so much. Hi Veggie, I'm really late to the party. Dobby is adorable. I can't wait to hear all your thoughts on Sunday, I guess. No? Okay, I think I get what you mean, Jonas, because you sent me a text basically asking me why I haven't finished it yet. A tweet, I should say, sorry. I had to take a break. I'm now back to it, and it should be posted on Saturday if the processing goes right. I'd get them out as fast as I can. But, you know, there's a lot to do, and this is very close to being 6 hours, and so that's why, unfortunately, it's a bit late. Anyway, thank you so much for your wonderful comment. Howard rounds us up. Unusually late for Howard. I was worried I was going to miss the book club, you were the last comment, but it looks like I managed to sneak my comment in at the last moment. I promise this is a very last comment on how much I hate the movies. We'll see about that, however. But, you know, we've had a lot of comments criticising the movies today, so don't worry about that. But I need to get one thing off my chest. Don't worry, it's related to these 2 chapters. Perfect, thank you. Veggie, that's me. You know how much I love book Sirius Snape. Unfortunately, I don't recognise him as Alan Rickman's performance. Yeah, I think I know what you're about to talk about, Hawa, and I completely agree with you. And you know what? I actually felt glad about it, because the reason why I feel glad about it is that now I can say I absolutely see the characters as being completely different. Because I was like, oh, here comes the bit with Alan Rickman like slapping the head and everything, and I really enjoyed that scene. But then I did think, that just ends Snape. And so, in a way, because I was able to rewatch that scene for this book review, I now realise I have achieved what many of you have been asking me to do, is to not see that Snape as being Snape. And so, yeah, let's read your comment. Take the scene with Alan Rickman smacking the boys with the book and aggressively shoving their heads. This scene isn't anywhere in the books. It was completely made up by the filmmakers. And it's out of character for Snape as well. I don't think he ever gets like starts physically slapping or like shoving people's heads down or anything like that. I don't think so. Not in the book. It's also completely out of book Snape's character. I do agree. Book Snape is verbally harsh, but he's always physically gentle. So he scolds students and deducts points, but he never uses physical punishment. Yeah, very few people do in the wizarding world, in fact, do they? Apart from Arthur and Lucius come and rumble in the jungle. Never. There's not a single scene of him hitting a student anywhere in the books. I can believe that. Obviously, I only know up to where I am, but I can believe that. That's why the movie scene made me so mad. Talk about character assassination. Well, the thing is that I, from someone who hadn't read the book, saw it as a comical scene. I think if a real teacher did that in real life, there would be grounds for him getting suspended. Absolutely, definitely. But because it's these characters, and we've known these characters for so long, to me, when I watched it, was just a bit of a funny scene. That being said, I completely agree with you. It's completely out of character for Snape. Book Snape, I completely agree with you. And even when rewatching the scene for the review purposes, I thought that was like a revelation to me. It's like I now absolutely don't see Snape as being Alan Rickman. So we got there, guys, eventually. With me not seeing him as Alan Rickman. It's also why I don't like the movie Snape. I don't agree that movie Snape is better or nicer or more mellow than book Snape. To me, someone who is physically violent to his students is not more mellow than someone who is not. That is a fair point, Howard, and you're right, because the thing is, even now I'm thinking about it, I do see that scene as being funnier than I probably actually should. Yeah. I mean, you can't be like knocking people on the back of the head and like grabbing their heads and like pushing them down and everything like that in a real life situation. I gotta say, I still find the scene funny, and that could, but that's if it happened in real life, I wouldn't find that funny in the slightest bit. I do feel like there are times where Snape isn't as mellow in other ways, but not in a physical way, like what he said to Hermione about like what they think about him, like giving them work at particular times of year and stuff like that, and and his treatment of Gryffindor and everything. We see that so much happening in the book. We don't see it happen that much at all in the books, in the movie. Sorry. In fact, the whole thing where he basically deducts points from Gryffindor when he's replacing Lupin for Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. I mean, that's a great example of not getting that moment where. And I know we have different opinions of that scene, Howard, but of him being cruel in a different way than he is in the movie. So they're completely different characters. I think at least you might be happy to now know that I do not see them as being the same character, though. We finally got there. Guys, we are just under 6 hours. I'm going to quickly refresh the page just to make sure that we're finished. Okay, so we do have one more comment, guys. I've got 7 minutes to do it, so that's fine. I've got to say, Howard has updated their comment now. It's now a lot longer, and so if you want to read what Howard says, it's more about the same about Snape and everything, but it's very, very interesting if you want to read that. I can't cover it now because I need to wrap this video up, so thank you so much, Howard, for making it either way. But we round off with Simon. Compliance. I don't know what that's a reference to, and unfortunately, I don't have time to try and work it out. But let's earn the moral of the moral implications of Moody having an eye that can see through clothes is a bit problematic. Yeah, I'm really glad that Padma brought it up. Quite frankly, it's and. Again, I didn't pick up until the book club that it's actually being seen through clothing. And not just the fact that he's doing it, but he's actually saying, hey, Harry, I am looking through people's clothing. To Harry. It's messed up. Messed up. Nice bits of backstory on Hagrid in this chapter. And a mention of giants, which I think... in the films... Oh, sorry. Nice bit of backstory for Hagrid in these chapters, and the mention of giants, which I think the film skips. I can't remember exactly what Hagrid says, but I feel like he at least hints at his mother being different anyway. But yeah, it certainly messes up the bulk of the scene, though. My goodness. Though the mind boggles at how that interspecies relationship works antonomically. Yes, well, we went into that earlier on, didn't we? I think it was a Gothic, wasn't it? Yeah, very, very true. But, you know, I'd like to know how it is socially and legally. I'd like to know more about that aspect of it. When it comes to the physical aspect of it, I'm okay not knowing, thanks. God and Bennett. Simon, great comment. Thank you so much for rounding off. You got in just in time with 17 minutes to go. Thank you so much. Like I say, Howard's comment is now longer, so if you want to pause and read it here, but it's more about the difference between Snape and Alan Rickman. And honestly, you know, I'm there now. I can actually see the characters being very, very different. And the book club is officially closed, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Managed to keep it just under 6 hours, guys. I didn't expect it to be that long, but I think that the book club was a long one. There were some chunky comments, which I do appreciate, guys, but I really hope that I was able to give the later ones a fair reading, even if I was just speaking very quickly. But like I say, YouTube really messes up when a video goes over that 6 hour mark, and so luckily we managed to do it, so I'm going to go off before I overrun. Please subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VeggieGamer, and I'll see you next time. Oh, by the way, 15 quid.